Attention, stations on the network. Our broadcast will begin in 1 minute from my mark. In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, mark. That was your 1 minute time check, stations.
On the Hawkeye Sports Network from Learfield, Hawkeye football is on the air.
He's at the 25, 20, 15, 10, 5, goal line. Touchdown! Touchdown, Iowa! The Hawks are back in front.
Hawkeye football is brought to you by Alliant Energy. See how Alliant Energy is building a strong, resilient energy future today and for generations to come. Learn more at AlliantEnergy.com/poweringBeyond. Iowa Farm Bureau, who would like to remind you to support America's farmers. Check out AmericaNeedsFarmers.org. SeatGeek. SeatGeek is the official ticketing partner of the Hawkeyes. Find tickets to Hawkeye games and more. SeatGeek. Wimmer's Meats, the official hot dog of the Hawkeyes. U.S. Cellular, the official wireless partner of the Iowa Hawkeyes. U.S. Cellular, built for us. Case IH, whether it's in the stadium or on your own field, having the right tools makes all the difference. Own your own turf with Case IH at caseih.com/Hawkeyes. Also brought to you by the Iowa Soybean Association. Cleaner, better, now. That's biodiesel. Find out more at iasoybeans.com. Cenex, fueling fans across Hawkeye territory. And by Associated Builders and Contractors of Iowa, building futures and champions while building Iowa. Hawkeye football is on the air. This is the Hawkeye Tailgate Show. Here's Matt Randazzo.
It's the biggest week of the year in the state of Iowa, and now the biggest game of the year is just hours away. Welcome to the Hawkeye Tailgate Show, live from Big Grove Brewery in Iowa City, as we get you ready for Iowa and Iowa State right here on the Hawkeye Radio Network. I'm Matt Randazzo. Thanks so much for listening wherever you are around the great state of Iowa. Hawkeye fans, and I'm sure some Cyclone fans as well. And if you're here with us at Big Grove Brewery in Iowa City, thank you so much. If you're out and about, stop by, say hi, watch the Cyhawk game right here in Iowa City at Big Grove. It's the 72nd all-time meeting between Iowa and Iowa State in a series that dates all the way back to their first game in 1894. The Hawkeyes hold a 47-24 advantage all-time against the Cyclones and are 14-11 under head coach Kirk Ference. But the numbers are even better as of late. Iowa has won 7 of the last 9 meetings and have won the last 6 games in Ames. One of those games back in 2017 was a crazy back-and-forth battle. The Hawkeyes trailed by 10 in the fourth quarter, but they forced overtime. And in OT, it was Nate Stanley and Amir Smith-Marset sending Hawkeye fans home happy.
Two tights, tie-dye, and Smith-Marset outside right. He goes in motion. Stanley looks that way, throws. It is caught. Touchdown! Touchdown, Iowa! Game over. Iowa wins in overtime. 44-41.
That was the second straight victory for Iowa at Jack Trice Stadium. They'll look to make it 7 in a row in Ames later today. Hawkeye away games are presented by the Eastern Iowa Airport, CID, with 5 airlines and 18 nonstop destinations and more than 400 one-stop connections to popular destinations. It is Hawkeye Nation's #1 choice for travel. Thank you, Eastern Iowa Airport, for your partnership with the Iowa Hawkeyes. Go Hawks, fly CID. Well, it is a big day here in Iowa City, a bigger day in Ames, and you can't start a show off any bigger than with the former middle linebacker, former All-American, former Colts, and now radio analyst of the Iowa Hawkeyes. Our Angeros analysis with Pat Anger. Pat, you're in Jack Trice Stadium as we speak. How are you, my friend?
I'm great, man. How are you? I'm excited about today.
I'm excited. I'm hoping the voice holds up. I'm battling a cold. I hope my voice and the Hawkeyes battle throughout and get a victory today. What is it like up there in Ames? I know it's early and all of that, but you've been, traveling the state, it feels like, this week, getting up to Des Moines and Ankeny and now in Ames. What's this week been like as you kind of traveled the state and checked out the Cy-Hawk game?
Well, it's definitely a Hawkeye state. I don't know. It's definitely a bunch of Iowa fans here. Everybody's excited about a big game. It's wild here. Traffic is terrible.
Yeah, it's good when you're a big timer. You probably got like a police escort into the stadium. It's a beautiful thing. The game itself, obviously a huge game for Iowa and Iowa State. Let's start with Iowa State because they're off to a 2-0 start. They're playing good. They're feeling good about themselves. Studying them, what have you seen from Iowa State that the Hawkeyes need to be concerned with today?
Yeah, they got a tough defense. They play very physical, very tough. Offensively, they try to establish a run. I'm very impressed with them on both sides of the ball. We've got to come ready to go.
For the Hawkeyes, it's been a long week after a big victory, which is ironic and maybe a little weird. What does Iowa have to do? And in this game, so often, it's about turnovers, Patrick. Is that a key for today's game with Iowa and Iowa State?
Yeah, turnovers and special teams are a huge key to this game. Anytime we play them, we've got to win that battle.
When you look at this game too, Pat, what is your thoughts when it comes to a victory? And is it an Iowa victory? I know it's an easy pick for you, but I'll throw you a softball before we let you go.
Oh, absolutely. We got the guys to do it. We're going to do it. I'm really looking forward to it. I think our guys are ready to go. I think we're better this year than we were last year, and I don't think they're that way too. So we should have won that game last year, and I'm excited for these guys, and I'm excited for a coach to get that big win.
Absolutely. Of course, you mentioned it. Kirk Ference can become the Big Ten's all-time leader in wins with a victory today. Patrick, enjoy the day. Enjoy the game. Have a good call with Gary Dolphin, and we'll talk to you real soon.
All right, brother. Appreciate you, man.
All right. That is Pat Anger in Jack Trice Stadium getting ready for today's game with the Iowa State Cyclones and the Iowa Hawkeyes. Well, today's game day weather forecast is presented by Steel. Get your yard ready for the fall with a proven winner in Steel. From cleanup to cutbacks, we've got the tools that help you win the weekend. Steel, a proud sponsor of the Iowa Hawkeyes. Let's check in with Mother Nature. Here's your Iowa News Now Weather First Game Day forecast.
I'm Chief Meteorologist Rebecca Kopelman, and it is a chilly one for the Cy-Hawk. Temperatures are going to be making their way into the low 60s for the start of the game. We're going to have plenty of sunshine, and it'll be feeling nice and comfortable throughout the game with a bit of a breeze at times. That's your latest Iowa's News Now Game Day forecast.
It should be a perfect day for football, and we got a perfect show set up for you here on the Hawkeye Tailgate Show. We got a jam-packed hour number one. He's the man that said, quote, "I hate the entity that is Iowa State." Former Hawkeye lineman and Philadelphia Eagle Julian Vandervelde is here at Big Grove with me. We'll chat with him in a second. Iowa field hockey head coach Lisa Saluci will also be here at Big Grove as well. We'll go inside the huddle with Iowa defensive back and Iowa native as well, Zack Lutmer. We'll also get your press box perspective from the Des Moines Register's Chad Leistico and Cyclone radio analyst Eric Neft. That and a bunch more. Big Grove Brewery is the official craft brewery of the Iowa Hawkeyes. Catch a game at any of the 4 locations around the state of Iowa. Check out their beers like Easy Eddie, Citrus Surfer, and Neighborhood Beer. Wherever great beer and craft beer is sold. Big Grove, the official craft brewery of the Iowa Hawkeyes. We're back to Big Grove in Iowa City with former Hawkeye Julian Vandervelde in a moment. This is the Hawkeye Tailgate Show and Hawkeye football from Learfield.
Hi, Hawk fans. This is Hawkeye coach Kirk Ference. Hard work, resilience, commitment. That's what it takes to succeed, whether you're battling on the football field or working the farm fields. With fewer than 5% of Iowans making a living off the land, the Iowa Hawkeyes are proud to stand with Iowa's farm families who work hard every day to feed and fuel yours with dedication and care. For 40 years, our players have proudly worn the ANF logo on their helmets. It's not just a symbol, it's an important reminder that farmers are the backbone of Iowa and the heart of our country. Join the Hawkeyes and the Iowa Farm Bureau as we celebrate 40 years of America Needs Farmers on ANF Game Day, October 18th. And don't miss your shot to win the ultimate ANF fan package. 4 reserve seats, sideline access, and an autographed football. Enter now at americaneedsfarmers.org. Thank you for standing with Iowa's farmers. We'll see you at the game.
Choose the best Honda with more Best Buy awards than any other brand. All Honda cars, trucks, vans, and SUVs are in stock and on sale. Honda is the best performance brand, best overall brand, and best value brand by KBB.com. To save on a new Honda, search your local Honda dealer today.
Based on 2025 Consumer Choice Awards for Kelly Blue Book, visit KBB.com for more information.
Whether they roll the dough or pour the joe, bake the bread or greet instead, your team goes the extra mile, and they deserve healthy eyes and a healthy smile. For plans that cover businesses of all sizes, Delta Dental customizes. With employer costs as low as $0, you can offer benefits and be a hero. Affordable coverage is a click away. Visit deltadentalia.com today.
This is Hawkeye football.
Touchdown, Iowa! Touchdown!
This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
Cedar Ridge Distillery continues to be the home of Iowa's favorite bourbon with the original 86 bourbon whiskey. Not only is it always made with Iowa corn, but we let Iowa put its own stamp on the whiskey by aging it in non-climate controlled rickhouses. Make your next drink with Iowa's favorite, the original 86 bourbon by Cedar Ridge. Learn more at cedarridgedistillery.com. Cedar Ridge Distillery, Swisher, Iowa. Please drink responsibly.
Leaders know there's no guide to greatness. When everyone else says something can't be done, they know it only hasn't been done yet. True leaders weather the fiercest storms and look deep within themselves to rise above and help others find their way forward. At Great Southern Bank, we're proud to partner with visionaries that help raise the tide for all of us. And when you're ready to bring your vision to life, we'll be right behind you with award-winning support.
Welcome back to the Hawkeye Tailgate Show, live from Big Road Brewery here in Iowa City, the official watch party headquarters for the Hawkeyes. We're here in Iowa City, but game watches are on all over the state at the great locations statewide, Des Moines, Cedar Rapids, and Solon as well. And we mentioned it is Cy-Hawk week, and when I think of the Cy-Hawk game, for some reason, and for good reason, I think of former Hawkeye Julian Vandervelde. Thank you for coming up and doing this with me.
I will take any excuse to get back up to Iowa City, especially during Hate Week. This is a great time.
Okay, we're going to go back to is it your freshman year?
It was my freshman year.
And we're doing an interview, as the media always does on Tuesday, and we ask you about Iowa State. And I think your quote was, "I hate the entity that is Iowa State."
Yeah, don't hate the players, don't hate the students. Got a lot of friends who go there, but you see the colors. Like, I won't wear, if I have like yellow underpants on, I won't wear a red shirt because I don't want to wear red and yellow at the same time. Like, it's that level of just intrinsic sort of hatred of that.
People were wondering what color underwear Julian Vandervelde was wearing. Thank goodness this is radio and we're not doing this on TV as well, although you can watch us on YouTube. When it comes to this rivalry, and it's funny because after Julian's famous quote, it was about 15 years we can talk to freshmen, and now that's back again. But no, that's okay. The rivalry itself, and you grew up in the state, you grew up in it, and kind of talk a little bit more about it and you played in a lot of great games between the Hawkeyes and the Cyclones. What is it about this series that makes it so special?
I mean, part of it is the proximity, right? You're so close to them. It's that state split. I mean, there's like a hard line kind of right around Des Moines where you get the east side of the state and the west side of the state, and then some people root for Drake, and good for them. But I think a lot of it is just we grew up playing against these kids, right? Yeah. Both teams have a lot of Iowa kids on them. Everyone is very invested from the very beginning. And when you get local guys who may have played against each other in high school or heard about each other in high school, and then they go to opposite sides of this rivalry, you get renewed, sort of rivalries that carry over. You get families divided, that whole split. So there's a lot of just in this state, Iowa's the pro team, and Iowa State's kind of the XFL team, if you will, of the two. So you get that sort of big brother, little brother, clash that I'm sure your children also are very familiar with.
Yeah, more with Julian Vandervelde here in a second. Hawkeye fans, cheer those Mearshman Seeds quarterback sacks today by the black and gold during the game. $150 donation to the University of Iowa Stead Family Children's Hospital we made for every Hawkeye sack by Mearshman's. Your friend in the field. You watched last week, the opener. Mm-hmm. A lot of attention on other things. I know you're looking at that offensive line.
Oh, yeah.
They looked the part. They looked dominant. They figured to be one of the best in the Big Ten, maybe one of the best in the countries. As an old offensive lineman, what'd you like? What'd you see?
I mean, the physicality, the violence, there's an edge and a chippiness that you have to have. And, guys like Tyler Linderbaum had that. Guys like Brandon Sheriff had that. When you see that sort of thing, you recognize it like this guy is mean. You want an offensive line that's mean. You want them to be bullies. You want them to have that attitude like we're going to stomp on you and keep stomping on you. And when it looks like you're down, we're going to stomp on you some more. And you never let up, unrelenting.
Yeah.
And I think that's the sort of physicality and attitude that this offensive line has. And these games are won in the trenches. We need that. We need that real bad.
You played in games in Kinnick Stadium and in Jack Trice. What's it like in Ames? What do players, maybe opposing fans, what can they expect this afternoon?
I mean, it's the only place I've ever been spit on by a fan base, so I just, I want to make that note very well. I don't know what that speaks to their the class of people that show up for these games for Iowa State. But, it's louder than you think it's going to be because it's a rivalry game. Yeah. Everybody's real heated. It's not comparable to Kinnick Stadium, right? It just isn't. But it's a place where if you waltz in there thinking that just the environment is the only thing that's going to kind of bring energy to the game, you're going to be sorely mistaken. You got to go out and play the game. It doesn't matter how many people are in the stands or anything like that. It matters what happens on the field.
Before I let you go, I'm going to give you the softball that I gave Pat Anger. Give me a final score prediction. What happens in Ames today?
Oh, I got a low scoring game.
Okay.
I got a big defensive battle here. Grinded out of the trenches, long drives. I'll go 17-14 Iowa with a walk-off field goal.
I have 2017. So I like that. I love it. That's fantastic stuff. Julian, I appreciate this. Before we let you go, it's radio, and I know it is radio, but people that are watching on YouTube, that's actually your senior year helmet.
I brought it, yeah.
He put it on, and it still fits.
Still fits like a glove. Maybe want to go out and back on the field and play
maybe
again.
A tight glove, but a glove nonetheless. I appreciate you, my friend.
Absolutely.
Thank you for stopping by. Tailgate at Kinnick, literally. The Kinnick Stadium Premium Tailgate presented by Navigate Wellbeing Solutions includes your tent, parking, cooler, and tables, all set up in Krause Family Plaza, just steps away from kickoff. Don't miss it. Go to HawkeyeSports.com/tailgate and check things out. Pioneer is a proud sponsor of the annual Iowa and Nebraska Heroes Game, and they're honoring local heroes that live and work in the communities that we serve every day. Nominate your hero today at HawkeyeSports.com/hero. Up next, another ranked team in the state of Iowa and at the University of Iowa, field hockey head coach Lisa Saluci, and more right ahead on the Hawkeye Tailgate Show. This is Hawkeye Football from Learfield.
If the Hawkeyes win, you win at Buffalo Wild Wings. Score 6 free boneless or traditional wings for a Hawkeye victory. And don't forget to watch the game at B-Dubs, your home for college football this season. Only valid at Iowa locations. Rules and restrictions apply. Visit HawkeyeSports.com/BWW for more information.
Unwind in style at Riverside Casino and Golf Resort, where luxury and excitement come together. Tee off on a world-class golf course, savor gourmet dining, and enjoy premier entertainment and amenities that are second to none. Feeling lucky? Hit the slots or try your hand at our table games. There's always action on the floor. Whether you're here to relax, play, or indulge, Riverside offers more than just a getaway. It's an unforgettable experience. Visit Riverside Casino and Resort.com to learn more.
Hey Hawkeyes, this is Zack Lutmer. Support Iowa's corn farmers by pumping it up with Unleaded 88. It's the clear choice at the pump to fuel your drive to the game. Unleaded 88 is cheaper, greener, and homegrown. You might think Iowa just grows corn, but the truth is, corn grows Iowa. Let's go Hawks.
This is Iowa football from Learfield.
Our mission at Oak Knoll is to provide exceptional retirement living and health services through Life Care. I'm Steve Rowe, CEO. We are a not-for-profit life plan community and have served the Iowa City area for 58 years. Oak Knoll is located near the University of Iowa hospitals and clinics, Kinnick Stadium, Carver Hawkeye Arena, Hancher Auditorium, and downtown Iowa City. Visit our website at oaknall.com to learn more. We are a proud sponsor of Hawkeye Athletics. Go Hawks!
Farmers are constantly chasing more yield and greater consistency. Check out Mershman Seeds Power Core Enlist Corn. Here's Ben Pieper, our product manager.
Power Core Enlist corn hybrids are the fastest growing traits in growers' fields right now. Farmers know that we are choosing the right hybrids for the right acres to put more corn in their hopper at harvest. Combine that with Mershman Seeds starting line seed treatment, growers are finding that high yielding consistency that they're looking for.
Contact your local Mershman Seeds dealer today and ask them about Power Core Enlist Corn from Mershman Seeds, your friend in the field.
Iowa Hawkeye football on 1040 WHO is brought to you in part by Beaver Creek Golf Course, Farm Credit Services, Quick Star, SeatGeek, Burger Shed, IMT Insurance, Iowa Bankers Association, Cedar Ridge, Great Southern Bank, American Equity, Machine Shed, Tournament Club of Iowa. Show your support to our local Iowa radio business partners and support those who support the Hawkeyes.
Here come the Hawkeyes.
And a Stokey racing to the basket, layup good.
Iowa Athletics is gearing up for another amazing season filled with exciting matchups and electrifying plays.
Working hard into the corner. Koch hits a three.
Get your game face ready and come on out to cheer the Hawkeyes on all season long. Visit HawkeyeSports.com to find tickets, schedules, game times, and more on Iowa. Go Hawks.
Touchdown! Touchdown, Iowa!
Welcome back, I should say, to the Hawkeye Tailgate Show. We're live at Big Grove Brewery, getting set for the Cy-Hawk game. Hawkeyes and Cyclones in Ames at 11 a.m. It's time for your Hawkeye Spotlight, brought to you by Summit Agriculture Group. Summit is committed to Iowa and adding value to Iowa products: corn, beef, hogs, ethanol. Go Hawks. And speaking of Go Hawks, the football team's not the only team doing some really good things here in the fall. Head coach of the field hockey team, Lisa Saluci, joined me right now. And it's funny, I kind of started doing some questions during the week, and I didn't know that you'd have somebody score 4 goals last night. So we're not going to bury the lead, as they say in the business. Dion Van Alsum, a great game last night, 4 goals. Yep. That's an amazing performance.
It is unbelievable, uncommon in field hockey for someone to score 4 goals in a game, especially that tightly contested. But she's been an All-American since she stepped on campus, and what a performance yesterday. And we're just so thankful she's on our team.
Absolutely. Ranked 15 in the nation. What is it about this team? I know 8 returning starters, but the new faces, some 10 new faces as well. What do you like about what you guys are doing right now?
Yeah, the new faces are they're adding a lot, and especially up front to add to Dion and our scoring punch. We have two newcomers up there, Faye Zonenberg and Frederic Van Cliff, and they've been fantastic, and they've been able to really help set Dion up, and they had a couple assists yesterday. And then we have some freshmen in the midfield that have been great, and they're going to have unbelievable 4-year careers as Hawkeyes. So we have a lot of potential.
Absolutely. You look at it, too. I think it's the 94th straight week that you guys have been ranked in the national polls. And I know polls and rankings aren't everything, but that says something about the program. Talk about that big picture-wise, because it is on the map, and that's a beautiful thing.
Yeah, I think a lot of people don't know about Iowa field hockey, but if you look back, we've been one of the most successful programs in Iowa athletics history for the women, for sure. So won a national championship, 12 Final Fours, 16 Big Ten championships, and really over the last 7 seasons, we hadn't fallen out of the top 10 in the country. A little bit last year, we ended up being 16th, and we're starting off strong this year. So we're just proud legacy, and we continue to try to build.
More with Coach Saluci here in a second. Green State Credit Union is a proud sponsor and supporter of Kirk's kids this season. Participants in Big Brothers, Big Sisters programs throughout Iowa attend a Hawkeye football game at home. They tour Kinnick Stadium and receive team gear, with contributions totaling more than $3.8 million and staff volunteering over 6,700 hours to support local events and programs this past year. Kirk's Kids is yet another way that Green State Credit Union is involved in your community. Coach, I know it's about the team and the program, but you're a Hall of Famer. I got to talk about it. Just a little more than a week ago, entering the Hall of Fame. Obviously, a 3-time All-American yourself, all-time leader in saves. What did it mean to become a Hall of Famer at this university?
I mean, incredibly honored and just so grateful for the people that have been a part of my experience. I've been a Hawkeye since I was 18, so I've been here for 31 years and really have dedicated my life to this program. So to be honored in that way was like a really powerful validation of coming here, staying here, and just, giving so much of my life to Iowa Field Hockey, and I'm so grateful to Iowa Athletics for the honor.
It's awesome to see. I can't have you on here without talking about the Cy-Hawk game. And it's an easy softball. I gave it to Pat Anger. I gave it to Julian Vandervelde.
Yep.
Give me a prediction on what happens in Ames today.
I think Hawks big. I mean,
Yeah,
I'm
big. I like
going to
that.
say 28-7.
I
That's what I'm
love
going to
it.
go for.
I absolutely love it. If they want to get out, fans want to get out and check out Field Hockey game tomorrow, I think.
Yep, game tomorrow at 1 o'clock, and then we're on the road for 2 weeks, but then we'll be back for some big matches at Grandfield, and we would love to have people out there. It's free, it's 60 minutes, and you'll see some great athleticism. Absolutely.
We love it. Coach Lucy, appreciate your time.
Thanks so much.
Go Hawks, as always.
Go Hawks.
All right. Well, Hawkeye hydration stations located on the concourses of Kinnick Stadium are brought to you by Delta Dental of Iowa and the Eastern Iowa Airport. We encourage you to bring reusable water bottles to fill up with fresh drinking water all season. Delta Dental of Iowa and the Eastern Iowa Airport care about the water that we share. When we come back to the Hawkeye Tailgate Show, we go inside the huddle with Zack Lutmer. We'll be back after this. This is Hawkeye Football from Learfield.
If you or someone you know is having thoughts of suicide, experiencing a mental health or substance use crisis, or just needs someone to listen, 988 provides a direct connection to free, confidential, and compassionate support. When you call, text, or chat 988, you'll be quickly connected to trained crisis counselors who will listen to your concerns, provide support, and connect you to additional resources if needed. There is hope. You are not alone. For 24/7 support, call or text 988 or chat 988lifeline.org.
You power your day with passion and purpose. It's the same for Alliant Energy. We're modernizing the grid, blending new, renewable, and traditional energy sources to meet growing demand safely and reliably. We're rising to the challenge to meet your energy needs today and for generations to come. Visit AlliantEnergy.com/poweringBeyond to learn more.
Bring on Hawkeyes football with new gear from Shields. From jerseys, hats, and accessories, represent your team's iconic colors at the big game. Shields is your ultimate shopping destination with knowledgeable experts and great customer service to get you fitted for your passion. Whether you love style, sports, or the great outdoors, find it all at your local Shields or Shields.com. Our experts are here to make every day a win. Shields, proud partner of Iowa Athletics and football fans everywhere.
Hey Hawkeyes, this is Coach Ference. We're excited about the football season. Iowa Corn is pumped up for their season and their partnership with the Hawkeyes. When you drive to the game, support Iowa's corn farmers by selecting unleaded 88 at the pump. It's a fuel choice that's cheaper, homegrown, and better for the planet. It's worth the hype. Get pumped up with unleaded 88. Let's go Hawks.
The Hawkeyes play here. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
American Equity salutes today's hero of the game, honoring those who serve at every Hawkeye game. Just as our veterans safeguard our freedom, American Equity helps protect your financial future. Named one of Newsweek's most trustworthy insurance companies in America 3 years in a row, American Equity delivers secure retirement income with the service you deserve. Join American Equity in honoring and thanking all who serve our country.
Hawkeye fans, gear up for game day with Big Grove. As an official craft brewery of the Iowa Hawkeyes, they bring you the ultimate game-watching experience. Sip on fan favorites like Easy Eddie, Citrus Surfer, and Neighborhood Beer while cheering on the Hawks. Can't make it to the stadium? No worries. Join them at any of their 4 Iowa locations in Iowa City, Cedar Rapids, Des Moines, and Solon. Big Grove Brewery, your official watch party headquarters of the Hawkeyes. Go Hawks!
Welcome back to Big Grove Brewery in Iowa City as we count down to kickoff. It's the Hawkeyes and Cyclones at Jack Trice Stadium. Kick time set for 11 a.m. Join us today at the official watch party headquarters for the Iowa Hawkeyes Big Grove Brewery. Enjoy Hawkeye game day with us live at the Iowa City Tap Room or at one of the other Big Grove Brewery locations in Des Moines, Cedar Rapids, and Solon. This week's University of Iowa Stead Family Children's Hospital kid captain is 5-year-old James Hall of Dyersville. What started as a persistent earache led to the discovery of 2 brain tumors and a rare cancer-like disorder. At IU Stead Family Children's Hospital, James underwent chemotherapy and treatment. In spring of 2023, however, a second unrelated tumor was found. He continues to receive expert care and ongoing monitoring at the Children's Hospital. James Hall, your kids captain for today's Cy-Hawk game in Ames. There were so many storylines in today's game between the Hawkeyes and number 16 Cyclones, but bragging rights is at or near top of the list. Iowa boasts 43 Iowa natives on their roster. Iowa State has 44. One of those home state Hawkeyes, starting safety Zack Lutmer. Earlier this week, we caught up with the Iowa native and went inside the huddle. I don't know if you knew this, but it's Cy-Hawk week, big week in the state of Iowa. What's the vibe like in the locker room and on campus this week?
Yeah, I think obviously going around campus, there's a lot of hate signs. So that just goes to show you how big the rivalry is here in state. It's a big game for us. Big chance to improve on last week and go another 1-0. So go 2-0. Yeah, anytime you get to go and play on the road with your brothers is a good chance.
Absolutely. When you look at the rivalry, you're an Iowa boy. What was it like for you growing up where you grew up in the state of Iowa when it came to the Hawkeyes and the Cyclones once a year?
Yeah, growing up, I always watched the game. I wasn't a fan of either team. I just loved watching the game because it was a great game every single time. Both teams are competing on every single play. No team is taking a play off, so just comes down to grit and battling.
So you didn't root for either team. That seems weird as an Iowa kid. When did it take you coming to Iowa to become a Hawkeye?
Yeah, basically, once I committed, I started in being a Hawkeye fan, and now I'm all in.
These guys that aren't from the state of Iowa, what do you tell them? What do you kind of educate them on when it comes to this rivalry, what it means to the state? And I think they probably get educated to it pretty quickly once they get involved with it.
Yeah, everyone I think gets educated super fast. The intensity in practice is very high. The coaches are always yelling. Players are all focused, all honed in on the details. And everyone's just focused on every single play and bringing effort on every single play. So the young guys are really starting to figure out, it's a big rivalry, big game, as is every game, but this one for sure. When you look at this series and the rivalry overall, Iowa's had some success over in Ames at Jack Trice Stadium. What do you expect from that environment? I don't believe this will probably be your first environment over there in Ames. What do you expect from it? And obviously it's going to be a hostile crowd. Yeah, it'll definitely be a hostile crowd. Obviously, Iowa State fans don't like Iowa fans and vice versa. But that's how all rivalries are. Going over there with your brothers, trying to get a victory is extremely rewarding, but you're going to have to earn it. So, let's talk a little bit about last week because it was a good showing by the defense early on. What did you guys think? Obviously, there's things that coaches want to work on, you guys want to work on, but week one wasn't a bad thing at all, was it? No, anytime you get the chance to go out there, for the first time, there's always going to be things that you got to work on, which comes out that we got to improve the next week. I think the defense could have played better in the first half maybe. We didn't bring as much energy as we should have. Second half we brought it, and that's what we need to do this week.
Hawkeyes and Cyclones coming up at 11 a.m. Hawkeye fans, satisfy your sweet tooth on game days with Crumble, fresh and delicious desserts. Now available at Kinnick Stadium on game days. The timeless classics are there for you as always, as well as new weekly flavors. So grab yours at Krause Family Plaza on home days and home games, or stop by the new Coralville location. Crumble, bringing game day to the next level, one cookie at a time. Hawkeye fans, it's time for you to help student athletes soar. Support them through flight funds by giving online at hawkeyesports.com/flight-funds and round up at your next concession stand purchase next time you're at Kinnick Stadium. Together, help fuel the black and gold. Up next, we'll check out our press box perspective. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
Clean air, water, and healthy soil are essential to our way of life. Iowa pig farmers proudly embrace science and technology to make our farms more sustainable. From wetlands and cover crops to responsible nutrient management, we're investing to protect and improve our natural resources for the next generation. The Iowa Pork Producers Association connects you with some of the pig farmers who are leading the way. Meet the people behind the pork and hear how we care about Iowa too. Learn more at iowapork.org/wecare.
Iowa, George Kittle here. I've teamed up with Your Life Iowa to encourage parents to talk to their kids about the dangers of opioids and drug use. Teens and young adults may experience peer pressure to use someone else's prescription medication, buy pills online, or even try illicit substances. These decisions put their lives at risk because the pills could be fake or even contain fentanyl, a potentially deadly drug. This is George Kittle reminding Iowans to talk to your kids about the risks of opioids and drug use.
Hawkeye football all season long. This is Iowa football from Learfield.
Let me ask you a question. What has 27 challenging holes, bent grass fairways and greens, a great location just 5 miles northwest of Des Moines, a perfect setting and venue for corporate and fundraising golf events, a driving range, season passes for avid golfers, and a great food and beverage division? You're right. The answer is Beaver Creek Golf Course. The same place I have never, ever seen a beaver. If you like to golf, you'll really like Beaver Creek.
Just like in the big game, life can throw unexpected challenges your way at any time. That's why it's crucial to have a local and reliable insurance agent coach who's ready to step in at any time. When life calls an unexpected play, your local independent insurance agents backed by IMT Insurance have your back. With them on your team, you'll have the coverage, service, and peace of mind to tackle whatever comes your way. Because when the unexpected happens, you deserve to have the best defense on your side. Visit IMTINS.com today to learn more. With IMT Insurance, you can stay in the game with confidence.
Hello, Iowa. Here's a promise. Wherever you are in this great state, University of Iowa Healthcare is here for you, even if you never walk through our doors. Educating, caring, leading research, sharing our expertise with all. Because we believe that UI Healthcare is here to make all of Iowa better. UI Healthcare, changing medicine, changing lives. Visit uihealthcare.org.
This is the commercial for Pioneer Seed Corn.
100 years ago, one seed changed everything. In 1926, Pioneer revolutionized farming with the first commercial production of hybrid corn. The one that started it all, the one that still turns heads, and the one that grows the future. This year, we celebrate a century of innovation. One big milestone made possible by one moment, one farmer, 100 seasons. See how it all began at pioneer.com/100.
Welcome back to Big Grove Brewery in Iowa City and the Hawkeye Tailgate Show. The Hawkeyes and the Cyclones about 85 minutes away at Jack Trice Stadium. It's time for our weekly press box perspective. And when it comes to a big game like this, you got to pull out the big names, the big guns. My good friend Chad Leistico from the Des Moines Register and Cyclone radio analyst Eric Neft join me from Jack Trice Stadium as we speak. Guys, I appreciate you doing this. Chad, we're going to start with you and the Hawkeye kind of perspective of things entering this game. It's been an interesting game one, an interesting week leading up to this. What do the Hawkeyes have to do in your mind to be successful for the 7th time in a row up at Jack Trice Stadium against the Cyclones?
Yeah, I mean, it's going to come down to the same thing it does every year. I know this is a boring answer, but you can't turn it over. Iowa has 2 turnovers in its last 6 trips up here, all victories for the Hawkeyes, so 2 total turnovers. They've been outstanding in that regard. You think back to 2021, Iowa created 4 turnovers in that game, had a fumble 6 back in 2023. Iowa had a pick 6 by Sebastian Castro of Rocco Becht. So, those are the types of winning plays that Iowa needs. But obviously, everyone's going to talk about Granowski. I'm sure you're going to talk to me about that. But to me, it's just they got to be able to run the ball against Iowa State consistently. Last year, Iowa ran for a lot of yards, but it was a lot of big plays. And then Caleb Johnson gets stuffed. So I think if they, the key is, and it's easier said than done, is use the best unit on your entire team, which is the offensive line, and lean on them and try to set the tone and try to wear them down in the fourth quarter.
Chad, you're looking at my paper. The Granowski question's coming up in a second,
Okay.
but Eric, we're gonna flip over to you. Tell us about the Cyclones right now, 2-0, playing really good football, and they're eager to get rocking and rolling today. How good are they playing right now, and what do they have to do to be successful for the first time in a while against the Hawkeyes in Ames?
Well, number one thing for Iowa State is they've got to just keep doing what they're doing. They're a very confident team. I think they're an experienced team. They actually have a great class balance. So I think it's set up for some long-term success in terms of freshmen through redshirt seniors. So they have a lot of guys that have played really well. But for the most part, to win this game today, it's just going to come down to controlling the run, get Iowa in third and long situations, and then hope that the back end of the secondary holds up. I mean, a couple freshmen had big mistakes in the opener. I think those are fixed for now. We're going to have to find out. But Rocco Becht has been so good, and I think the maturity he plays with, he's got great tight ends, and I think the wide receivers have been good. Not as good as a year ago, but they've still been good. I think one of the big guys you have to watch today is Xavier Townsend. I think he is a big-time player who has been injured through most of the spring and fall, showed some real glimpses last week, and I think that's the one guy Iowa State has that can really be a great home run hitter.
Chad, I'm going to skip the quarterback one question and go right to the head coach question. It could be a special day for Kirk Ference to win and become the Big Ten's all-time winningest coach in this series today at that place. What would that mean to a guy that obviously is going to leave a huge legacy on Iowa football?
Yeah, back in 2014, Kirk had a tough year. They went 0-4 in trophy games, lost a lot of games in weird ways. You think of the Nebraska game to end it. Well, after that year, he kind of had a renewed emphasis, for whatever that's worth. And he kind of rebooted the program in 15. And one of the things they really did that changed was really put an emphasis on these trophy games. And everyone always kind of said, Kirk doesn't care about, the Iowa State game or whatever, as much as they do or whatever. But he cares a lot about this game. And so they've, ever since then, they've done a pretty good job in this rivalry, especially up here. And so you better believe he cares a lot about this game, like a lot. And so it would mean a ton to him. He, of course, got his 200th career win against Iowa State up here in 2023, including his time at Maine. And so he's had a milestone win here. And we've said this on a couple of our shows this week. Like, you don't want to set the record against UMass, Yeah. You want to set the record against your rival, You want it to mean something because, it's going to be a little anticlimactic if he doesn't do it next week. But this is the type of game I feel like that sets up really well for what Ference does. A lot of people are a little bit down on the Hawkeyes, I think, after a lackluster week one in a lot of people's eyes. And, Iowa State looks amazing right now. And a lot of people in the state aren't giving the Hawkeyes a chance. And I think Ference thrives in those types of opportunities. But Iowa State's got a really good team. It's going to take a great effort for the Hawkeyes to do that.
I can speak for Eric, Chad, and tell you that he hopes it happens against UMass. Iowa fans hopes it happens
Well, if it doesn't happen today, it better happen against UMass.
Yeah. Otherwise, Otherwise, it won't be fun. Yeah.
Absolutely. Well, guys, I want you guys to enjoy the game. Eric, thank you so much for doing this. Have a great call of the game. Chad, your stuff is fantastic. Check it out after the game as well. Guys, enjoy the day in Ames and enjoy some great football. We appreciate you.
All right. Thanks.
All right. Thanks for having me.
All right, that is Eric Neft of the Cyclone Radio Network and, of course, Chad Leistico as well. Don't forget, at the game or at home, Wimmer's premium quality hot dogs and sausages will score with family and friends. Take the highest quality beef and pork, combine it with natural spices. You get the best tasting Midwestern hot dog. Wimmer's, the official hot dog of the Iowa Hawkeyes. Kohl's has your back to school styles that'll spoil them at prices that'll spoil you, from jeans and tees to sneakers and more, which means you can do it all without overdoing your budget when it comes to shopping at Kohl's and Kohl's.com. We're back to Big Grove Brewery in a moment. This is the Hawkeye Tailgate Show and Hawkeye Football on Layfield.
She's on the 17, the 45, the 29, and she scores big cash prizes from the Iowa Lottery by matching her numbers to the winning numbers on the new Iowa Blackout Scratch Ticket. Now she's entering for a chance to win an Ironman Suite experience at Kinnick Stadium, plus other fun VIP prizes. That's the best touchdown dance I've ever seen. Make the biggest play of the season today. Enter and see rules at ialottery.com/VIP.
From coin flip to final whistle, show your diehard passion for your Iowa Hawkeyes all season long with your favorite black and gold gear from Shields. Bring your best this year, whether you're cheering from Niall Kinnick Stadium or from your living room with your favorite jerseys, hats, collectibles, and Hawkeyes branded gear from the Shields Fan Shop. Visit us at your local Shields or Shields.com and let's cheer on the Hawkeyes. Shields, proud partner of Iowa athletics and football fans everywhere.
Preparation. It's the key to success on game day. And like your favorite Hawkeyes on the field, you need to be ready right from the opening kickoff. Cenex has your pregame routine covered. We've got your salty snacks, your sweet treats, ice-cold beverages to wash them down, and fresh tanks of propane to fire up the grill. Fuel your fandom at your local Cenex station. Hawkeye Pride, powered locally.
It's game time, Hawkeyes. Just like football, construction takes teamwork, training, and grit. At ABC of Iowa, our apprenticeship program is building futures and champions. While building Iowa, you earn while you learn. Gain real-world experience and start a career with purpose without the burden of college debt. From the field to the job site, it's all about rising to the challenge. Ready to join the team and become a champion? Visit abciowatrust.org to learn more about building your future while building Iowa.
This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
Hi, I'm Gary Dolphin, and if you want your home to be exceptionally comfortable during these cold Iowa winters and hot, humid summers, you need to turn to Dave Lennox and your local Lennox home comfort specialist. Lennox has been serving Iowa consumers since 1895, when Dave Lennox built his first furnace in Marshalltown, and Lennox is still building its high-efficiency furnaces and air conditioners there today. For the best home comfort system you can buy, it's Lennox and your local Lennox dealer. Lennox and the Hawkeyes. Now there's a winning combination.
Attention Hawkeye fans, Big Grove is proud to be an official craft brewery of the Iowa Hawkeyes. Whether you're at the game or watching from home, Big Grove has got you covered. Enjoy an easy Eddie from the stands or visit them for every Hawkeye game at any of their 4 convenient Iowa locations in Iowa City, Cedar Rapids, Des Moines, or Solon. Big Grove Brewery, your official watch party headquarters of the Hawkeyes. Go Hawks! Big Grove Brewery, an official craft brewery of the Iowa Hawkeyes.
Welcome back to Big Grove Brewery, the official brewery of the Iowa Hawkeyes and your Hawkeye Tailgate Show. Hawkeye fans, entertain your friends and clients and employees. Each home game at the Hawkeye Village presented by Navigate Wellbeing Solutions. Packages include game tickets and catered food and beverage. Visit HawkeyeSports.com for more details. Navigate Wellbeing Solutions is an employee engagement company helping organizations create more health and happiness in the communities they serve. Learn more at navigatewell.com. And hey, Hawkeye fans, you are a member of the game. If you're a member of a credit union in Iowa, go online and share your credit union story for a chance to win Iowa football tickets. Share your story at memberofthegame.com today. The Hawkeyes are back home in Kinnick Stadium next week under the lights. The Hawkeye Tailgate Show will be live from Krause Family Plaza starting at 4:30 p.m. Gary Dolphin and Pat Anger are live in a minute with the Wiffles Hybrids Hawkeye Huddle. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
Hi, Hawk fans. This is Hawkeye coach Kirk Ference. Hard work, resilience, commitment. That's what it takes to succeed, whether you're battling on the football field or working the farm fields. With fewer than 5% of Iowans making a living off the land, the Iowa Hawkeyes are proud to stand with Iowa's farm families who work hard every day to feed and fuel yours with dedication and care. For 40 years, our players have proudly worn the ANF logo on their helmets. It's not just a symbol, it's an important reminder that farmers are the backbone of Iowa and the heart of our country. Join the Hawkeyes and the Iowa Farm Bureau as we celebrate 40 years of America Needs Farmers on ANF Game Day, October 18th. And don't miss your shot to win the ultimate ANF fan package. 4 reserve seats, sideline access, and an autographed football. Enter now at americaneedsfarmers.org. Thank you for standing with Iowa's farmers. We'll see you at the game.
The Hawkeyes play here.
Iowa, touchdown! How about that play call?
This is Iowa football from Learfield.
Lacier Graphics and Signs provides big signs, bold graphics, and beautiful results for Hawkeye athletics around Kinnick Stadium, Carver Hawkeye Arena, and throughout campus. Lacier Graphics and Signs helps build your brand through custom graphics, signage, and video displays designed to specifically tell your story and grow your business in a big way. That's Lacier Graphics and Signs, a preferred graphic and signage provider of Iowa Hawkeye athletics. Visit them online at lacier.com to see how they can bring your big ideas to life.
Your Iowa Hawkeye volleyball team is serving up Big Ten excitement this fall at Extreme Arena.
Winning stall catches the back line. The Hawks win it 25-21, and they take it in straight sets.
With fast-paced action and fun for the whole family, Iowa volleyball is the perfect way to spend an evening. Season tickets are on sale now. You won't want to miss out.
And that'll go for a block.
For more information on tickets and the 2025 season, check out HawkeyeSports.com.
RE/MAX is the official real estate partner of Iowa Athletics, and we understand there's a number for everything: square footage, down payment, interest rates. But how do you measure the trust you have in your agent? For a RE/MAX agent, it's not about numbers on a contract. It's being a trusted RE/MAX agent. That means you'll get honest advice, expert guidance, and someone who's committed to your success. Because while numbers count, trust is what truly matters. RE/MAX, the official real estate partner of Iowa Athletics. Each office independently owned and operated.
Hey, Hawkeye fans, it's college football season, and SeatGeek is the official ticket marketplace of Hail Marys and walk-on heroes. SeatGeek makes it easy to find tickets so you can be a part of all the action this season. Whether you're buying or selling tickets to Iowa football games or to any other live event in your area, SeatGeek is the place to do it. SeatGeek is the official ticket marketplace of the Iowa Hawkeyes. Let's go, Hawkeyes! SeatGeek.
Okay, testing, you can hear me.
It's Cyhawk Series here from Ames. Iowa Corn, longtime supporter of both schools, certainly the Hawks. We appreciate everything that Craig Floss and the crew have done at the Iowa Corn Growers Association. And speaking of that, we've got two of the main guys with us this morning here as we get ready for Iowa State in a little more than an hour, the latest chapter of the Iowa Corn Cyhawk Series. Mark Mueller is the incoming Iowa Corn Growers Association president, and of course Craig Floss has been the CEO of the group for quite some time now. I won't mention how many years.
Yeah, let's not talk about that.
It's been a couple months, right, Craig?
It's been a few months.
Let me start with Mark, the guy who, no, I know your name, trust me, the guy that has the coolest shirt on.
It's very cool,
now.
Isn't it?
I had jammies like this when I was growing up.
And about that size probably, huh, Mark? Mark Mueller is a farmer for 26 years up near Waverly in Braemar County. He produces no-till corn, soybeans, alfalfa, specialty beans, forage rye, corn silage. He's even in the dairy operation, but we're going to talk about corn. And every year I like to lead with this, whether it's Craig or Mark or whoever the president happens to be. And that is, we got here at 6:30 this morning. There must have been 5,000 tailgates already in session. And what is amazing, you guys play a big role in that tailgating spread. It wouldn't be that what it is without Iowa Corn. So for you folks out in the parking lots and around Iowa enjoying meat, dairy, or eggs, you're supporting corn farmers. Same for that bag of chips. Even those adult beverages, corn is in over 4,000 products. That's still maybe the most amazing stat I've ever read.
And not just food products either, but industrial products. We talked the other day about how it can serve as a feedstock, bio-related feedstock for other products. Corn has so many uses, but we need more uses because we're growing more of it with every past year. I guarantee you that we'll grow more corn next year than we did this year, like we did this year more than the year before. So part of Iowa Corn's mission is to find new markets, develop new uses for it, work with new customers, other countries, other buyers, because we've got to get rid of this corn somehow. And that's an issue for the farmers. This year, the prices reflect the fact that we have more corn than we know what to do with. So that's what we have to do. We have to find new markets. And this is farmer-invested research that we're doing, and farmer-invested through our checkoff dollars, going out and making connections with customers, getting the right people in the same room so that we can go ahead and develop a relationship to develop a sale.
Craig, you and I have been harping for a number of years now, but ethanol, you capped out, whatever it is, 15 billion gallons are gone almost automatically. People are onto it. But you and I have been harping about unleaded 88. It works in every vehicle.
It absolutely does. Unleaded 88, which is a 15% ethanol blend. I want to give you this statistic for all of your listeners, Dolph. Over the last 15 years, since E15 unleaded 88 has been introduced in the marketplace, $11 billion, with a B, dollars have been saved by consumers because the ethanol feedstock is a little less than oil, and therefore we are able to put our product out there more cheaply. It's just as efficient, just as effective, etc. And so consumers really are the big winners on this. So if everyone is not using unleaded 88, I don't know why you wouldn't be.
And nothing against ethanol and the other brands or numbers, 87, E15, etc. Mark, I know this is a stat you love. More than 97% of Iowa's farms are family-owned. Mm-hmm. And we, of course, desire to continue that legacy, motivate farmers to leave the land better than they found it, whether it's through heritage, estate handling. But doing so requires the utmost care of our water and soil, and that is so important to you folks.
Yeah, on my own particular farm, I established a wetlands. I did that with some taxpayer dollar and some personal sacrifices on my part, but farmers are moving the needle. Now, we're not doing it as fast as we'd like to, but I've adopted no-till practices. I use cover crops. Those help keep the water a bit cleaner. I put in the wetlands that I mentioned, buffer strips, things like that. So Iowa farmers are making efforts, and the problem is that we're not doing a very good job of publicizing that. That's part of why our sponsorship for this game is involved. We can get our message out to the public. Farmers are moving, but the people that are sometimes complaining don't necessarily know what we're doing. We've got to help make our efforts more visible to the public, but we are doing work.
That's why the Hawkeye Radio Network is here. You know that.
Mm-hmm. Oh, but
we'll get that message out there. On that note, Craig, 2025 marks the 14th year of the Iowa Corn Cy-Hawk series between the Hawks and the Cyclones and the athletic departments, and they started with soccer Thursday night. This is Iowa's Ryder Cup Super Bowl, call it what you will, but the state grinds to a halt. Even the farmers find a good time frame to get their chores done before this thing kicks off. We appreciate so much Iowa Corn being a part of it, big part of it.
You know, when over 70%, maybe 75% of Iowans are tuning in today, it is a perfect place for us to showcase the value of what Iowa corn farmers are bringing. And as you know, very quickly here, our farmers are notoriously conservative, and our farmers want to make sure that whatever we do from a promotion standpoint, to get the word out, as Mark was saying, that we're doing it cost effectively. This promotion, being here, this platform, the whole Iowa Corn Cy-Hawk series that we do with the University of Iowa and Iowa State, it is absolutely a great investment for us because we get to talk to all the great listeners that you have and share our story.
Yeah, we've got 500,000 tuning in throughout the day, so we appreciate you guys' support and sponsorship of not only this event, but throughout the year, throughout the school calendar. Mark, good luck in your presidency. Craig, always great to see you guys.
Good to see you as well, and I can't wait to see you at the Clay County Fair this next week, Dolph. We're going to have fun up there, and I get to interview you. I'm excited.
I'm excited, too, because I'll drive back through Lamar's for some of that.
Oh, ice cream.
Some of that ice cream.
That's corn-fed ice cream, by the way.
I knew it had to be. It's in everything. Great to see you guys. Thanks, Mark, for your time.
Thank you very much,
Craig.
Thanks, Dolph.
Great.
Always good to see you.
Take care. Speaking of Iowa Corn, throughout the Iowa Corn Cy-Hawk series, Iowa Corn promotes values that are uniquely Iowan. And on behalf of all Iowa corn farmers, we salute all athletes for their hard work and determination, both on and off the field. Go to iowacorn.org. Learn how corn grows Iowa. More ahead here on the Hawkeye pregame coverage, sponsored by Wiffles Hybrids. That's next. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
Our mission at Oak Knoll is to provide exceptional retirement living and health services through life care. I'm Steve Rowe, CEO. We are a not-for-profit life plan community and have served the Iowa City area for 58 years. Oak Knoll is located near the University of Iowa hospitals and clinics, Kinnick Stadium, Carver Hawkeye Arena, Hancher Auditorium, and downtown Iowa City. Visit our website at oakknoll.com to learn more. We are a proud sponsor of Hawkeye Athletics. Go Hawks!
Life's busy. Quick Start makes it easier. From fresh hot coffee to delicious bakery treats and quick grab-and-go meals and snacks. Hey, we've got what you need when you're on the run. Need gas? We've got fully guaranteed fuel to keep you moving. Plus perks like free ATMs, no hidden fees, and free air for your tires. Convenience, savings, and a see you next time with a smile. We're your go-to for everything you need to keep your day on track. Stop in to Quick Start today.
Today's agriculture demands expertise, and no lender delivers more ag expertise than Farm Credit Services of America. More than simply having the financial products and services you need to do business, we have the knowledge and commitment to help grow your business. From financing the next season to growing the next generation, we work to achieve your goals. We're Farm Credit Services of America. Call 800-884-FARM. Agriculture works here.
The Iowa Soccer Complex is home to one of the best programs in the country, the Iowa Hawkeyes. With free admission and parking, Iowa Soccer is one of the best family-friendly options around. The fast-paced action is sure not to disappoint. Find a match that works for you. View our 2025 schedule at HawkeyeSports.com.
Iowa fans, with US Mode from US Cellular, you can keep your eye on the game, not on your screen. Whether you're inside the stadium, tailgating in the lots, or listening to the game at home, US Cellular wants you to focus on genuine connections with your family, friends, and fellow Hawkeye fans. That means at game time, you should do less scrolling and more cheering. So eliminate distractions and build connections by setting your phone to US Mode, because game day is for cheering on the Hawkeyes. Go Hawks! US Cellular, built for us.
Unwind in style at Riverside Casino and Golf Resort, where luxury and excitement come together. Tee off on a world-class golf course, savor gourmet dining, and enjoy premier entertainment and amenities that are second to none. Feeling lucky? Hit the slots or try your hand at our table games. There's always action on the floor. Whether you're here to relax, play, or indulge, Riverside offers more than just a getaway. It's an unforgettable experience. Visit Riverside Casino and Resort.com to learn more.
Hawkeye football is brought to you by Kubota. Check out Kubota's winning lineup. Visit KubotaUSA.com to find your local dealer. Iowa Pork. Iowa's pig farmers show up every day to deliver their best. See how at iowapork.org/WeCare. Hy-Vee, where there's a helpful smile in every aisle. Also by Riverside Casino and Golf Resort, home of the Draft Day Sports Lounge, just minutes south of Iowa City. By University of Iowa Healthcare, changing medicine, changing lives. RE/MAX, the official real estate partner of Iowa Athletics. And by Honda. To see how Honda crushes the competition, see your local Central Midwest Honda dealer. Honda gets the Midwest. This is the Whiffles Hybrids Hawkeye Huddle. Whiffles Hybrids is the only seed brand focused exclusively on corn. So what? At Whiffles, we don't worry about selling equipment, chemicals, fertilizers, or soybeans. We only worry about doing one thing, helping farmers produce the best possible corn crop. Because Whiffles wins when you do. So when you think corn, think Whiffles.
As Gary Dolphin back at Jack Trice Stadium in Ames, a glorious Iowa late summer, early fall type of day. It's going to be beautiful. Can't blame the weather today. It's a grass field. That doesn't bother the Hawkeyes at all. The footing is outstanding, and it's the Hawks and the Cyclones in about an hour. Iowa Athletic Director Beth Goetz is alongside. We'll talk to Beth after we pause 10 seconds for station identification along the Hawkeye Radio Network. You're listening to Iowa Football. .50 stations along the Hawkeye Radio Network, flanked by those flagships, WHO AM 1040 in Des Moines and WMT 600 on the dial in Cedar Rapids. We thank all of our affiliates, as well as XM Satellite, as we beam around the country and around the world to hear Beth Goetz, who grew up in St. Louis. Did you know anything about the Iowa State rivalry? I don't want to say bitter, because we're all we're all Iowans here. We get along. But did you know anything about it? Did you ever follow it at all?
Not when I was growing up. We had a little, Missouri-Illinois rivalry of our own going on.
Of your own going on.
But, certainly as I got working into college athletics and living in Big Ten country and in that footprint, no doubt you started to hear a lot about what that game meant to the state.
So you were pulling for the Hawks long before you got to Iowa City.
There's no question about that. No question.
You just heard our friends from Iowa Corn stop by, and they're such a vital part not only of the state's economy, but of this series of the University of Iowa versus Iowa State and everything.
They really are, and that's one of the really special things. And of course, we're all about competition here in about an hour. But what college athletics does, what this game does, for our state, and there's no better example of that than Iowa Corn, who's been really supportive, and we know what it means to everybody, in a state where agriculture is just a fabric of what we do, and it means so much to every individual. So it's a special thing.
All right, quit elbowing me in the ribs. I'm going to get to soccer right now. Dave Diani. No, Beth was an outstanding soccer player. What a way to start the series for this year with a 1-0 win over the Cyclones Thursday night. Coach Diani and his young women do it again.
They do. It was certainly a good one. One of those you were waiting for a while. They were getting some shots off there and couldn't tuck one in the back of the net. But he's just built a phenomenal program. He's just such a great tactician, and they've got some talent. So it's been fun to see them sort of pick up where they left off last year, and certainly getting the first one in this Cy-Hawk series is really important.
Well, this isn't our first trip to Ames this school calendar year, but it's a great give and take. In Iowa City one year, Ames the next, and in so many sports. That's what I love.
Yeah, it really is. And, you've got just a lot of different families that, have different members that have been attended both institutions. And so, it's a really fun, great rivalry. We certainly always enjoy it when our fans are well behaved in those moments. But I think it works out great, and it's wonderful that we get to continue to play those across all our sports.
Whether it's here or at Kinnick, you do a little panorama around the stadium. They're all Iowans, or most 90% of them are. It's kind of a state fair in and of the state fair, isn't it?
Oh, it is. And, I think, you can sometimes take advantage or take for granted the environment that we get to create here and in our state. And certainly they've got a great tailgating atmosphere here, and they love their clones just as much as we love our Hawkeyes. But nothing like a fall Saturday, getting everybody together and being able to cheer on your team.
That's what we do in the Midwest. Well, you can go back to shaking hands now and pumping fists and asking for those donations to that wonderful flight cause for our student athletes. Thanks for stopping by.
We appreciate it. Call a winner.
Yes, I will.
Go
Plan
Hawks.
on it. Thanks. Beth Goetz, Hawkeye Athletic Director. She's sponsored by the Iowa City Area Sports Commission. When it comes to sports, look no further than the Iowa City Area Sports Commission. Throughout 2025, they will host 33 events, 33, including local, national, and international events. Way to go, Josh and the crew at the Iowa City Area Sports Commission. Plus 9 state championships will be held right there in Johnson County. Their efforts have generated over $16 million as far as an economic impact for the Iowa City area this past year, all while enhancing the quality of life in the community. The Iowa City Area Sports Commission is a proud presenting sponsor of UI Women's Athletics. Learn more at wegotnext.org. Big Grove Brewery is the official craft brewery of the Iowa Hawkeyes. Catch a game in any of their 4 locations, including Des Moines, or find their beers like Easy Eddie, Citrus Surfer, or Neighborhood Beer, wherever great craft beer is sold. We had a great Hawkeye huddle at Big Grove a couple nights back in downtown Des Moines. What a great setting that was. Big Grove, the official craft brewery of the Hawkeyes, and where Matt Randazzo greets you from each and every road game Saturday. Back with more here on the Whiffles Hybrids Hawkeye Huddle in just a minute. Iowa State, we're getting closer to kickoff. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
You power your day with passion and purpose. It's the same for Alliant Energy. We're modernizing the grid, blending new, renewable, and traditional energy sources to meet growing demand safely and reliably. We're rising to the challenge to meet your energy needs today and for generations to come. Visit AlliantEnergy.com/poweringBeyond to learn more.
Whether they roll the dough or pour the joe, bake the bread or greet instead, your team goes the extra mile, and they deserve healthy eyes and a healthy smile. For plans that cover businesses of all sizes, Delta Dental customizes. With employer costs as low as $0, you can offer benefits and be a hero. Affordable coverage is a click away. Visit deltadentalia.com today.
A new day means so many things. Possibility and potential. New opportunities and challenges. And when you're building something that matters, you need a partner who truly understands. Iowa banks get this. Their customer relationships are built on shared values and earned trust. From homeowners to small businesses, Iowa banks know what it means to invest in the future. Iowa Banks, your partner through it all.
Unwind in style at Riverside Casino and Golf Resort, where luxury and excitement come together. Tee off on a world-class golf course, savor gourmet dining, and enjoy premier entertainment and amenities that are second to none. Feeling lucky? Hit the slots or try your hand at our table games. There's always action on the floor. Whether you're here to relax, play, or indulge, Riverside offers more than just a getaway. It's an unforgettable experience. Visit Riverside Casino and Resort.com to learn more.
Entertain your clients or employees each home game in Hawkeye Village. Presented by Navigate Wellbeing Solutions. Packages include game tickets and catered food and beverage. Visit HawkeyeSports.com for more details. As a proud partner of Hawkeye football, Navigate Wellbeing Solutions is an employee engagement company helping organizations create more health and happiness in the communities they serve. Learn more at NavigateWell.com.
It's Iowa's version of Oscar night, the Kentucky Derby, the Super Bowl, the World Cup, the World Series, Hawkeyes and Cyclones. Good morning, everybody, from Ames. This is Gary Dolphin, joined by former Hawkeye great Pat Anger. It is Iowa State week, but it culminates this afternoon with the Hawks and the Cyclones. And when they resume the Cy-Hawk Trophy football rivalry here in less than an hour at Jack Trice Stadium. 72nd meeting in the series. It dates back to 1894. The Hawks have won 7 of the last 9 games, 6 straight at Jack Trice. That's incredible when you think about it. The Cyclone won last year's struggle in Iowa City 20-19 on a 54-yard field goal by then freshman Kyle Conrady. Well, guess what? He's back, and he blasted one through from 64 a week ago, a new school record. And, of course, the back page story, because that's where he wants it. Kirk Ference is one victory away from becoming the Big Ten's all-time winningest coach. He doesn't want to hear any more about it, Pat Anger, than what I just mentioned.
No, he doesn't. And what's funny is he doesn't want anything to be about him. And he talks about how it's not about him, it's about his players. It's all about him. Everything that happens in Iowa football, every success that happens, not only on the field for these kids' lives, not only on the field, but for the rest of these kids' lives, is because of Coach Ference. So he deserves to be on the front page. He deserves this, and all of it is because of him.
Iowa defeated Albany in the season opener Saturday, a week ago, 34-7. The Cyclones are 2-0 after a 55-7 dominating win over South Dakota. And the Cyclones, they're paced by all Big 12 quarterback Rocco Beck, who threw for 278 yards and 3 touchdowns Saturday. The Hawkeyes used a ground and pound rushing attack that totaled 310 yards, the most in a season opener in over 20 years, and of course led by that freshman tailback Xavier Williams, who had 122 on 11 carries with a touchdown. Williams is the first Iowa freshman to debut with 100 yards rushing since Sean Green in 2005. That is a huge mouthful. You've looked at the tape of all of the aforementioned games. Give us your opening salvo on this rivalry today.
Yeah, both teams want to run the ball, and both teams want to stop the run. And it's our guys up front. Who's going to be the most violent? Who's gonna not give up? Who's gonna do their job? It's simple. You got all this fancy stuff, all these moving parts. It's the guys up front. Who's gonna win that fight? And I like our odds.
You've lived this series.
Yeah.
05 to 09. What do you remember about it? Is the intensity level taken up a few notches? I would assume so.
Yes, it is. It's a fight. It's a scrap. What I remember about it is winning. We're going to win this fight. We don't back down from nobody. And I love the environment. I'm excited for these guys. I love the fact that they're out here, they're experiencing it, and I think our guy's going to represent the University of Iowa the way it needs to be represented.
Mark Granowski has to play better at quarterback. I think he will.
Yeah, he shouldn't have to throw for 200 yards to beat Albany. At the end of the day, and our line did a great job running last week. I think Mark is going to step up and be that player that he is, and look for his legs today. Look for his legs. He's going to use those legs. It's going to extend plays. It's going to extend drives, and he's going to have a heck of a game.
Beyond the 80 yards of offense that he accounted for, he did score a touchdown, and he threw a touchdown pass. That's important.
That's pretty good. And he finished 6 of 7. Like, he was getting hot, obviously, before the cramps and everything hit. But he's a leader. He's a winner, and I'm fired up for him.
Well, it's the law school against the veterinarians, the engineers taking on the doctors and nurses and health sciences, ag studies versus business analytics. Where do you fall in?
I don't know where those buildings are. I was a health and sports studies major. That's where they put the smart guys. Where's the library, Dolph?
Great answer as usual. Where's the journalism school? Right, Pat? Okay. All right. Tippy Business School, you didn't get in there? Come on.
I can't even. Yeah.
Come on.
No, unfortunately, no.
All right. Well, I know you can get into Big Grove Brewery, the official craft brewery of the Iowa Hawkeyes, one of our great sponsors, along with Harris Golf Cars. As a full-service Yamaha golf car distributor, Harris Golf Cars has one of the largest inventories of new and used golf cars and utility vehicles in the Midwest. We saw those Yamahas running around here this morning. Harris Golf Cars offers the best variety of sales and service with a huge parts inventory and service for all brands. Harris Golf Cars, located in Iowa, Illinois, Wisconsin, and Nebraska. This is the Iowa Corns Cy-Hawk Series. We're coming right back with Iowa State coach Matt Campbell. He's next. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
Hey, Hawkeyes, ready to one-up your rivals off the field? Abbott and the Big Ten are back with the We Give Blood Drive. By showing up to donate blood, you can help your school win $1 million for student or community health. Score a limited edition home field designed Iowa t-shirt, and most importantly, save lives. Go to bigten.org/Abbott to find a donation location and put Iowa in the lead. That's bigten.org/Abbott.
Hey there, Iowa. Ready to hit the road with fuel as dependable as our farmers? Choosing biodiesel, made right here in Iowa from our own soybeans, supports our local farmers and helps keep our air clean. From farms to freeways, choosing better, cleaner now biodiesel fuels progress while preserving our environment. Drive with purpose. Drive with biodiesel. Visit iasoybeans.com to learn more. This message is brought to you by the Iowa Soybean Association and powered by the Soybean Checkoff.
RE/MAX is the official real estate partner of Iowa Athletics, and we understand there's a number for everything: square footage, down payment, interest rates. But how do you measure the trust you have in your agent? For a RE/MAX agent, it's not about numbers on a contract. It's being a trusted RE/MAX agent. That means you'll get honest advice, expert guidance, and someone who's committed to your success. Because while numbers count, trust is what truly matters. RE/MAX, the official real estate partner of Iowa Athletics. Each office independently owned and operated.
Cancer doesn't care. It doesn't care what you look like, how old you are, what you do, or where you live. We do. University of Iowa Healthcare is doing more to beat cancer than anyone in the state. From second opinions to life-saving treatments that happen here first. We lead the way in research, training, and care because we believe that UI Healthcare is here to make all of Iowa better. UI Healthcare, changing medicine, changing lives. Visit uihealthcare.org.
This is the Whiffles Hybrids Hawkeye Huddle. Whiffles Hybrids, plant your independence. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
Let me ask you a question.
What has 27 challenging holes, bent grass fairways and greens, a great location just 5 miles northwest of Des Moines, a perfect setting and venue for corporate and fundraising golf events, a driving range, season passes for avid golfers, and a great food and beverage division? You're right. The answer is Beaver Creek Golf Course, the same place I have never ever seen a beaver. If you like to golf, you'll really like Beaver Creek.
Life moves fast. Quick Start keeps up. Whether it's fresh coffee, a bakery treat, or take-home meals that make life easier, we've got everything you need right here. While you're fueling up with our fully guaranteed gasoline, we've got great services like free ATMs and free air, always clean stores, clean restrooms, and a smile for your day. Hey, we're all about saving you time, money, and making life easier. Quick Star's here for you. Whenever you need us, we got you covered.
This is the Whiffles Hybrids Hawkeye Huddle. Whiffles Hybrids, welcome to Whiffles Country.
Thanks for joining us on the Hawkeye Radio Network this morning from Ames and Jack Trice Stadium, where the 2-0 Iowa State Cyclones are getting ready to host the 1-0 Hawkeyes, and Cyclone coach Matt Campbell is on deck. Senex is proud to celebrate University of Iowa football. Fuel your fandom with your favorite snacks from your local Senex station. Hawkeye Pride, powered locally. Iowa and Iowa State have an 11 a.m. kickoff this morning. The Hawks have 43 Iowa natives on their roster. The Cyclones boast 44 native sons. Quarterback Rocco Beck has established himself as one of Iowa State football's all-time best. His passing performance against South Dakota last week was magical. 19 completions and 20 attempts for 278 yards and 3 touchdowns. Beck has a touchdown throw in 20 straight games. That leads all active quarterbacks nationally. The junior is one of 3 Cyclone QBs to top 7,000 career passing yards. Iowa State coach Matt Campbell maintains with the quarterback, it's all about experience.
And it's about the good days and the bad days and learning and growing from them. And I think the thing that I'm really proud of what I've watched with Rocco, and again, it's to his mentality. There's just such great curiosity from him on how does he become his best. And I don't think he ever feels like he's satisfied. I think he's a guy that's relentlessly trying to, as a leader, as a young man into a man, and really as a quarterback, every day I watch him working at his process to become great. And I really do appreciate that. And I would say probably that Ohio game is a turning point. I think there were some times in that first fall camp where, he shook off, maybe a little bit of a rusty start and just had the mental toughness to keep working through it. Obviously there was some good competition along the way, and, he's had the ability to just kind of go to work and not worry about competition, not worry about the outside noise, but worry about himself. And I think he's a great reflector of our program.
While a new group of wide receivers get comfortable in the Cyclone offense, Rocco Beck's favorite targets have been the tight ends. And how? Benjamin Bramer and Gabe Burkle have looked very Charlie Kolar-like. Maybe not to that All-American level yet, but between them, Bramer and Burkle have 16 receptions and 3 touchdowns. Matt Campbell would just as soon speak to what else they bring to the table.
Yeah, I just think their skill set is so multiple in what they can do. And we've always said, I think the elite tight ends, if you look in the National Football League, boy, they just aren't great receivers. They're great blockers. They're great pass blockers. They've got the ability to do all the things well. And that's why tight end, in my opinion, is one of the hardest positions in football to play, because you have to acquire so many great fundamentals and skills to be able to be an elite player at that position. And you're right, I think you saw the evolution of that with Charlie and Chase, because in Dillon, I think they were very similar in that mold where they were pass catchers, they could pass pro, they could run block. And I think this group has that same mentality, where, they're really good ball catchers, but equally they're really good blockers.
Asked about Iowa quarterback Mark Granowski, Campbell's opinion hasn't changed one bit after he looks at the entire body of work.
There's a great respect for anybody that wins at the level that he's won. And I think he's tough. I think he's really physical. I think he's gritty. And again, a guy that's got championship pedigree, and that's what he has. And so, I just have the utmost respect for what I saw at South Dakota State, how he led his football team there. Hard read on Saturday in terms of what we're watching, but you saw a guy that just kept getting better and better and better throughout the football game. And obviously, he's got great components around him. He's got a tremendous offensive line, great running back room, great tight end room. I think the evolution of their receiver room. I think they're a completely different team than they were 2 years ago. They're a team that really fits his skill set and allows them to be multiple. And certainly, I think you're going to see that and continue to see that evolve and grow. Two programs that, really care about this game, two universities, two fan bases. They're two biggest flagship universities in the state of Iowa. And so I think you respect the rivalry, but again, the uniqueness of this game when it's played, it's so early in the football season, and you have to understand that it's still about our growth, and it's still about our process, and it's still about how we work day in and day out to become our best. And so I think that's a balancing act, right? I think everybody wants you to say crazy things today, but the reality is you have great respect for your opponent. We do.
Granowski won his 50th game last week, scoring a touchdown and throwing for another. In 31 games for Iowa State, Rocco Beck has 65 touchdowns, 53 passing, and 12 rushing. Two very similar competitors at quarterback in this game. Iowa has won 6 straight games over Iowa State here at Jack Trice Stadium. That is remarkable. The Hawks are 22-8 all-time in Ames. In fact, the road team has won the last 5 games in the series, dating back to 2019. 11 of the last 13 meetings in the series have been decided by 10 points or less, including the last 7 contests, dating back to 2017. 5 of the last 7 games have been one-score games. That brings us to the Hawkeye historical winning moment presented by Riverside Casino and Golf Resort. Looking to live it up? Riverside Casino and Golf has endless excitement just 20 minutes south of Iowa City off of 218. Make your getaway unforgettable. Visit riversidecasinoandresort.com. That's riversidecasinoandresort.com. Iowa reclaimed the Cy-Hawk Trophy with a 20-13 win over Iowa State. In 2023, it was September 9 to be exact, highlighted by Jazz Patterson's 86 rushing yards and a touchdown, plus Sebastian Castro's pick 6. The victory marked Kirk Ference's 200th career win as a Division I head coach. That would include the University of Maine. Iowa's defense sealed the game late, stopping the Cyclones on 4th down in the final minutes.
And a single tailback. Now McNamara's up under center. They run a draw. Touchdown, Iowa. Jazz Patterson scores on a counter draw over center and right guard. And I don't think he was touched, and they had everybody on the line. 2nd down, 15. Beck to throw. Gets rid of it. Picked off. And going the other way for an easy score. Sebastian Castro. Touchdown, Iowa. Touchdown, Castro. They got to get a first down, 4th down. One more stop. Hawks are going to run the ball to Norton, and he's run over the Hawkeyes. Ethan Herkett runs over the would-be blocker and tackles Norton 2 yards behind the line of scrimmage.
That's today's Hawkeye historical winning moment, courtesy of Riverside Casino Resort and Golf. This is the Wiffles Hybrids Hawkeye Huddle. Wiffles is the only seed brand focused exclusively on corn. So what? Well, at Wiffles, we don't worry about selling equipment, chemicals, fertilizer, or soybeans. We only worry about one thing, and that's helping farmers produce the best possible corn crop. Because Wiffles wins when you do. So when you think corn, think Wiffles. Up next, the University of Iowa Sports Medicine Injury Update with Rob Brooks. You're listening to the Wiffles Hybrids Hawkeye Huddle. From Ames, this is Hawkeye Football from Learfield.
Bye, guys.
All right, I'm heading out.
Hey, man, I don't think you should be driving.
It's only a couple of miles. I'm good.
Call coming from County Jail.
Honey, I got something to tell you.
Think you're good to drive after a few drinks? The truth is, driving impaired can cost you thousands of dollars, plus jail time and even trust in your relationships. Remember, no one's a good drunk driver. Be smart, get a ride, and arrive alive. Brought to you by the Iowa Governor's Traffic Safety Bureau.
Hawk fans, be sure to visit and connect with the official local business partners of the Iowa Hawkeyes. The hotel at Kirkwood Center, the Jill Armstrong team with Skogman Realty, Big Ten Rentals, and the Bank Student Living. Come home to luxury living at the Bank Student Living, located just minutes from the U of I. With a 24/7 fitness center, resort-style pool, sauna, private study rooms, and so much more. With studio to 4-bedroom floor plans available, it's time to find your future home by visiting thebanksiowa.com or calling 319-249-6575 today.
Save time when you shop online with Hy-Vee. Hy-Vee makes it easy to order groceries online through our app or Hy-Vee.com. Pickup is always free. And if you have a Perks Plus membership, you get free delivery and free express pickup. Shop online with Hy-Vee and you can create and save grocery lists, shop the sales, and get fuel savers. Talk about convenient. Order groceries online today. Check out Hy-Vee.com or download the Hy-Vee app.
We love it when the Hawkeyes do their thing, because if there's anyone who can appreciate building a legacy, it's John Deere. We've been growing our team since 1837, recruiting the best thinkers, doers, and makers to craft innovations that outpace the competition. Because whether it's cultivating the earth with a tractor or reshaping it with a 40-ton excavator, the machines we build are building America. Nothing runs like a Deere.
You're listening to the Whipples Hybrids Hawkeye Huddle. Whipples Hybrids, define your season. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
Lacer Graphics and Signs provides big signs, bold graphics, and beautiful results for Hawkeye athletics around Kinnick Stadium, Carver Hawkeye Arena, and throughout campus. Lacer Graphics and Signs helps build your brand through custom graphics, signage, and video displays designed to specifically tell your story and grow your business in a big way. That's Lacer Graphics and Signs, a preferred graphic and signage provider of Iowa Hawkeye athletics. Visit them online at lacer.com to see how they can bring your big ideas to life.
Iowa Hawkeye football on 1040 WHO is brought to you in part by Beaver Creek Golf Course, Farm Credit Services, Quick Star, SeatGeek, Burger Shed, IMT Insurance, Iowa Bankers Association, Cedar Ridge, Great Southern Bank, American Equity, Machine Shed, Tournament Club of Iowa. Show your support to our local Iowa radio business partners and support those who support the Hawkeyes.
This is the Whipples Hybrids Hawkeye Huddle. Whipples Hybrids, welcome to Whipples Country.
And welcome to the Iowa Hawkeyes sideline. Plenty of energy at Jack Trice Stadium. We are at the 20-yard line as the Hawks and the Cyclones both out on the field warming up. It's now time for the University of Iowa Sports Medicine Injury Update with Dr. Brian Wolf here from the field. And Brian, one thing, when you face surgery, you're looking for the best possible outcome, whether pre-surgical, post-surgical. What are some things that have been talked about here as of late that can potentially improve those outcomes, and especially for athletes, get them back going quicker?
Yeah, it's a great question. There's a whole list of things, and we've always really focused on, things that people know about, like really good physical therapy is really important before and after surgery. Other devices like cooling units and things that you can do to help swelling. But one of the exciting areas a lot of people are focusing on, including us, is, how can we help patients with nutrition around their procedure? Because one of the biggest things we face with our patients as they're coming back is, their ability to get their strength back to the appropriate level to where they're safe to compete. And there's a lot of new data and there's a lot of new programs out there that, people can take things like amino acids and proteins to help supplement themselves, and not only after surgery but before, to help really that muscle recovery, which is so crucial during the whole process.
Is it something you maybe don't want to jump right into and wait for some more data to come out?
Well, I think it's safe. I think the good thing is it's safe, and if you go through a medical provider, they're going to help guide you in things that we think are safe and legitimate. There's unfortunately a lot of things that we don't know a lot about out there that people dabble in, which may or may not be helpful. But I think there are some safe products that are really coming into the market now that patients can be pointed to that, we know they're not going to hurt them, and they may really help the process.
Well, let's hope for a great Saturday afternoon.
Yeah, let's go Hawks.
Dr. Brian Wolf on the University of Iowa Sports Medicine Injury Update. Appreciate his time as we walk through the injuries for Iowa. There are an addition from last week, as it was released a couple hours ago, but no Kamari Moulton, of course. Only got 3 carries for 22 yards last week before getting injured. Had his arm in a sling last week, but Xavier Williams and T.J. Washington jumped in there nicely and combined for 191 yards. Reese Vandersee also out again this week. Foot was in a boot last week, as he is week to week. And then what happened in pregame last week to offensive lineman Bryce George, just a tough break for him. The transfer from Ferris State, injured in pregame against the Great Danes and is not available today. No Jarriett Bowie, so that wide receiver group down by 2 today. And then the addition, running back Brevin Dahl, who has been playing on special teams, is been injured this week. It shouldn't be anything serious, pretty short term, but out for today. According to Iowa State, a couple of players that will not play for the Cyclones today of note. One is offensive lineman Trevor Bohr. Has not played yet this year due to illness, not injury. And the 6'4", 325-pound lineman did play 13 games a season ago, and Iowa State was going to rely on him for sure this year. Also, running back Aiden Flora, who has been big in special teams. The redshirt freshman has 173 all-purpose yards through 2 games. Most likely won't play today. It's now time for the Field Conditions Report, brought to you by your Iowa Kubota dealers like Capital City Kubota in Des Moines. And for Jack Trice Stadium, this is one of 2 games that Iowa will play on natural grass surface, the other at Memorial Coliseum against USC. And it's been that way here since 1996. From 1975 through 1995, it was AstroTurf. And this field was installed in 2022 and homegrown, a project with the ISU Horticulture Research Station and Iowa Sports Turf certainly leading the way. It's a natural grass surface with Grass Max, which is created by stitching synthetic fibers into the natural grass, and that'll add strength and stability and increase durability. A couple other stadiums that use that type of turf, American Family Field, the home of the Milwaukee Brewers, and Lucas Oil Stadium, the home of the Indianapolis Colts and the Big Ten championship game. At Kubota, we want to help you work smarter, not harder. We have the reliable, durable, and versatile equipment for what you need to get the job done right. Visit your local Kubota dealer like Capital City Kubota in Des Moines to experience the power of Kubota. Coming up next, it's time for the Hawkeye Game Plan with Iowa head coach Kirk Ference. This is Iowa Hawkeye football from their field.
How do you become America's best-selling brand? Let's break it down. Innovative tech means smarter and safer driving. Intelligent all-wheel drive will keep you ready for anything. And built Ford tough trucks will always get the job done. Plus, come into your local Ford store today and get super low APR financing, big cash back, and great lease offers on Ford's full line of cars, trucks, and SUVs. That's Ford, and that's how you become America's best-selling brand. Sales claim based on calendar year sales.
Get a great deal on versatile Kubota equipment today, like the Kubota BX Series subcompact tractor, the #1 selling subcompact tractor in the U.S., Z-Series mowers, and Sidekick utility vehicles. Stop by your local Kubota dealer today. Right now, bring home select Kubota equipment with 0% financing available or save up to $3,000. Now through September 30th. See us or go to KubotaUSA.com for full disclaimer.
Check out Kubota's winning lineup. Visit KubotaUSA.com to find your local dealer.
Hey Hawkeyes, this is Coach Ference. We're excited about the football season. Iowa Corn is pumped up for their season and their partnership with the Hawkeyes. When you drive to the game, support Iowa's corn farmers by selecting unleaded 88 at the pump. It's a fuel choice that's cheaper, homegrown, and better for the planet. It's worth the hype. Get pumped up with unleaded 88. Let's go Hawks.
Hawk fans, be sure to visit and connect with the official local business partners of the Iowa Hawkeyes. The Hotel at Kirkwood Center, the Jill Armstrong team with Skogman Realty, Big Ten Rentals, and the Bank Student Living. Need tents, tables, staging, and more for your next big event? Big Ten Rentals has you covered. The project is never too large. City festivals, concerts, weddings, and more. Call today or visit big10rentals.com and let the pros handle it all.
This is the Whiffles Hybrids Hawkeye Huddle. Whiffles Hybrids, plant your independence. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
Every day, you're out there, up before the sun, and pushing forward before the chaos of the day settles in. At Great Southern, we're right there with you because we understand the need for trusted support. Having a team that is seasoned, agile, ready, an award-winning team that knows their customers personally and is behind them at every step. There to assist you, inspire you, and echo your inner dialogue in those quiet moments. Keep going. Whether you're getting ready to meet the day or working on something big, we're your team. Great Southern Bank, understanding what really matters. Member FDIC.
Cedar Ridge Distillery continues to be the home of Iowa's favorite bourbon with the original 86 bourbon whiskey. Not only is it always made with Iowa corn, but we let Iowa put its own stamp on the whiskey by aging it in non-climate controlled rickhouses. Make your next drink with Iowa's favorite, the original 86 bourbon by Cedar Ridge. Learn more at cedarridgedistillery.com. Cedar Ridge Distillery, Swisher, Iowa. Please drink responsibly.
It's time for the game plan with head coach Kirk Ference, presented by Hawkeyes. From the heart of America's fields to the roar of Kinnick Stadium, the Iowa Hawkeyes and Hawkeyes stand together to honor the backbone of our nation, the American farmer. We're restoring life to the soil with over 800 species of microbes, building a stronger foundation for today's harvest and tomorrow's farmers. Because healthy soil means healthy crops, thriving farms, and a brighter future for the next generation who will carry on the legacy. Hawkeyes, join the thrivability revolution. Now, here's Gary Dolphin with Hawkeye head coach Kirk Ference.
You've lived this Iowa State series now for 25 years, 29-10, the last 39 rivalry trophy games. Do you prepare or approach a rivalry or trophy game any different than the others?
No, you really don't, and this one's a little bit unusual because it comes so early in the season, but all that being said, I think, the one thing about a game like this or a series like this is our players fully understand just how close it's apt to be. It has been the last 5 years especially. It's been really close, and each and every game typically goes right down to the wire. So I think the players have a good feeling that, our preparation is so important daily in a game like this, a matchup like this. And it's certainly true facing this Iowa State team. They're really good in all three phases, and they play hard, and they're really sound, and just have a good scheme. So there's a reason why they've been so successful.
Xavier Williams had quite the debut at running back last week, 122 yards, 11 carries. And then you had 63 punt return yards. Caden Weegan had a tremendous return in his lone touch of the ball in that particular phase. But he did have a touchdown catch, too, as a receiver. What particular specifics make Caden tick? I mean, he's been such a fun player to watch. And then with Williams, what did you see with his recruitment?
Yeah, you've got two different guys there. You got, Weegan's been just a really good performer for us now and a veteran guy. So was one of, if not the best return guy in the country last year, and it's great to have him back. And he's got a real good sense back there. First of all, it's tough to field the ball. He does a good job of that, has good judgment in that regard, and then he's really fearless, but he uses good judgment and has a knack of finding where the crease is, and then once he gets a chance, he can really accelerate. So he's done a really good job. And then the flip side of it was Xavier's a really young player. This is his first live action, really, to speak of, and he's really impressed us in practice, but really stepped up and did a nice job last week with Kamari out. And the yards will come a little tougher in this game. There's no question about that, but he was a guy in recruiting that we thought was being under-recruited, and just a tremendous individual, first and foremost, great family. And ever since he's shown up, he just works hard, very, very focused, very steady, and hopefully has a lot of good years in front of him.
Coach, the Iowa defense spent only 23 minutes on the field last week, so it should be fired up and ready to go, and they'll need to be with Rocco Beck. This quarterback is as good as advertised. He's got 5 touchdown throws in the first 2 games. Give us a couple pointers on what the game plan is in terms of at least containing him and making him uneasy.
Yeah, they're a really impressive group. They had 2 NFL receivers a year ago that both got drafted this past spring, but they've replaced those guys pretty adeptly, and a really loaded group of tight ends with good size, good height, and then their offensive line's extremely veteran. Both backs are back, and they're both tough runners. And but Brecht is a guy you've got to start there. He really makes them go. Plays with great poise, makes good decisions. Has thrown the ball very efficiently, very effectively. Only missed 1 pass last week, and that was pretty close. So it does that. But the other thing about him, he'll run the ball, both pull it down and run it, but he'll also, they have quarterback design runs, especially, short yardage situations. They're down in near the goal line. They like to give it to him or let him keep it. So they just give you a lot to prepare for, and you truly have to play great team defense against these guys, and it's going to be a challenge.
They sure do like those tight ends, don't they, Bramer and Burkle? They've got, I think, 16 catches between them.
Yeah, they're the top 2 target guys, and both of them are 6'5", 6'6" plus. So very, very tough to cover. So they get the ball to both guys, to your point. So they do a good job there. And then their receivers have also stepped up. Number 9's done a nice job for him, and I've got a big, tall split end that took over for the guy last year. So they've got a good group and some newcomers they're trying to work into the situation, a couple transfers.
Well, you're going to see this Iowa State 3-3-5 defense again. What's different about it this year? They sure like to jump around and move guys around, don't they, pre-snap?
Yeah, they do. John Haycock's an excellent coach, and they moved to this scheme in 2018, and they've really been tough to prepare against each and every year. So they do a really nice job. It's a very unique scheme. He knows it inside and out, and the players know it most importantly. And to your point, yeah, there's a lot of movement. What you see before the pre-snap isn't always what it appears to be once the ball does get snapped. So you've got to really be alert. And as a result, there are going to be some ugly plays probably offensively, but, if we're lucky, we'll probably hit a couple too, and that's just got to be patient. So if we have a no gain or a 1 yard gain, 2 yard gain, you can't abandon what you do. You just got to stick with it, and really gets down to execution. And if you can catch it right, you might have a chance to have something good happen.
One of the few times you play on grass, I'd ask you if you're concerned about that at all, but you've got a good track record over here. You've won like 4 or 5 in a row on this field. Yeah,
this field's always in excellent shape. I can't remember it ever not being that way. And whatever year that was, we were over here in 19 or something like that. It rained pretty extensively, and it was just excellent conditions out there even after the rain. So it's a great surface. The surface won't decide this game at all. It's going to get down to the 2 teams competing.
Thanks, Kirk.
Appreciate it. Thanks, Gary.
Up next, Pat Anger has his keys to the game here on the Wiffles Hybrids Hawkeye Huddle. This is Hawkeye Football from Learfield.
The best new cars, Honda, make the best pre-owned cars. Honda certified pre-owned vehicles. Get the best value with Honda certified pre-owned vehicles. Honda backed with a 7-year, 100,000-mile warranty. Plus, every certified pre-owned Honda goes through a 182-point inspection and is reconditioned like new by factory-trained technicians with genuine parts. Search your local Honda dealer today.
Fall's the season for game plans and for powering through your to-do list with Steel. Whether you're mulching leaves or trimming back before winter, Steel tools help you finish strong. Trusted by pros, built for you. Steel, proud supporter of the Iowa Hawkeyes.
Hawk fans, be sure to visit and connect with the official local business partners of the Iowa Hawkeyes. The Hotel at Kirkwood Center, the Jill Armstrong team with Skogman Realty, Big Ten Rentals, and the Bank Student Living. When visiting Eastern Iowa, stay at the Hotel at Kirkwood Center. This AAA 4-Diamond Luxury Hotel was voted Best Banquet Event Facility of 2025 by Corridor Business Journal readers. Located near the Eastern Iowa Airport in downtown Cedar Rapids. Book your stay today at kirkwood.com or call 877-751-5111. Nicolay Law is a proud partner of the Iowa Hawkeyes. Just like the Hawkeyes, they know what it takes to deliver wins for their community. With deep roots across the Midwest, Nicolay Law helps Iowans who have been injured take on the insurance companies and fight for what's fair. With offices throughout the region and a team that puts people first, Nicolay Law is ready to help you move forward. No upfront fees, just local attorneys who show up when it counts. Injured? Get Nicolay. Call 1-855-NICOLAY or visit nicolaylaw.com.
You're listening to the Whiffles Hybrids Hawkeye Huddle. Whiffles Hybrids, define your season. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
Our mission at Oak Knoll is to provide exceptional retirement living and health services through life care. I'm Steve Rowe, CEO. We are a not-for-profit life plan community and have served the Iowa City area for 58 years. Oak Knoll is located near the University of Iowa hospitals and clinics, Kinnick Stadium, Carver Hawkeye Arena, Hancher Auditorium, and downtown Iowa City. Visit our website at oakknoll.com to learn more. We are a proud sponsor of Hawkeye Athletics. Go Hawks!
Entertain your clients or employees each home game in Hawkeye Village. Presented by Navigate Wellbeing Solutions. Packages include game tickets and catered food and beverage. Visit HawkeyeSports.com for more details. As a proud partner of Hawkeye football, Navigate Wellbeing Solutions is an employee engagement company helping organizations create more health and happiness in the communities they serve. Learn more at NavigateWell.com.
This is the Whiffles Hybrids Hawkeye Huddle. Whiffles Hybrids, welcome to Whiffles Country.
About 25 minutes away from kickoff, the Hawkeyes and the Cyclones, the next chapter. 72nd meeting here at Jack Trice Stadium in Ames. Let's get the insight, the keen insight, I might add, by one of the great linebackers ever to play in this series, Pat Anger, my sidekick. Patrick is brought to you by the friends at Summit Agricultural Group, down at Bruce Restetter's Tailgate, which is almost like a stadium full of Hawk and Cyclone fans today. Great guy. He and Nick and the crew at Summit Ag are kind enough to sponsor Pat's keys to the game. Summit Agricultural Group is committed to Iowa and adding value to Iowa products like corn, beef, hogs, ethanol. Go Hawks. A lot of beef out there today, buddy boy. I bring that up because this salty veteran Iowa offensive line is so critical to the Hawkeyes' success.
Yeah, and it starts up front. We're going to try to run the ball. They're going to try to run the ball. The thing that helps us run the ball, it's going to help us run the ball, is play action. They're so aggressive on defense. Play action, misdirection, quarterback runs will come into play. Now to stop them, read our keys. We read our keys. We play Iowa football. We do our job. We win first and second down, put pressure on Rocco Becht. Then we win. Then we do fine.
Can't come up 3rd and 8, 3rd and 9.
Exactly. We've got to put them in 3rd and 8, 3rd and 9. We've got to make plays. Turnovers, special teams, huge in this game, huge in this series. Momentum. Big thing about momentum. The team that scored first in the second half of the last 10 games won 9 of them. We've got to stay on them. We've got to not give up. We've got to come out that second half with momentum. It's going to be a tough game. It's going to be a fight. I like our boys.
Rocco Becht has been very Rocco Becht-like. He's one of the best quarterbacks in college football.
Yeah.
What are the keys, the subtle keys for that Iowa defense? What is Phil Parker thinking right now on how to contain him, how to stop him?
Now he's going to get his. He's going to get some plays because he's a great player, and he's not afraid to take shots. Force him into making those bad throws. Get him on that 3rd and 8. Get him on that 3rd and 9. Blitz. We have some. Kansas State had a lot of success blitzing off their left side, Iowa State's right side. So if we can get our guys in there, I like our DNs, I like our matchup. I think they're going to do a really good job and get some pressure on that quarterback.
The Cyclone tight ends, Bramer and Burkle, have looked a lot like tight end U, as we know it in Iowa City. They're also good blockers.
Yep.
You know, they've taken the Iowa mentality. You're not going to play unless you can block. We know you can catch.
Yeah.
And we got to nullify those guys somehow.
Yeah, and they do a really good job with them. They'll line them up. They'll shift them. They'll pre-snap motion. They'll get them in the right angle. They'll get them angled on our blockers. They're really tough blockers, really physical, but also really athletic receivers. And that's going to be a tough matchup for our linebackers and our safeties, but I think we've got the guys to do the job, especially to win that first and second down and can kind of dictate what they're going to do on that 3rd down.
Definitely a challenge for that Hawkeye defense. Very young and inexperienced at different spots, but
to your point, up front, Graves, Herkett, Mad Max, they're amped.
Yeah, what I'm looking forward to that matchup between our center and their nose guard. Logan Jones and their nose guard, number 95. It's going to be
Dominic Orange.
Yeah, it's going to be a good one.
There'll be sparks flying off those helmets. This afternoon. Pat's keys to the game brought to you by Summit Agricultural Group. Summit Ag, committed to Iowa, as well as adding value to Iowa products, including ethanol, hogs, beef, and corn. We're here on Iowa Corn Day. The Cy-Hawk Series continues in just a minute. We're sponsored by Steel. Here's a look at your Steel game day weather forecast. Get your yard ready for fall with the proven power of Steel. From cleanups to cutbacks, we've got the tools to help you win the weekend. Steel, a proud supporter of the Iowa Hawkeyes. Now, here's your Iowa News Now Weather First game day forecast.
I'm Chief Meteorologist Rebecca Kopelman, and it is a chilly one for the Cy-Hawk. Temperatures are going to be making their way into the low 60s for the start of the game. We're going to have plenty of sunshine, and it'll be feeling nice and comfortable throughout the game with a bit of a breeze at times. That's your latest Iowa's News Now game day forecast.
It's warming up in a hurry.
It doesn't feel chilly in here.
I just peeled the top layer off. This is the Wiffles Hybrids Hawkeye Huddle. Welcome to Wiffles Country, where independence grows strong and yields run deep. Here, being family-owned means decisions are made with farmers in mind, not corporate shareholders. We focus solely on seed corn, so every hybrid is bred for unmatched performance in your fields. That's the pride, promise, and payoff of living in Wiffles Country. More Hawkeye pregame coverage, Iowa State, as we count it down to a kickoff in about 15 minutes. We'll be right back. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
Hey, college football fans, I know you'd do anything for a win on game day and an ice-cold Bud Light. Because whether you're tailgating in the parking lot or parked on the couch, sitting on your lucky stool at the bar, or standing in the fan section all game long, the clean, crisp taste of Bud Light turns a win into a win-win. And there's nothing easier to enjoy than that. Bud Light. Easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Enjoy responsibly. Anheuser-Busch Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Bring on Hawkeyes football with new gear from Shields. From jerseys, hats, and accessories, represent your team's iconic colors at the big game. Shields is your ultimate shopping destination with knowledgeable experts and great customer service to get you fitted for your passion. Whether you love style, sports, or the great outdoors, find it all at your local Shields or Shields.com. Our experts are here to make every day a win. Shields, proud partner of Iowa Athletics and football fans everywhere.
It's game time, Hawkeyes. Just like football, construction takes teamwork, training, and grit at ABC of Iowa. Our apprenticeship program is building futures and champions. While building Iowa, you earn while you learn. Gain real-world experience and start a career with purpose without the burden of college debt. From the field to the job site, it's all about rising to the challenge. Ready to join the team and become a champion? Visit abciowatrust.org to learn more about building your future while building Iowa.
Hawk fans, be sure to visit and connect with the official local business partners of the Iowa Hawkeyes. The Hotel at Kirkwood Center, the Jill Armstrong team with Skogman Realty, Big Ten Rentals, and the Bank Student Living. Jill Armstrong and her team strive to make every buyer and seller at ease with the real estate process. If you're in the market to buy or sell a home, contact the Jill Armstrong team with Skogman Realty for all your real estate needs. Call 319-631-5455.
This is the Wiffles Hybrids Hawkeye Huddle. Wiffles Hybrids, plant your independence. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
Hey, Hawkeye fans, it's college football season, and SeatGeek is the official ticket marketplace of Hail Marys and walk-on heroes. SeatGeek makes it easy to find tickets so you can be a part of all the action this season. Whether you're buying or selling tickets to Iowa football games or to any other live event in your area, SeatGeek is the place to do it. SeatGeek is the official ticket marketplace of the Iowa Hawkeyes. Let's go, Hawkeyes! SeatGeek.
American Equity salutes today's hero of the game, honoring those who serve at every Hawkeye game. Just as our veterans safeguard our freedom, American Equity helps protect your financial future. Named one of Newsweek's most trustworthy insurance companies in America 3 years in a row, American Equity delivers secure retirement income with the service you deserve. Join American Equity in honoring and thanking all who serve our country.
This is the Whiffles Hybrids Hawkeye Huddle. Whiffles Hybrids, welcome to Whiffles Country.
And these are the Mid-American Energy starting lineups brought to you by Mid-American Energy. Let's tackle safety together, Hawk fans. Always remember to stay away from down power lines and report them immediately. Find more electric safety tips at midamericanEnergy.com. Let's take a look at the Iowa State Cyclones defense. As Pat mentioned in his keys to the game, it'll be a war zone with Logan Jones and Dominic Orange, 6'4", 325-pound senior from Kansas City, Missouri. Two all-conference studs going after each other today. Also up front in that awkward lineup 3-3-5 defense that Coach Haycock has been so successful with. They have Tamatoa McDonough at one end, 6'5", 270, redshirt senior from Asheville, North Carolina. And Ikenna Ezeagu, 6'5", 285, the junior from Blue Springs, Missouri. The linebackers, Caleb Bacon, the veteran from Lake Mills, redshirt senior. Cooper Ebel is a 6'4", junior, 235-pounder from Hartley Melvin. Will McLaughlin out of Harlan will be at the strong side linebacker, a 6'4", 240. He too is a redshirt junior. And the only youngster in the group is Marcus Neal, but he's very good, 6'1", 215, a sophomore from Kansas City. In the back end, couple of veterans that have worn all Big 12 labels and a couple of kids who have hardly played. So how will that Hawkeye offense attack that secondary? The best of the bunch, Jeremiah Cooper at a corner, a 6-foot senior from El Paso. The 5'11" redshirt freshman from Minneapolis is Kyjon Cummings Coleman. He's made some mistakes, but all freshmen do. And they probably worked with him a lot this week on the play fake and the rollout of Mark Granowski. Jamison Patton will be at the other safety. He's a junior from Ankeny High School. And John Tez Williams at the other corner, 5'11", 200-pound redshirt junior from Stark, Florida. We're going to stop here for the moment. We'll get to the Hawkeye offense. But first, the Cyclone Marching Band with their rendition of our national anthem as we honor America prior to the Cyclones hosting the Hawkeyes.
And now, we ask you to please rise if you are able. Veterans and current service members, you may perform a service salute at your discretion. And with the colors presented by Iowa State ROTC, join your Cyclone Marching Band, conducted by the Director of Bands at Iowa State University, Dr. Michael Galimo, with our national anthem.
National anthem is 1, 2, 3, 4 fighter helicopters from the United States Army and Air Force lag their way slowly. What are they doing, 5 miles an hour? The tubas are holding their note. Now they're right over center field. What a scene. Here from Central Iowa.
and Middle America. Iowa State coming up next. Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. You're listening to Iowa Hawkeye football. We'll pause and come back with the Hawkeye starters on offense in just a minute. Also, the Hy-Vee coin toss coming up around the corner. Brought to you by Hy-Vee. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield. If the Hawkeyes win, you win at Buffalo Wild Wings. Score 6 free boneless or traditional wings for a Hawkeye victory. And don't forget to watch the game at B-Dubs, your home for college football this season. Only valid at Iowa locations. Rules and restrictions apply. Visit HawkeyeSports.com/BWW for more information.
Can you think of anything that costs the same today as it did 10 years ago? There isn't much. That is, unless you're a Mid-American Energy customer. Thanks to all the renewable energy we're generating, our customers pay nearly the same rate for electricity today as they did back when we were all singing, "Call Me Maybe." And with Mid-American making even more investments in clean energy, you can count on enjoying those same affordable rates for the next decade. Now that's obsessively, relentlessly at your service.
Step into the action with the Fight for Iowa podcast. Join host Gary Dolphin as he takes you behind the scenes with Hawkeye coaches, athletes, and alumni. Tune in weekly on HawkeyeSports.com, Apple Podcasts, Spotify, YouTube, and more. Your front row seat to Hawkeye athletics.
You're listening to the Whipples Hybrids Hawkeye Huddle. Whipples Hybrids, define your season. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
It's a win-win this season at Buffalo Wild Wings. With any Hawkeye victory, you win 6 free boneless or traditional wings at a B-Dubs near you. So join us for all your favorite game day food and drinks, wall-to-wall TVs, and a crowd cheering on the black and gold. And, of course, 6 free wings for a Hawkeye victory. Go Hawks. Only valid at Iowa locations. Rules and restrictions apply. Visit HawkeyeSports.com/BWW for more information. American Equity salutes today's hero of the game, honoring those who serve at every Hawkeye game. Just as our veterans safeguard our freedom, American Equity helps protect your financial future. Named one of Newsweek's most trustworthy insurance companies in America 3 years in a row, American Equity delivers secure retirement income with the service you deserve. Join American Equity in honoring and thanking all who serve our country.
Life moves fast. Quickstar keeps up. Whether it's fresh coffee, a delicious bakery treat, or our take-home meals that make life easier, we've got everything you need right here. Because your comfort and cravings deserve the best. And while you're fueling up with Quickstar's fully guaranteed gasoline, we've got great services like free ATMs and free air. We're all about saving you time, money, and making your life easy. Quickstar's here for you whenever you need us.
Iowa fans, with US Mode from US Cellular, you can keep your eye on the game, not on your screen. Whether you're inside the stadium, tailgating in the lots, or listening to the game at home, US Cellular wants you to focus on genuine connections with your family, friends, and fellow Hawkeye fans. That means at game time, you should do less scrolling and more cheering. So eliminate distractions and build connections by setting your phone to US Mode, because game day is for cheering on the Hawkeyes. Go Hawks! US Cellular, built for us.
On the Hawkeye Sports Network. You've been listening to the Whipples Hybrids Hawkeye Huddle. When you plant Whipples, you're not just choosing superior seed corn, you're making a statement. One that says staying independent, staying family-owned means something on your farm. So make your choice. Plant your independence. Plant Whipples. Hawkeye football is on the air. Brought to you by Steel. This fall, power up with Steel, a proud supporter of the Iowa Hawkeyes. Bud Light, easy to drink, easy to enjoy. By your local Ford dealers. University of Iowa Healthcare, changing medicine, changing lives. Lennox and your local Lennox home comfort specialist. Made right here in Iowa since 1895. Iowa Lottery. Be a VIP with the Iowa Lottery. Visit ialottery.com for details. Your Iowa John Deere dealers, proud sponsors of Hawkeye football. Also brought to you by Mid-American Energy. Mid-American Energy is proud to deliver affordable, reliable energy to you all season long. Pioneer, proud to be the one you count on when every bushel counts since 1926. Shields, proud partner of the Iowa Hawkeyes and football fans everywhere. And by U.S. Cellular, built for the Hawkeyes. Built for silencing notifications and turning up the noise. U.S. Cellular, built for us. You're listening to healthy coverage of the Iowa Hawkeyes with Wellmark Blue Cross and Blue Shield. Wellmark, here for every member, every moment. Learn more at wellmark.com. Now, let's join Gary Dolphin and former Hawkeye great Pat Angerer for the Wellmark Blue Cross and Blue Shield first half.
Yeah, we're back, and thanks for joining us along the Hawkeye Radio Network. The team's about to emerge from their respective tunnels. Let's look at the Iowa offense, courtesy of Mid-American Energy. Mark Granowski, a quarterback, 8 of 15 a week ago, scored a touchdown, threw a touchdown pass, 44 total yards. He'll turn and hand off to Terrell Washington. Xavier Williams, the redshirt freshman who ran for 120. Jazz Patterson. Kamari Moulton not playing again this week because of a shoulder arm injury. The wide receivers, Jacob Gill, the grad student out of Northwestern, transferred in from Northwestern. He's a Raleigh, North Carolina native. Tight end is Addison Estringa. Sam Phillips back to the wideouts. Sam had a nice punt return last week and no receptions. Hopefully he gets involved early. Seth Anderson, the senior from Sewanee, Georgia. Let's see if Seth can step up today. And, of course, Caden Weegan, the 5'9 senior from Williamsburg and Iowa Western Community College, caught a touchdown pass a week ago. We're looking for those tight ends early and often. Addison Estringa, the 6'4 senior from Sun Prairie, Wisconsin. Zach Ortworth, 6'4 junior from St. Louis. And Hayden Large. He's an H-back. He's a tight end. He's a fullback. It's great to have somebody with that kind of diversity in terms of position playing. Up front, in my opinion, and Pat's strong opinion, this is where the game gets won. Logan Jones, the senior at center, the 6'3", 300-pounder from Council Bluffs, Lewis Central. He's flanked on the outside by Jack Dotzler or Trevor Lauk at left tackle. Jennings Dunker, the all-Big Ten candidate at right tackle, 6'5", 315 from Lena, Illinois. The guards, the senior Bo Stevens at 6'5", 315 from Blue Springs, Missouri. And the nasty one, the youngster, the sophomore Cade Pieper, first-year starter, 6'4", 290 from Norfolk, Nebraska. He was blowing people off the line last week.
Yes, he was. Very impressive start by him and also everybody else on that front line.
Let's head to center field now. That's where Rob Brooks is, along with this Big Ten officiating crew. And we have the Hy-Vee coin toss right now, Rob.
Same captains as last week, Intringer, Herkett, Jones, Granowski, and Cole Knippel is the referee as both teams shake hands. Of course, the Hawks with Mark Granowski will call heads or tails.
Welcome, men. It's a great day for football in the state of Iowa. Heads.
Thank you.
Mark Granowski called heads. It is heads. And there you have it. Hawks with the ball once again, Dolph. Here we go.
2 weeks in a row, the Hawks have, last week actually, Iowa did win the toss last week and elected to take the football, and they do so again. And Kirk Ference, Tim Lester doing their best to get that offense revved up early.
I love it. Hey, we're going to take the first shot. We're going to get the chance to throw the first punch. I'm really excited about it. I love that they have that confidence in their offense.
Cole Knippel, as you heard, is the referee. It's a Big Ten crew. It usually is. The visiting team will have its conference, either Big 12 or Big Ten officials. The umpire is Ed Feaster. The head linesman is Rod Amari, veteran. Line judge Sergio De Hoyos. The field judge is Ryan Gannon. Steve Thielen is the side judge. The back judge is David Lofton. David Siegel will center the football. And up here, the replay official is Tom Kissinger. No relation to Henry that I'm aware of.
Yeah, you never know. We can get Swish on that, fact-checking that.
I want to give a shout-out before we get underway to Ben. Ben, an Iowa grad, was appointed a magistrate judge this week out in Denver, Colorado.
My man.
Those Hawks are everywhere. Hang on to those get-out-of-jail-free cards, Judge, in case we play Colorado State here in the near future. But thanks for your service. He was in child protection for a long time. Ben, all the best to you in your future law career. Thanks to Tom and JP for tipping us off to that. All right, now who do we got? Conradi or Jace Gilbert? Both are solid kickers. Looks like Conradi, the sophomore from Dubuque Senior. He's booted 3 kicks. 2 of the 3 have gone out of the end zone. And here we go. We're underway. This one's returnable from the 3 for Weegan. 10, 15, 20. Heads for the sideline. Gets the corner turn. He's dragged down from behind at the 26. Good downfield coverage by the Cyclones. They squeezed him into the sideline. And several red shirts got to him, led by Nick Reinecke, a sophomore from Dyke, New Hartford. So the Hawkeye offense will trot onto the field with the ball first. Just underway. 1st and 10. And they spot it, right at the 26. First and 10. Hawks slow to get on the field. Now we're ready. Phillips splits wide to the right. Seth Anderson.
They call it. What are they doing here?
What are we doing here? That's not a delay of game, was it?
Well, hey.
Holding or what? Oh, my. Unsportsmanlike conduct, we're told, on Caden Weegan. Okay, well, it is Iowa State.
They shouldn't have made him mad.
10-yard walk-off. Boy, what a time for a penalty.
Yeah.
And no gain on the first carry of the game, or very little gain by Terrell Washington. Big old Dominic Orange filled the gap. The ball's at the 14. Just shy of the 15-yard line. 2nd down, 9. They give him 1. Unsportsmanlike conduct.
The second guy always gets caught.
Well, no doubt.
Just say that. You know, we would never initiate anything.
Well, we're going to get a look at Mark Granowski's throwing arm early. He's in the gun. One running back. And they run the jet with Weegan. He turns it upfield. Not much running room. He's dragged down at the 18. A gain of 4. Well, you can bet the Cyclones are getting after him from the start. You know that.
Yeah, they read that sweep out pretty well. But, hey, we're 3rd and medium range here. 3rd and 5, not a bad. We got back to right where we needed to be. I like our odds here on 3rd and 5.
Jamison Patterson, the safety, and Marcus Neal, the junior linebacker. Marcus Neal, Jr., the linebacker, combined on the stop. Ball at the 18, so he got 4. It's 3rd down and 5. Critical juncture this early in the game. We haven't played 2 minutes. Unsportsmanlike penalty call on the Hawkeyes. Out of the gun, here's Granowski. He's got 4 receivers. 1 goes in motion. That's Washington. Mark with a throw and a quick slant. And it is caught at the 23-yard line. That'll be a 1st down. Nice catch. Boy, he threw it right at the receiver's shoe tops. Jacob Gill, the veteran from Northwestern.
They didn't give it to us.
Seriously?
They didn't give us a 1st down.
Well,
that looked pretty.
We'll have to look at the replay. Kale Brazina, the middle linebacker, was in coverage. They called it a catch initially. Well, they say he's short.
Yeah.
4th down, the spot.
It looks short to me.
Well, they give him the gain, but it's a yard shy of the 1st down.
Oh,
so the Hawks
The
Hawks are going to get rid of the football via the punt, and it's a poor punt by Dakin. Well, he's juiced up too. Wow, what a turn of events. The Cyclones will take over at their own 45-yard line.
Now watch them here. Yeah, not a great start for us. Watch them taking a shot here right off the bat. They got the momentum. Rocco Beck and their offensive coordinator, they're known for taking the shots here after a big possession.
This all started with the unsportsmanlike conduct call on Caden Weegan after he returned the opening kick to the 26. All of a sudden, the Hawks were back at the 16 and come up just short on 1st down. And then a poor punt by Dakin. Well, he's a little nervous. Here's a run straight down the middle and big gain to the 44 of the Hawkeyes on 1st down. That'll be a 1st down. Carson Hansen, who's a solid running back, but a big hole down the middle of the field.
Yeah, just an inside trap, and they trapped our D tackle and blocked our linebacker down. That's a good play. You got to recognize it. You got to know that you got to go down his trap as a D tackle.
Up front is Llewellyn Herkett, Aaron Graves, and Bryce. Hansen goes in motion. Beck to throw out of an empty backfield. Has the tight end. He's dropped for a gain of 4 or 5. That'll be Benjamin Bramer, his 10th catch of the year. Jaden Harrell, the linebacker, hanging on as they had a lot of pre-snap motion there.
Yeah, 5-yard little out route. Look at them. They're already getting ready to snap. They have a really high pace of play, which puts a lot of pressure on the defense.
No huddle look, and here we go. A quick handoff and a counter to Carson Hansen. Shy of the first down by about a couple yards. Inside the 40, though, to the Hawkeye 36. It'll be third down, short 2, a long 1.5. As the Cyclones stop the Hawkeyes in their opening drive, and a poor punt gave them position near midfield. They've taken it to the Hawkeye 32. Cyclones going with a hurry up. Now they slow things down and they use some of that snap clock. We're not 5 minutes into the game. Here it is. It's a draw handoff to Hansen. First down at the 30-yard line. I said it was at the 32. They're at the 34. He gets 5 inside the 30. Xavier Wampa making some tackles here early in the game. 10:58 to go first quarter. And the Cyclones keep the ball after a pair of first downs. Took over at their own 45-yard line. The ball now at the Iowa 31. Hawks need to stiffen here. At Iowa State offensive front doing a good job with their trap blocking. Slot receiver goes in motion. That's a tight end. Iowa jumped but got back offside. Here's a play fake, a throw to the sideline, incomplete. Got his hands on it, did the receiver, but nice play by the Hawkeyes. T.J. Hall on Brett Elskison. And that knocked it away.
It's a great job by T.J. Hall. They're known, and he knows their tendencies. They're known for taking a shot in the fringe. They did that against Kansas State a lot. Scored touchdown on a go route. Same situation there. T.J. Hall did a really good job staying inside on that go route and making a play.
Up front for the Cyclones, Dylan Barrett at center, Trevor Buer and Brendan Black at the guards. Tyler Miller and James Neal are the tackles. Here's Beck to throw on second and long. He's hemmed in, then gets away. Hawks missed a tackle, and he's running for the first down. He's going to be just shy inside the 25. Now we got a flag back at the line of scrimmage, and there might have been a reason Beck got loose, a hold.
Yeah, it looked like a hold inside on Graves there. It's a good job rallying to the ball.
Holding. Offense number 61. 10-yard penalty from the previous spot. Second down.
Dylan Barrett, the center, got caught with a grab. They had Beck hemmed in, and then all of a sudden, while the Hawkeye defensive lineman disappeared, and it was because of the hold on Dylan Barrett. He's a Big Ten transfer. In fact, the Barrett brothers, Austin and Dylan, transferred in from Indiana and Wisconsin. And they're now in the Big 12 with the Cyclones. So that's a big play for the Iowa defense. Iowa State back outside the Hawkeye 40 at the 42. It's second down. They get the down over. 2nd and 20. Beck has nobody open. Drops it off to the tight end. And a nice gain of 5 or 6 by Benjamin Bramer. Man, is he tough to bring down. 6'7", 255. The junior from Pierce, Nebraska.
Yeah, and it's tough to cover because what they do is he stays in the block initially, and then he releases late. And everybody hemmed up, and then they have to come down to the ball.
Good job by Jaden Harrell just to get him on the ground.
Yep.
He got roughly 6. Call it third down. Third down and 14. Third and almost 15, really. The ball near the 35 of the Hawkeyes. Look for something downfield here by Rocco Beck. They have a diamond formation left. 3 receivers wide left, 1 to the right. And they're going to run the ball off the edge and short of the first down. Nice play call, well designed, but well short of the first down is Carson Hansen.
Yeah, they spread us out. They saw that we were in 2-man, had our linebackers out of the box, and really our safeties were the ones that came up and made a really good play. It's a tough play on a middle linebacker when you're man-to-man on a guy across the field.
Ran it off the right side. Cohen Ontringer, though, and Carson Shire closed in a hurry. And now Kyle Conrady will try a field goal. This will be from the 34. 44-yard field goal attempt toward the south end zone. This is almost a chip shot for a guy with this kind of leg strength. Here's the snap, the spot, and the boot is right through. Plenty of Plenty of error. Cyclones grab the early lead. It is 3-0 after the Hawks punt away, and Iowa State with a short drive, 55 yards. We'll take a break, come back in a minute. Hawkeye football is brought to you by the Eastern Iowa Airport. Hawk away games are presented by the Eastern Iowa Airport with 5 airlines, 18 nonstop destinations, and more than 400 one-stop connections to popular destinations. It is Hawkeye Nation's #1 choice for travel. Thank you, Eastern Iowa Airport, for your partnership with the Hawks. The Hawkeyes fly out of Eastern Iowa Airport, CID. Go Hawks, fly CID. This is Hawkeye football and the Iowa Corn Cy-Hawk game. From Ames, Hawkeye football coming your way from Learfield.
It takes hard work to be the best in the game. Planning, commitment, resilience, sweat. That's why Old Dominion Freight Line, the #1 national LTL carrier for quality, works hard to be the best in the game and is proud to support those striving to be the best in theirs. Old Dominion Freight Line, official freight carrier of Iowa Athletics, helping the world keep promises.
You're listening to healthy coverage of the Iowa Hawkeyes with Wellmark Blue Cross and Blue Shield. Wellmark, here for every member, every moment. Learn more at wellmark.com. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
Our mission at Oak Knoll is to provide exceptional retirement living and health services through life care. I'm Steve Rowe, CEO. We are a not-for-profit life plan community and have served the Iowa City area for 58 years. Oak Knoll is located near the University of Iowa hospitals and clinics, Kinnick Stadium, Carver Hawkeye Arena, Hancher Auditorium, and downtown Iowa City. Visit our website at oakknoll.com to learn more. We are a proud sponsor of Hawkeye Athletics. Go Hawks!
Today's agriculture demands expertise, and no lender delivers more ag expertise than Farm Credit Services of America. More than simply having the financial products and services you need to do business, we have the knowledge and commitment to help grow your business. From financing the next season to growing the next generation, we work to achieve your goals. We're Farm Credit Services of America. Call 800-884-FARM. Agriculture works here.
Iowa State will kick off to the Hawkeyes leading 3-0 midway through the first period after a Reese Dakin punt that only went to the Cyclone 45. Iowa State goes 8 plays, uses 30 yards and 4 minutes of clock. And in the end, a field goal of 44 yards by Kyle Ontringer. Iowa Hawkeye football is brought to you by the Iowa Corn Cy-Hawk Series. Iowa Corn promotes values that are uniquely Iowan. On behalf of Iowa's corn farmers, we salute all athletes for their hard work and determination, both on and off the field. Go to iowacorn.org and learn how corn grows Iowa. Conradi will kick off. And let's see, Caden Weegan is 3 yards deep in the end zone. Terrell Washington is out near the 5. Here's the run up. And this one is deeper, and Caden will just watch it soar over his head and out of bounds. Hawks will bring it out to the 25 and go 1st and 10. Incredibly, Iowa's won 6 straight games here at Jack Trice Stadium. And all-time Iowa is 22-8 in Ames. It's not like they're intimidated.
Yeah, I mean, I love being in Ames because I'm not only the best looking guy here, but I'm smart, and it's the only place in America where I am those two things. So us Hawkeyes, we love being in Ames because we're good looking.
This is unscripted, ladies and gentlemen, for you Cyclone fans in the listening audience.
I will tell you, they have been really nice to us since we've been here. They have been great.
Now, don't try and bail yourself out. Come on.
Yeah.
Timeout on the field.
I'll be here all day.
Tip your waitress. Timeout on the field. The Cy-Hawk battle is off to a hot start. Let me tell you, we're brought to you by Associated Builders and Contractors of Iowa. Just like football, construction takes teamwork, training, and grit. Ready to join the team and become a champ? Visit abciowatrust.org. That's abciowatrust.org Learn more about building your future while building Iowa. The Cy-Hawk battle continues. Iowa State right after this. This is Hawkeye football presented by Walmart Blue Cross Blue Shield from Learfield.
RE/MAX is the official real estate partner of Iowa Athletics, and we understand there's a number for everything: square footage, down payment, interest rates. But how do you measure the trust you have in your agent? For a RE/MAX agent, it's not about numbers on a contract. It's being a trusted RE/MAX agent. That means you'll get honest advice, expert guidance, and someone who's committed to your success. Because while numbers count, trust is what truly matters. RE/MAX, the official real estate partner of Iowa Athletics. Each office independently owned and operated.
Hey, college football fans, I know you'd do anything for a win on game day and an ice-cold Bud Light. Because whether you're tailgating in the parking lot or parked on the couch, sitting on your lucky stool at the bar, or standing in the fan section all game long, the clean, crisp taste of Bud Light turns a win into a win-win. And there's nothing easier to enjoy than that. Bud Light. Easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Enjoy responsibly. Anheuser-Busch Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Whether you're cheering for the Hawkeyes or caring for your land, we know you're all in all season long. And Case IH compact and utility tractors are all in too. Mowing, digging, hauling. Our equipment, designed to meet the needs of America's farm fields, makes caring for your home field easier. Your Case IH dealer can show you how our equipment can make this season a winning one. Case IH, built by farmers.
Short network timeout, so we're ready to go. The lines are down. Granowski up under center. Logan Jones, first play of Iowa's second series here at Iowa State. 3-0 Cyclones. Hawks are going to run it off the right side. Nice cutback by Washington, but an even better play by the defensive end, Tamatoa McDonough, the redshirt senior from Asheville, North Carolina. He drags Ty Washington down after a short gain of a couple.
Yeah, just an outside zone, and really how you play outside zone really well. Those linebackers have to be downhill, and their linebackers are really, really downhill and aggressive. They did a good job sifting it out.
Yeah, this 3-3-5 becomes a 4-3 real quick.
Absolutely.
They'll always sneak somebody up on the line of scrimmage right as the ball is about to be snapped. Like now, Granowski runs a draw handoff, and there's nothing there. Again, they'll always commit at least one safety through the play. He'll drop down. Pretty soon they got you outnumbered on the line of scrimmage. Dominic Orange jamming things up again in the middle. And no gain, 3rd down 8.
Yeah, you know, and that's why we can't afford these 3rd and 8s, because we need to be able to play action. We need to be able to get them to use that over-aggressiveness to where they bite, and then it opens up our short little passing routes.
Hawks were 10 of 16 on 3rd down last week, but this is in Albany. 3rd down 8. 27-yard line. Out of the gun, Granowski. Here's the snap. Deep drop. They run a delayed blitz. Mark gets rid of it, and it is incomplete.
Come on.
Incomplete, intended for Addison Estrenga up near midfield. And it was either interference or great coverage, and the officials say great coverage by Tashawn James, the safety. They committed the extra defensive back, and the sophomore from Oklahoma City knocked the ball away from Addison Estrenga. So now Reese Dakin will come back on. He's got it's more of a crosswind, but there is some breeze at his back, and Reese needs to atone for that first punt, standing at his own 13-yard line. Well, now we got another flag just as the ball is snapped. Well, the Hawkeye offense, special teams really out of kilter to start this game.
Kicking team number 12. 5-yard penalty. Still 4th down.
Jackson Rexroth with the flinch. I mean, that's a senior doing that. I get it. You know, it's Iowa State, but help your punter out here. He's now going to be letting this one go from just beyond the 10-yard line is Reese Dakin. Punted twice last week for a 55-yard average. And here comes his second boot, and that's a sidewinding line drive that takes a fortuitous Iowa bounce. Hit at the 40 of Iowa State, rolls all the way down inside the 25 to the 24. Reese catches a break, but then again, those punters, they know where to point that nose of the football, and it took a Reese Dakin bounce there big time.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. You know, it's better to be lucky than good. And luckily, he's both lucky and good. On that last pass, on that last 3rd down conversion, it was a zero blitz. all-out blitz, and it was a good job by Granowski waiting and staying in the pocket and at least taking a shot downfield.
Reese taken with the punt after a 3-play and out drive by the Hawkeyes. His punt fortunately traveled 54 yards, and that's where Iowa State takes over it. It's own 24 when play resumes. Hawks need a turnover here. Come on, defense. Back to Ames and Jack Trice in a minute. This is Hawkeye football presented by Wellmark Blue Cross Blue Shield from Learfield.
How do you become America's best-selling brand? Let's break it down. Innovative tech means smarter and safer driving. Intelligent all-wheel drive will keep you ready for anything. And built Ford tough trucks will always get the job done. Plus, come into your local Ford store today and get super low APR financing, big cash back, and great lease offers on Ford's full line of cars, trucks, and SUVs. That's Ford, and that's how you become America's best-selling brand. Sales claim based on calendar year sales.
This is John.
Hey, my name is John Jackson.
He's not some actor. He's a steward of the land with a John Deere 3 Series tractor and a PTO Quick Connect that hooks up rear implements with a single click. John runs with us because to him, there's nothing more important than connecting with the land. Nothing runs like a Deere. Hear John's story at Deere.com.
Stop by your local John Deere dealer for a test drive today or learn more at Deere.com. Your Iowa John Deere dealers, proud sponsors of Hawkeye football.
Hi, I'm Gary Dolphin, and if you want your home to be exceptionally comfortable during these cold Iowa winters and hot, humid summers, you need to turn to Dave Lennox and your local Lennox home comfort specialist. Lennox has been serving Iowa consumers since 1895, when Dave Lennox built his first furnace in Marshalltown, and Lennox is still building its high-efficiency furnaces and air conditioners there today. For the best home comfort system you can buy, it's Lennox and your local Lennox dealer. Lennox and the Hawkeyes. Now there's a winning combination.
Hawkeyes with just 11 net yards through 2 possessions. In fact, they've got more penalty yards than yards gained. 2 penalties, 18 yards, and yet only trail 3-0 to the Cyclones here with 7:09 to go first quarter. So a rocky start for the Hawks, but Pat, a long way to go, obviously.
Yeah, for sure. Hey, not great, but hey, it's 3-0. We got them backed up, and I like our guys. I like our guys in the fight. Hopefully they took a deep breath, got a good talk from the coach, and they're ready to go.
Brian Allen and Jonah Pace are now on that defensive front. Try and get some pressure on Rocco Beck as Phil Parker, and it looks like Mike Merriweather's in there too. So we've got Aaron Graves obviously still in there. Old steady Eddie Aaron Graves.
Kansas State had a DN very similar to Merriweather that dominated that game. Made a ton
I love Merriweather.
And very similar. I'm looking for him to have a good series here.
Long and lanky and strong and quick off the ball. Here we go. The Cyclones leading 3-0. Beck to throw on first down. Has his man out at the 29-yard line. A gain of 5 on first down. Nice solid hit by Carson Shire on tight end Gabe Burkle. His first grab. Deshaun Lee was there. Shire was cleaning up. And they give him a solid 5, just shy of the 30. Abu Sama is now in a tailback, spelling Carson Hansen. Second down 5 for the Cyclones. Here's the draw handoff to Sama. He gets to the corner, turns it, first down, 40-yard line. Man, what blocking by the right side of that Iowa State line.
Yeah, we lost our edge there. You know, our linebacker was fighting to push that ball back inside and just got overpowered by 2 of the pullers, and they were able to gain that edge and had a good play.
Gain of 11 for Abu Sama to the 45-yard line. Make it the 46, 12-yard pickup for Sama. One of 4 or 5 young men from Southeast Polk High School on this Iowa State roster. Now Beck up under center. He's got the tight eye formation for Iowa State with 6.5 to play first quarter. 3-0 Cyclones. There's a deep drop on the handoff again to Sama. Heads for the short side of the field. Turned around though and stopped for little or no gain. That was really good pursuit tackling, led by Merriweather and Carson Shire.
Yeah, started as a lead, and Aaron Graves did a really good job penetrating it up front. He had a bump to the outside, and Merriweather did such a good job forcing it back inside. Really good defense by the Hawkeyes.
I'm sorry, it's the original line of scrimmage was a 41, not the 46. Gained about a half a yard, so the ball is just shy of the 42 on second down and a little more than 9. Again, they run the draw handoff, and breaking away from 2 Hawkeyes and squirming forward to the 48 is Abu Sama. Oh, man, they had him trapped in the backfield, and he got away.
Yes, they did. And that's what he does best. He's very agile, very shifty. We had two guys with 0 to no gain, had him wrapped up, and he was able to work out of there. We got to run to the ball. We got to wrap up.
So what should have been a no gain turns out to be a 5-yard gain. Zack Lutmer finished him off, but 3rd and 3 for the Cyclones as they approach midfield from their own 47. Here's the shotgun snap to Beck. Quick throw on a slant, and nothing doing. The Hawks had that one sniffed out, and they may have gained a yard, but a heck of a play on the receiver, Brett Elskison, by
timeout, Iowa State.
Carson Shire drills Brett Eskilson, and the Cyclones are going to be, let's see where they spot the ball. Iowa State called a quick timeout. And Matt Campbell upset about some, but they're two. I don't know if he got anything. They're at least 2 yards shy of a first down.
That was such a huge play by Carson Shire. Just a tunnel screen to that receiver, and he read it perfectly, came underneath the blocker, and made a really good tackle to where there was really little to no gain.
Hawkeye football is sponsored by Cenex. Proud to celebrate University of Iowa football. Fuel your fandom with your favorite snacks from your local Cenex station. Hawkeye Pride, powered locally. Timeout on the field. We've got 4:57 to play first quarter from Ames. It's the Cyclones 3, the Hawkeyes nothing. This is Hawkeye football from Northfield.
Hey Hawkeyes, ready to one-up your rivals off the field? Abbott and the Big Ten are back with the We Give Blood Drive. By showing up to donate blood, you can help your school win $1 million for student or community health. Score a limited edition home field designed Iowa t-shirt, and most importantly, save lives. Go to bigten.org/Abbott to find a donation location and put Iowa in the lead. That's bigten.org/Abbott.
You're listening to healthy coverage of the Iowa Hawkeyes with Wellmark Blue Cross and Blue Shield. Wellmark, here for every member, every moment. Learn more at wellmark.com. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
Leaders know there's no guide to greatness. When everyone else says something can't be done, they know it only hasn't been done yet. True leaders weather the fiercest storms and look deep within themselves to rise above and help others find their way forward. At Great Southern Bank, we're proud to partner with visionaries that help raise the tide for all of us. And when you're ready to bring your vision to life, we'll be right behind you with award-winning support.
Life's busy. Quickstar makes it easier. From fresh hot coffee to delicious bakery treats and quick grab-and-go meals and snacks, we've got what you need when you're on the run. Top off your tank with Quickstar's fully guaranteed fuel to keep you moving. Plus, enjoy added perks like free ATMs and complimentary air for your tires. Convenience, savings, and a see you next time with a smile. We're your go-to for everything you need to keep your day on track, because your comfort and cravings deserve the best. Stop into Quickstar today.
Iowa State 3, Iowa nothing. A little confusion up here in the booth. We thought the Hawks stopped Iowa State short on 3rd down, but they still have 3rd down up. 3rd down and a little more than 3. And I think that's why Iowa State called timeout, to get the down set correct. Rob Brooks, what do you think? Well, that's what I thought. Rob's as confused as we are, but we thank U.S. Cellular for sponsoring that quiet moment as we regroup. Now it's 3rd and 3. That has to be why Iowa State called a timeout when they flipped it to 4th down. Either way, here's Beck. They're going to run a handoff off the right side. 1st down. Cross midfield at the Iowa 46. They lined Hansen up with another back behind Beck. And again, good. They're running off that right side where the tight ends are. Really solid blocking, Coach Anger.
Yeah, yes, they are. And Hansen is a big body. He's a fast guy. He's a good running back. He could fall forward 3 yards. That was a pretty good call by them. We've got to know that. We've got to stop it.
They're attacking those Iowa linebackers. They needed 3, got 6, 1st and 10 at the Iowa 47. Beck to throw. He's going to air it out up the far sideline, and a catch outside the 10. Really nice throw, and a grab made at the Hawkeye 11 or 10 yard line by Brett Elskison. The sophomore from Frisco, Texas, Deshaun Lee, had good coverage, but it was a perfect pass.
Yeah, saw us in two-man, went for the go route, saw the safety bite inside a little bit, took a shot, and that's one thing Rocco Beck does. He's not afraid to take a shot.
36 yards on the gain. Here's a catch and a touchdown, but a drop. Nice job jarring the ball loose by T.J. Hall, again on the wide receiver Dominic Overby. He's a big target, 6'5". They went with a hurry up, and Overby ran to the near pylon on the far right side, opposite side from where Eskilsson caught a 36-yard pass a moment ago. Cyclones are 10 of 13 in the red zone this season with 8 touchdowns. Second down, just outside the Iowa 10-yard line. Changing the play as Beck looks to the sideline, now caused the audible. Abu Sama is the tailback. They bunch tight ends to the right. And they hand off to Abu Sama straight up the gut, and he's thrown back. Right guard and center or left guard and center is where he tried to cut back, but Cohen Ontringer sniffed the play and came up and filled the gap. Good job by Cohen. And it's going to be third down. Third down and 7 for the first down for the Cyclones, and 9 for the touchdown. Spot the ball just inside the 9 at the 8. So a gain of about 4 for Abu Sama. Big play here for the Iowa defense. Get a stop, force the field goal. Iowa State moving the ball here in the first period. Empty backfield. Beck's going to throw. Lobs it to the end zone and well over the intended receiver. Benjamin Bramer, the tight end. It's like Bramer just ran a simple hash mark and then an out. But I think the outside receiver, the wide out, was the intended target. But he broke his route off.
Yeah, it looked like a smash concept where you have the outside guy running a curl and then the inside guy running a corner route, and they did a good job covering that up.
So the try for the field goal by Kyle Conrady. He's 1 for 1. And this is like an extra point for him. 17-yard line, call it a 27-yard kick. Here it is, and it is good. Tucked it in that right upright. 6-0 Iowa State. That's a whole lot better than what it could have been. T.J. Hall with a big play in the end zone, knocking the ball loose from Dominic Overby. Timeout on the field with 3:18 to go in the first quarter. Now we'll keep it right here. We're going to go with the kickoff. All right. Now we got Rob Brooks on the line there, courtesy of U.S. Cellular down there on the Hawkeye sideline, with the Cyclones leading 6-0 late in the first quarter. Robbo?
Well, and the way Iowa State has started, obviously that crowd has gotten into it. And, unfortunate news on Addison Ostrenga. Expected to have a big season, caught a pass last week. When he tried to make that catch at midfield, looked like he came down awkwardly on that left leg. It looks to be an ankle area injury. Could not put any weight on it going into the medical tent. Had to bring the card out. And he's off to the locker room, unfortunately, for further evaluation. Just one other note, Rocco Beck, just watching from the sideline up close, does he have an incredible command of that offense, ability to change the play quickly at the line of scrimmage, and looks very, very comfortable back there so far. Hopefully can get disrupted soon.
Yeah, he's very Brock Purdy-like, that's for sure. Here comes a run-up by Conrady in the kickoff. Iowa State leading 6-0, and Caden Weegan, nothing he can do. This one sails out the back of the end zone as well. And a touchback again. At some point, this Iowa offense has to wake up and get moving, give that defense a breather. Fortunate to be down only 6-0.
Yeah, absolutely. I was just going to say that. We've put ourselves in tough positions, tough field position, tough situations, and we're only down 1 score. Good drive here, and then, hey, whole different ball game.
No surprise the Cyclones ganging up on the Iowa run after the Hawks ran for 300 last week. Iowa has a net 3 yards rushing through the first 12 minutes. Keep working it, though. Here's a counter handoff and a good push from behind by the Iowa O-line as they got right on the backside of Xavier Williams and pushed him forward to the 30-yard line. That's more like it, a gain of 5 on first down.
Yeah, Bo Stevens, I want to say, pushed him for about 5 yards. Great effort by him up front.
Middle linebacker Cooper Ebel was in there for Iowa State. Jamison Pattison, the safety, came up to help out Dominic Orange, but Hawks had a good push there. Now a serviceable 2nd and 5. Here's Williams, nowhere to run, though. as he took a look outside on that zone stretch, and Iowa State again shooting those safeties up in there for little or no gain. 3rd down and 5 for the Hawkeyes.
Yeah, nothing there. They're really ganging up on the run. Watch us kind of turn to using Mark's legs. I think that's going to be a huge advantage for us to get that ball outside.
Caleb Bacon held his ground, the weak side backer position, and Zamir Hawk, nice last name, defensive tackle, slid down the line and grabbed onto Williams. 3rd down, call it a long 4 as the Hawks go empty. Here's Granowski. He's got 4 wideouts and a tight end. 3-step drop, wings it to the right side, caught for a 1st down, out of bounds. Lunging for that 1st down marker is Jacob Gill. I think that's Iowa's the first down of the afternoon. I believe it is. Yes.
That was a great throw and catch. Just a little out route to the sticks for Jacob Gill. Iowa State sent everybody. Mark staying in there, being tough, making the good throw. That's huge. That's a huge win for us.
Tayshawn James, the safety, had no chance. He had good coverage, but just an even better throw by Granowski. Now 1 running back, 3 wideouts and a tight end, Zach Ortworth. Here's the draw. No, the fake of the draw handoff, and the pass is maybe deflected at the line of scrimmage. It was a deep slant for Jacob Gill, and Tayshawn James was in coverage, the junior from Des Moines, attends Ankeny High School, and the Hawks, that ball knocked up in the air. Dangerous position to be in if you're an Iowa fan. But it fell to the ground. 2nd down and 10 for Granowski and the Hawks with 1:26 to play. Here in the first period, 6-0 Iowa State.
I love that RPO call that we just did. That's going to be open for us all day.
Hayden Large and Jacob Gill split wide to the left. Terrell Washington goes in motion. They throw it to him, and he's knocked down for a big loss. Back upfield at the 29. Marcus Neal, the linebacker, came untouched, like they're in the Hawkeye huddle there.
Yeah, just a swing pass. Looks like we missed a block outside. He was expecting the linebacker to go over the top. He went underneath, and we missed him, and it set TJ up to take a shot. That's unfortunate.
Hawks are 1 of 3 on 3rd down. We talked about no negative yardage plays in the pregame show. Well, here's one. 3rd and 17 for Granowski. He's got a couple backs in there for protection. Iowa State now crowding the line with 7 guys. Granowski fumbles the snap, and he's sacked for a further loss back to the 22. Tamatoa McDonough got to him first, but I couldn't tell that was a low snap or Mark just fumbled the snap.
Yeah, it looked a little low, I think. I'm not sure. It's that's not ideal there in that situation, obviously. And
well, either way, it shouldn't have happened, but it did.
Yep.
And that'll bring us to the end of the first quarter. 6-0 Iowa State. Hawkeye football is sponsored by the Iowa Farm Bureau. Like the Hawks, Iowa farmers leave it all on the field. You too could be on the field and win tickets to the ANF Game Day October 18th. Learn more at americaneedsfarmers.org. 1 quarter in the books. Iowa State trying to hang on to the Cy-Hawk Trophy for another year. No, Iowa State has called timeout.
Interesting.
With 11 seconds remaining in the quarter. Well, that wind has picked up pretty significantly out of the north-northwest, so you look at those flags, you can see why they call timeout. And they'll make Reese Dakin punt this one into a stiff breeze. Wellmark Blue Cross Blue Shield knows you're here for every moment, every touchdown, every tackle. Well, Wellmark is here too for every moment with healthcare coverage you can count on. Find the right healthcare plan at wellmark.com/touchdown. So here comes the punt by Dakin, and this is a beauty. Hangs up in midair.
That's us. That's us.
The ball's fumbled. No. Well, they throw a flag. It looks like they're going to call interference on Iowa, but I'm not so sure. The gunner, I think it was Lutmer, was running down the field and ran into the guy trying to block him, and the wind blew the ball that way, and the Iowa State punt returner.
There's no foul for kick-catch interference as the player was blocked into the receiver.
Yes.
Okay. I guess I'll just break off the explanation there.
Well, and that's beautiful. And that's why as a returner you have to yell, hey, Peter, get away. You've got to follow the ball. You don't want to block a guy into the returner.
Aiden Flora is their veteran punt returner, and the wind took it right to the gunner, Lutmer, and the defender. And he ran right into him, and the ball hit somebody there, of course. And, Iowa State will hang on to the football. I'm not so sure.
The review didn't look very beneficial on our end.
I need an explanation. If it hit, must have hit Lutmer, because if it hit a Cyclone, that's a live football, isn't it?
Well, yeah, it should be our ball. So they're saying that they're going to argue that we hit the returner before he got the ball. And then the returner touched the ball, and then it would have been ours.
Oh, boy. Oh, they say the ball hit Lutmer in the leg. Well, we'll go with the call. Iowa State football. 1st and 10 at the Cyclone 34 when play resumes. This has been an interesting game for special teams so far. Hey, at Athletico Physical Therapy, you don't need a jersey to move with purpose or permission to take your healing seriously. At Athletico, recovery fuels what's possible. Move like you mean it. Schedule your free assessment at athletico.com. Proud partner of the Iowa Hawkeyes, Athletico. All our reviews, and they're looking at this just to make sure, all of our reviews under review this year are sponsored again by our friends at Athletico Physical Therapy.
Be nice if we get the ball here, you think?
Oh, boy, that would be big. Referee Kneppel is visiting with the replay booth up front here. They say for the moment the ball hit Zack Lutmer with 3 seconds to go in the first quarter. 6-0, Iowa State on a pair of Kyle Conradi field goals have the lead. TJ Hall saved at least 6 points with a knockdown, or the ball knock away from Overby in the end zone, and they ultimately settled for a field goal. Hawkeye football is brought to you by University of Iowa Healthcare, here for you no matter where you are in the state. Changing medicine and changing lives for all of Iowa and beyond. Visit uihealthcare.org. Cy-Hawk Week, the Hawkeye women's soccer team won over the Cyclones Thursday night in Iowa City, 1-0. And volleyball hosting a big tournament. Coach Barnes and the volleyballers had a great start to the season last weekend out in Vegas, winning that championship, and now hosting a big-time invitational at Extreme Arena in Coralville yesterday and today. Take your radio with you, get out there and support the Hawks. Well, they're taking a long look at this. That usually that should favor the Hawkeyes, but in any event, I was reading this week there are 7 Big Ten programs, volleyball programs, ranked in the top 25.
Wow.
Penn State's #1, of course, Nebraska, Wisconsin, Minnesota, UCLA, Purdue, and USC, all ranked in the top 25. The Hawks are getting better under Coach Barnes, and that's good.
You were a pretty good sand volleyball player, weren't you?
I was an outstanding sand volleyball.
My wife used to go watch you, she said.
I was really good at falling down in the sand. You know, when you're pigeon-toed, it's difficult running through that. Now, that was Carolina sand. I mean, Iowa dirt, I could probably keep my balance a little bit better.
I just sink. It's like quicksand for me.
I signed an autograph for Mary at the last sand volleyball match I competed in. That's been a couple of years. Well, they've looked at this for about 5 minutes, and the referee, Kneppel, has the call.
After further review, the ruling on the field is upheld. The ball touched the Iowa State player. It'll be 1st and 10 Iowa.
Oh!
I love these guys. Best refs we've ever had. These guys are amazing. Amazing call.
So they called it Iowa football initially.
Yeah, yep.
Aha. Well, how about a turn of events, Hawk fans? Iowa, it did hit an Iowa State player, and it had to be the blocker. Perhaps it did touch Aiden Flora, but the bottom line is the Hawks have the ball at the Iowa State 33, trailing 6-0 as we get to the final play of the first quarter. Here's Granowski, one running back, a tight end, 3 receivers. Granowski's going to keep. He's got running room to the left side. Needs a blocker. Gets the corner turn. He's at the 25, 20-yard line. First down at the Cyclone 20. The Hawks are knocking at the door of the Case IH red zone. Marcus Neal prevented further damage, but a gain of 13 on first down as the first quarter ends.
And that's just what we needed. And we had talked about that's what they're going to start doing. They're going to use Mark's legs. They're really eyeing on our running backs, and Mark to be able to have that ability to get outside, use his legs, is huge.
It also opens up the short middle routes.
Yes, it does, absolutely.
Come on, Iowa tight ends. Even without Addison Estrenga, it's been an ugly start for the Hawkeyes, an unfortunate beginning for Iowa. But here they are at the end of the first quarter, down only 6 with the ball as we get to the Case IH red zone. Second quarter coming up in the battle for Cy-Hawk in just a minute. This is Hawkeye Football, sponsored by Walmart Blue Cross Blue Shield in Learfield.
We love it when the Hawkeyes do their thing, because if there's anyone who can appreciate building a legacy, it's John Deere. We've been growing our team since 1837, recruiting the best thinkers, doers, and makers to craft innovations that outpace the competition. Because whether it's cultivating the earth with a tractor or reshaping it with a 40-ton excavator, the machines we build are building America. Nothing runs like a Deere.
Iowa fans, with US Mode from US Cellular, you can keep your eye on the game, not on your screen. Whether you're inside the stadium, tailgating in the lots, or listening to the game at home, US Cellular wants you to focus on genuine connections with your family, friends, and fellow Hawkeye fans. That means at game time, you should do less growling and more cheering. So eliminate distractions and build connections by setting your phone to US Mode, because game day is for cheering on the Hawkeyes. Go Hawks! US Cellular, built for us.
The silly moments, the proud moments, even the hard moments. They're what make life remarkable. And they're why Wellmark Blue Cross and Blue Shield is here for every moment. Committed to making healthcare better, more affordable, with more choices for care. And service and coverage that give you peace of mind no matter what comes your way. So you can show up for every tender moment, every brave moment, and every wouldn't miss it for the world moment, knowing that Blue is here for you. Go to Wellmark.com/every moment to find a plan right for you.
6-0 Iowa State at the end of the first quarter, but the Hawks on a fumbled punt return. The Hawks jumped on the ball, got it after it touched an Iowa State player. And, you know, the irony there, Pat, is they called timeout to force Reese Dakin to punt into the wind, and it came back to shoot the Cyclones in the foot, literally. And Granowski just ran 13 yards for a first down on the first play of this series, and now the Hawks have the ball at the Cyclone 20 as we get ready to start the second quarter. But first, Nicolay Law. Nicolay Law brings you Pat's quick stats. What do you got? What stoked your coals there?
You know, it's an interesting game here. Iowa State's got 106 yards. Iowa has 23. Iowa State's 2 for 4 on third down. We're only 1 for 4. We've been in really tough situations. However, the score is 6-0. It's only a one-possession ball game, and turnovers, Iowa 1, Iowa State 0. And these stats are presented by our great friends at Nicolay Law. Nicolay Law is a proud partner of the Iowa Hawkeyes.
Right now, for all the misfortune the Hawks have gone through, that turnover is the biggest stat.
Absolutely. With local attorneys who put people first, they help injured Iowans fight the insurance companies and win what's fair. Injured? Get Nicolay. Call 1-855-NICOLAY or visit nicolaylaw.com.
Give Caden Weegan that phone number. He may want it after that opening unsportsmanlike conduct penalty to start the game. Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. It's High Noon and Ames. You're listening to Iowa Hawkeye Football. Guys have it 1st and 10. Granowski at quarterback. Williams at tailback. He gets the handoff, gets to the outside, but he's outnumbered, knocked down, unable to get to that edge, at least to this point. He's going to lose yardage from the Iowa State 21 to from the Iowa State 20, lost a yard. Jontez Williams leading the charge for that quick outside cover for the Iowa State Cyclones. Stations, we owe you. Well, I guess we just did it, station identification. I owe some call letters. That's what I owe, and I'll get to that in a minute. We want to thank all of our affiliates. All right, Granowski on 2nd down, 11. Single receivers, tight to the line of scrimmage, tight end in motion. And here comes Williams again on a cutback. This time he squirts through a little bit of a hole. Brings it down to the 17, a gain of 4. Hawks are looking at third and at least 6, maybe 7. Thanks to KROS in Clinton, KXIC, AM 800 in Iowa City. South in Mount Pleasant, home of the Threshers reunion. That's either this weekend or coming up real quick. KILJ 105.5 FM. Up in Waukon, hi to everybody on KDHK. And up in Webster City, it's KZWC 99.1 FM. Here are the Hawks on third down, almost 7. Granowski shifts to the gun. He's got 3 receivers and a tight end, looking to the wide side, wings it to the sideline, has a man caught, but short of the first down. Really nice throw, but not to the first down marker. Jacob Gill grabbed onto it. I think he's at about the 12. They need to get to just outside the 10, and the Hawks are going to go for 3.
How sure are those hands of Jacob Gill? He seems to catch everything. It was a great throw, but it was a really tough catch by Jacob Gill. Fortunately, a little bit short.
And on the road, you take the points.
Absolutely.
The way luck's been running against the Hawkeyes. So here's old steady Eddie, Drew Stevens, from the 21-yard line. 31-yard field goal attempt. The snap, the put down, and the kick is good. Inside the left upright. Out of the hold of Ty Nissen. And early on here in the second quarter, 12:53 to play till halftime. It's Iowa State's lead cut in half, 6-3. Cyclones. Back with more at Jack Trice Stadium in a minute. This is the Iowa Corn Cy-Hawk game, and this is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
This is a commercial for Pioneer Seed Corn.
In 1926, Pioneer revolutionized farming with the first commercial production of hybrid corn, and we've been innovating ever since.
The one that started it all, the #1 seed to beat, the one for you.
In 2026, we celebrate a century of innovation. Plant the 100th season. Plant Pioneer. Visit pioneer.com/100.
You're listening to healthy coverage of the Iowa Hawkeyes with Wellmark Blue Cross and Blue Shield. Wellmark, here for every member, every moment. Learn more at wellmark.com. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
Farmers are constantly chasing more yield and greater consistency. Check out Mershman Seeds Power Core Enlist Corn. Here's Lynn Williams, our General Sales Manager.
Let's jump right into yield. Mershman Seeds Power Core Enlist corn growers are talking about high yield potential and consistency across their acres. And that comes from brand new high yield germplasm combined with the Power Core herbicide trait package engineered to boost performance and put more bushels in your hopper at harvest.
Contact your local Mershman Seeds dealer today and ask them about Power Core Enlist Corn from Mershman Seeds, your friend in the field.
Cedar Ridge Distillery continues to be the home of Iowa's favorite bourbon with the original 86 bourbon whiskey. Not only is it always made with Iowa corn, but we let Iowa put its own stamp on the whiskey by aging it in non-climate controlled rickhouses. Make your next drink with Iowa's favorite, the original 86 bourbon by Cedar Ridge. Learn more at cedarridgedistillery.com. Cedar Ridge Distillery, Swisher, Iowa. Please drink responsibly.
Hawkeye scoring drive, 5 plays, 21 yards, and a 31-yard Drew Stevens field goal gets the Hawks on the board 2 minutes into the second period. It's 6-3 Iowa State. Hawks with just 31 yards of offense, 12 passing, 19 rushing. 2 penalties have hurt them, but Iowa has forced the lone turnover, and that led to the points. But that and the Iowa defense stopping Iowa State outside the end zone, having to settle for a couple field goals. Now the run up by Drew Stevens with the benefit of that stiff north-northwest breeze. Xavier Townsend is back deep, and it looks like he's going to bring this one out from the goal line. And as soon as he caught the ball, we have whistles. Let's check that out.
Looks like he just signaled for a fair catch.
Oh, he signaled for a fair catch. I did not see him signal for a fair catch, so it doesn't count. No, I'm just kidding.
Weegan would never signal for a fair catch.
That's what I'm used to. Hawkeye football is brought to you by Case IH. When the Hawks are in the red zone, well, now we're going to go. They signaled timeout, And now we're going to play. This has been a weird football game all the way around, but I guess that is the Cy-Hawk series. Here's a rollout right and a throw and a catch up at the 29-yard line by Abu Sama. Great high school player at Des Moines Southeast Polk. Fair catch called, so they go from the 25-yard line. That's a gain of 4 to the 29. Carson Shire all over the field here makes the catch.
That was a great job by him reading that boot. That's tough to do, and he did a really good job not biting on that run.
Cyclones flood the wide side with 3 receivers. Tight end right. 1 running back is Sama. Here's the snap out of the gun. They do a draw handoff to Sama, and he's trapped in the backfield. No gain. In fact, he might lose a yard. Outstanding gang tackling by that Iowa defense.
What a job by the left side of that defense. Herkett, really good job setting that edge, forcing that ball back inside. He penetrated up there. He shot that B gap and just completely ruined that play.
Jaden Harrell right behind him.
Actually, that might have been Mad Max Llewellyn right there. Mad Max Llewellyn just
other
tearing
side.
it up.
Left side defensive end. Well, the loss is a yard. Now it's 3rd down 7. Hawks can get the ball back with a stop here. Twin receivers either way for the Cyclones. 1 running back. Here's Rocco Beck. Deep drop behind the 20. Nobody open downfield, so they throw the screen pass, and they do everything they can just to get back to the line of scrimmage and maybe a yard or 2 for Sama. He was the safety valve, but Zack Lutmer blew the play up.
That's such a great play, and it looks so simple and easy, but that's an open field tackle on Abu Sama, who is one of the shiftiest guys on the field right now. Great play and great job by my man Jonah Pace, D-tackle, running the ball, getting a hit on him on the numbers.
Jonah Pace slid down the line of scrimmage. You're right, Pat, the Central Michigan transfer, and the Cyclones are forced to punt. Iowa will get the ball back. Caden Weegan, is this his moment here? Oh, nice high hanging punt, fair catch signaled for by KW. Good field position. And the Hawks will take over at their own 30-yard line after a 40-yard punt by Jace Gilbert. Timeout on the field. Case IH brings you Hawkeye football with Case IH. Get in the red zone with us. From planting to harvest, Case IH equipment is built to get the job done long after the last play. Visit caseih.com/Hawkeyes. caseih.com/Hawkeyes. Go Hawkeyes. This is Hawkeye football, presented by Wellmark Blue Cross Blue Shield from Learfield.
Hello, Iowa. Here's a promise. Wherever you are in this great state, University of Iowa Healthcare is here for you, even if you never walk through our doors. Educating, caring, leading research, sharing our expertise with all. Because we believe that UI Healthcare is here to make all of Iowa better. UI Healthcare, changing medicine, changing lives. Visit uihealthcare.org.
Hey, college football fans, I know you'd do anything for a win on game day and an ice-cold Bud Light. Because whether you're tailgating in the parking lot or parked on the couch, sitting on your lucky stool at the bar, or standing in the fan section all game long, the clean, crisp taste of Bud Light turns a win into a win-win. And there's nothing easier to enjoy than that. Bud Light. Easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Enjoy responsibly. Anheuser-Busch Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
At MidAmerican Energy, our 1.6 million customers depend on our energy 24/7. That's why we work 24/7 to deliver the safe, reliable energy you need. To keep our 99.9% reliability record, we're enhancing our technology, improving resiliency, and investing in critical infrastructure. We're generating power from all available resources to cover any increases in demand. And we're innovating to ensure you always have the energy you need. MidAmerican Energy, obsessively, relentlessly at your service.
Well, after one Shields scoring drive of 21 yards, it ended in a Drew Stevens 31-yard field goal. That after the Iowa State punt. We invite you to visit Shields, located in Iowa City, Des Moines, Cedar Falls, and Sioux City. 10:53 to go till halftime. It's 6-3 Cyclones, and Rob Brooks is on that Hawkeye sideline, courtesy of U.S. Cellular.
Yeah, unfortunately, Dolphins,
guys, isn't Siegel
expected Edison Ostringa out for the day. He is back on the sideline to help out his teammates on crutches and has a boot on that left leg. So now we're looking at Ortworth Large and then DJ Vanami, the redshirt freshman, has also been in there. So there's your top 3 tight ends as we move forward.
Yeah, and we know all about Hayden Large and Zach Ortworth. Ortworth, the heralded recruit out of St. Louis, University High School. And DJ Vanami, he had a terrific spring and fall camp. Youngster, redshirt freshman from Breda, Iowa. Well, get in there, DJ. What better way to introduce yourself to this series than being an Iowa native? On a play fake, first down, Granowski rolls out to his right, looking for a blocker, now throws it, and Ortworth drops the ball. Oh, Zach, he took a peek downfield and then came back to the football with his eyes, and it hit him right in the mitts and dropped it. That's probably just as well because Mark was going to lose a couple yards there.
Yeah, and I think he thought Mark was going to run too. He really sold it really well there toward the end, and that's actually why Zach was able to get open.
A little miscommunication. Trey Bell, good play by the corner out of Baldwin, Missouri. Second down 10. Hawks trailing by 3 with the ball at the 30-yard line of the Hawks. There's a play fake and a throw out to the right, caught at the 35. That'll be a gain of close to 5 yards. And I'll tell you, a really, really good job by Seth Anderson to hold on to the ball. Trey Bell arrived as the ball did, and he was trying to rip it away.
Yeah, just an out route, a simple little out route. And that ball travels in the air a long time. You've got to have a really, really strong arm to get that ball out there, and Mark did, and great job by Seth holding on to that.
Hawks are 1 of 5 on third down. I'd throw that play again.
Yeah, absolutely.
I mean, they're going single coverage. Why not?
You know what I'd do?
What would you do?
Just throw a touchdown.
I would agree with that. let me change my thought process here. Double slot, 4 wideouts, empty backfield. Granowski. Good job of the O-line holding out pressure. Mark's got all the time. Now he's going to have to run. Throws on the run and threw it away. Closest receiver was Hayden Large. That was just outstanding coverage downfield.
Yeah, it was a great job. But also, too, what a great job by our offensive line. I mean, they give him a ton of time for our guys to get open. Looked like he might have had Large open initially, but was unable to get it to him.
Unable to find him. Reese Dakin will come on for his 4th punt. He's got a 44-yard average despite the short kick that led to a Cyclone field goal to start the game. Reese has got a stiff breeze at his back this time. He should be able to get away a beauty, and he does. Angling across the field, it hits and goes into the end zone. Actually touched just inside the end zone. So there'll be a timeout on the field as the Hawkeyes will trot its defense out. It's been a defensive tussle here to this point. 9:41 to play in the first half. 6-3 Iowa State. Now hold the phone. There's a flag all the way across the field.
Holding number 36 of the receiving team. Penalty will be enforced from the end of the kick. 10-yard penalty. 1st and 10. Media timeout.
So that means on the touchback, they bring it back to the 20 and a 10-yard walk-off. So the Hawkeye defense will have the Cyclone offense and Rocco Beck in a precarious position, but this quarterback knows how to squeeze out of tight situations. Hopefully the Hawks can come up with a big play and either force a punt or get a turnover. Trailing 6-3. Iowa State in the lead. 9:41 to play till halftime. This is Hawkeye football presented by Wellmark Blue Cross Blue Shield from Learfield.
Hey, Hawkeye fans, it's college football season, and SeatGeek is the official ticket marketplace of Hail Marys and walk-on heroes. SeatGeek makes it easy to find tickets so you can be a part of all the action this season. Whether you're buying or selling tickets to Iowa football games or to any other live event in your area, SeatGeek is the place to do it. SeatGeek is the official ticket marketplace of the Iowa Hawkeyes. Let's go, Hawkeyes! SeatGeek.
Hawkeye fans, gear up for game day with Big Grove. As an official craft brewery of the Iowa Hawkeyes, they bring you the ultimate game-watching experience. Sip on fan favorites like Easy Eddie, Citrus Surfer, and Neighborhood Beer while cheering on the Hawks. Can't make it to the stadium? No worries. Join them at any of their 4 Iowa locations in Iowa City, Cedar Rapids, Des Moines, and Solon. Big Grove Brewery, your official watch party headquarters of the Hawkeyes. Go Hawks!
A new day means so many things. Possibility and potential. New opportunities and challenges. And when you're building something that matters, you need a partner who truly understands. Iowa banks get this. Their customer relationships are built on shared values and earned trust. From homeowners to small businesses, Iowa banks know what it means to invest in the future. Iowa Banks, your partner through it all.
6-3 Iowa State in the battle for Iowa over the Hawkeyes. 6-3 Cyclones with 9:41 to play in the first half. It'll be Iowa State football. That punt traveled 75 yards in the air from where Reese Dakin kicked it. And the punt actually was a net of 45 out to the 20, but then a holding penalty on Iowa State takes it back to the 10. So the Iowa defense has the Cyclones buried deep in their own territory. Here's Rocco Beck with a tight end in motion. Look for those tight ends on this series. Beck, hands off. Here's an angle left, right to left. Ball's on the ground, and I think Iowa State's on it. Oh, too bad. Yeah, the ball was pried loose. Man, Jaden Harrell was right there, but beaten to the ball by Jim Boniface, backup center who's playing center this series. Oh my.
I think what pried it out was Lutmer running in there, or Cohen Intringer. I want to say Cohen Intringer, who's been downhill every play, making plays in the run.
Hansen ends up netting a yard on the carry, on the counter. Now receiver goes in motion out of the slot. Beck looks right, comes back to the left. He's got a man open at the 12. Oh, a missed tackle by the Hawkeyes. And getting upfield close to the first down is Hansen. He's such an excellent pass receiver. Deshaun Lee gets credit for the tackle. Or Jaden Harrell does. I think it was Deshaun Lee who came flying in there. No, Deshaun Lee got the tackle. I think it was a linebacker that came flying in there, but good move by Hansen too to make a miss. But he gets up to the 17. It's going to be third down and 3 for the Cyclones. Boy, it'd be a big, huge stop here if the Hawks can hold them. 8.5 to play, second period, 6-3 Iowa State. Here's Beck. He's hit as he let the ball go, and that caused it to sail way over the head of Dominic Overby. Aaron Graves bear hugged Rocco Beck on a great stunt move as he cocked and threw.
To get a nose tackle or a one technique that's that physical and also that athletic, to get through there that quickly is so impressive. Such a great job by Aaron Graves, like always, just penetrating and getting inside and making plays.
That saved the possession for the Hawks, the Iowa State possession, that is. Fourth down and 3, and the punt about to happen. Here's the snap, and a beauty, a high hanger by Tyler Perkins. Fair caught at the 35-36. So a net of 6 yards on the change of possession for the Hawkeyes. We'll keep it right here. Let us know where you're at today, especially you Iowa natives. Reach us here on the Hawkeye Radio Network. We would love to give you a shout out. On Twitter, at Gary Dolphin. Facebook, it's facebook.com/Voice of the Hawkeyes. We have the U.S. Cellular text line at 319-853-8344. 319-853-8344. Or email us your position at hawktalk@HawkeyeRadioNetwork.com. First and 10 Iowa at the 35-yard line of the Hawks. Still with 8:14 to play. We're just halfway through the second period. 6-3 Cyclones. Ortworth, the tight end, goes in motion. Here's a toss to the tailback Xavier Williams, and he's dropped for a 2-yard loss. Jeremiah Cooper, that veteran corner, saw the play all the way. Here's Rob Brooks on the Hawkeye sideline.
Dolph, I'm hoping on this possession, just stay out of the 3rd and long. As by my count, it's been 3rd and 5 punt, 3rd and 10 punt, 3rd and 4 did convert a first down, then 3rd and 16, 3rd and 7, which resulted in the field goal, and 3rd and 5. Haven't had any 3rd and shorts in any sustained drive.
And they don't have a 2nd and short here. 2nd down, 12, mark to throw. Granowski with good protection, and it's intercepted. Intercepted at the 35, out of bounds. Cooper with the steal, and out of bounds inside the 20. And the Cyclones, with their first big takeaway of the day, will have it 1st and 10 near the 15-yard line. 17-yard return of the Mark Granowski interception.
Yeah, Weegan just fell on his little comeback route, and he's going to be right there, just fell, and they came over the top and made the play. It's unfortunate.
There's been nothing deep for the Hawkeyes, and they had the breeze to take a look downfield. Granowski did that and then came back to the sideline, and the ball was way late in arriving and picked off by Jeremiah Cooper. Just a great effort by the Iowa defense to get the ball back, but it only lasted 2 plays. And now here the Hawkeye defense backed up at the 18-yard line. That's the spot. Here's Beck, a keeper all the way, gets to the far right side, turns it upfield, inside the 15 to the 13. And a nice gain on first down. Good blocking on that pull by the right side of the Cyclone line. It'll be 2nd down and about 5. Cohen Ottinger and Jackson Rexroth got over there and tripped up Beck just inside the 13. 2nd down 5, 7:09 to play. First half, 6-3 Cyclones. And the momentum is completely shifted now to the Cyclones. Here at Jack Trice. They wing a tight end left, tight end right. 1 running back, 1 wide out. Usually a running play, and here comes Abu Sama off the left side. Big hole opened up by left guard Trevor Boer. Trevor Boer is how that's pronounced. And Boer at 6'4", 325 pounds, threw that entire body mass into Aaron Graves, and that at least held up Graves. The hole was there. Ottinger and Lutmer had to come up and make the tackle again.
Yeah, you could hear that tackle. A lot of props to our secondary. You could hear that tackle from up here, but too big of a hole right there. We can't give that up. We got to bow up here and make a play.
Brian Allen comes in. Sama gets 5 yards for the first down. 1st and goal, just inside the 8 for the Cyclones. Here's Beck. Townsend in motion. Beck play fake, going to keep it again.
It's a hold.
Gets to the outside, looks like a hold. Off the edge there on Lutmer. Beck squirms inside the 5. Now they're going to say his knee is down back at the 6. After all that, it's a gain of, well, now they mark the nose of the football at the 5, so it's a gain of a couple. 2nd and goal, Wampa and Hall on the stop. That Iowa State offensive line doing a good job of tying up the Hawkeye front for the moment. 5:40 to play till halftime. Cyclones trying to extend the lead from 6-3. Now they got a power eye off the right side. On 2nd down goal, they run straight ahead with Sama. He's grabbed onto by Harrell, but runs out of a tackle. Jaden had him right at the line of scrimmage, but Sama, with those strong legs, those oak tree legs, got away from Harrell. Wampa saved the touchdown. He gets to the 2. It's 3rd and goal from there.
Yeah, he's a guy you've got to bring your legs with when you tackle him. You've got to bring your legs. You've got to get your chest on him. No arm tackles. He's going to run out of them, and he did right there.
You got to believe Beck's going to keep the ball here or look for a tight end. They go with a power package. 13 personnel. Beck to throw, and it's caught for a touchdown. That was easy to predict. Benjamin Bremer, the tight end. He's got that 6'7" frame, and he's got 3 or 4 inches on any defender, and he just reached back and grabbed it midway through the left side of the end zone. The Cyclones turn the Hawkeye turnover into 6.
Yeah, ended up just basically turn that into a jump ball.
Yeah, exactly.
That was the whole call there.
That wasn't even a 50-50 ball.
Nope.
Now the defender had his back to the play and trying to disrupt Bremer, but try for point after now by Conradi to put the Cyclones up by 10. And he does, right through. 13-3 Iowa State. With 4 minutes 50 seconds to play in the first half. Hawkeye football is brought to you by Wimmers. At the game or at home, Wimmers premium quality hot dogs and sausages. Score big with family and friends. Take the highest quality beef and pork, combine it with natural spices, and you get the best tasting Midwestern hot dog. Wimmers, the official hot dog of the Hawkeyes. Compassionate help is available anytime, anywhere. If you're down in the dumps, down on your luck, call or text 988. 988 Lifeline. Help is waiting for you at 988. Man, what a turn of events. The Hawkeyes get the stop on defense at one end of the field. And then after the Perkins punt, Granowski throws a sideline interception. Jeremiah Cooper with the pick. And Iowa State, 5 plays later, goes 18 yards. Touchdown throw Beck to tight end Benjamin Bramer. These tight ends are impressive, Patrick.
Yeah, they're good.
Have been all year.
Yeah, they're physical, they're athletic, they're fast, they're tall, and they use them. They use them really well. They're an integral part of the offense.
That veteran quarterback. Here's the boot, and Weegan, he's going to bring it out from 3 yards deep. He gets across the 10, slowed up, gets to the 15, and wrestled down there. Cyclones have done a great job on Caden Weegan. Jeremiah Cooper, he's all over the field. Special teams, defense, and he stops Weegan deep in Iowa territory at the 15. That's where the Hawks will take over 1st and 10 with 4:43 to play in the first half. A 13-3 Cyclone lead. Hawkeye football is brought to you by Bud Light, proud sponsor of Hawkeye Athletics. Easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Bud Light. Cyclone crowd encouraging its defense to get the ball right back. Hawks go slot receiver to the wide side, 3 receivers in all, and they run the draw play straight down the middle of the field for decent yardage. Jazz Patterson has come into the game. He had 86 yards and a touchdown 2 years ago over here in an Iowa victory. Hawks get almost 5 on first down. Dominic Orange, who's certainly made his presence felt. All 6'4", 325 pounds for the senior. He's credit for the tackle. 24-yard line is where they mark Jazz down. 2nd down, 6. Tight end Large switches to the backfield. They're going to run behind him. Here's Patterson, breaks through for a first down and glides all the way out to the 30-yard line.
It's a great job by everybody blocking, hustling, creating angles, creating holes. And Jazz just does such a good job of being patient and seeing that hole open up. But when he hits it really, really hard. Mark the ball at the 29. That's a 10-yard gain. Iowa keeps the ball with 3:45 to play first half. 13-3 Iowa State. 3 wideouts, 1 tight end, 1 running back. Play fake on the give to Patterson. A quick throw out to the left flat is caught and immediately tackled is Seth Anderson. Oh, they call it incomplete. Ooh, that hurts. That ball was there. Yep. Looked like it somehow came out of his hands. And props to their corner for playing through the catch. Yep.
Yeah, he might have knocked the ball loose. That would be Jeremiah Cooper. Again. That would have been a gain of 4, almost 5 as it is. It's 2nd down 10. 29-yard line of the Hawks, 3.5 to play till intermission. And Iowa State up 10. Granowski will throw on a play fake and a catch. Nice play. Good grab by Phillips. Sam Phillips, the Chattanooga transfer, grabs it for a first down at the 44-yard line.
And play action will work well against them, like we said, because they're so aggressive. Their linebackers are so aggressive. Their safeties are so aggressive. So then it turns into a one-on-one route, and Phillips won on that one.
15 yards. Phillips dove for the ball. Nobody touched him, and down he went. That was the important part. Hang on to the ball. Get the first down, 15 yards. Draw a handoff straight ahead running Jazz Patterson. Really nice move as he broke over left guard. And what a collision with the linebacker. That was a big time hit by Cale Brazina. Jamison Patton that is, got a lick in, but man, they went helmet to helmet there. Jazz is just glad to be playing. He loves playing the game. He's waited his turn. He gets 5 yards there. Really effective as the Hawks have approached and reached midfield. 2:20 to play in the half. Nice mixture of plays. Here's Granowski. Tries to run. Turns the corner at the 50. He's grabbed up around the neck. That might be a high tackle. And we got some pushing and shoving going on down there. That
ruling on the field is that the quarterback started his slide short of the line to gain, and the ball was dead.
And also, in fairness to the defender, he was going down when the defender came in and committed and hooked him up around the neck. So no damage done. Mark jumps up and heads to the huddle, a yard shy of a first down.
Yeah, it's true. I was a little upset about it initially, but no. What we've been doing a lot of we've been running inside and pulling our backside left tackle or our backside tackle, and it's been sealing off that edge and creating a lane for us inside.
More of the same to come, we hope, as the Hawks drive for a score before halftime, trailing 13-3. We're at the 2-minute warning, presented by Explore Minnesota. Score a lifetime of memories by planning your Star of the North getaway at Explore Minnesota. Sign up for newsletters at exploreminnesota.com. That's exploreminnesota.com. This is Hawkeye Football presented by Walmart Blue Cross Blue Shield from Learfield.
What a view! There's hiking. I love how pretty all the different colors and layers. And then there's wall hiking in Minnesota. That's gorgeous. Minnesota is a hiker's paradise. Plan your trip at exploreminnesota.com.
That is the sound of bacon sizzling, of fresh vegetables being chopped for a made-to-order omelet, and the grill being fired up for one of the juiciest burgers around. Hungry yet? Hy-Vee Market Grill is better than ever, with mouth-watering new menu items for breakfast and lunch. Whether you dine in, get it to go, or have it delivered, the best breakfast and lunch is at Hy-Vee Market Grill. Open daily 6 a.m. to 2 p.m.
She's on the 17, the 45, the 29, and she scores big cash prizes from the Iowa Lottery by matching her numbers to the winning numbers on the new Iowa Blackout Scratch Ticket. Now she's entering for a chance to win an Ironman Suite experience at Kinnick Stadium, plus other fun VIP prizes. That's the best touchdown dance I've ever seen. Make the biggest play of the season today. Enter and see rules at ialottery.com/VIP.
Woohoo! I love Minnesota.
This is Hero Gravel. The Lamson Bluffs, incredible.
Minnesota is a cyclist stream. Here's the good part. Plan your trip at exploreminnesota.com.
That was a fun ride.
2 minutes to go till halftime. Here it's Iowa State 13, Iowa 3 at Jack Trice Stadium. Let's get a scoreboard update with John Swisher, courtesy of the Iowa Soybean Association.
At halftime, Penn State over Florida International 10-0. It's Indiana 21, Kennesaw State 3. Illinois beating Duke 14-6 on the road. Minnesota blowing out Northwestern State 56-0 almost halftime. And games later on, Rutgers, Miami, Oregon, Oklahoma State, Ohio State and Grambling State, Wisconsin and Middle Tennessee, Michigan State and Boston College, Nebraska and Akron, Oklahoma and Michigan, Purdue and Southern Illinois, USC and Georgia Southern, and UNLV and UCLA. Also Washington and UC Davis tonight, Dolph.
Michigan and Oklahoma in the marquee game. Big Ten versus the SEC. Hawkeye scoreboards all season long are brought to you by the Iowa Soybean Association. Iowa leads the nation in biodiesel production. Find out more at iasoybeans.com. Hawks in Iowa State territory. Run for it on 3rd and short. They didn't need much. Now let's see if they got it. Boy, a pile up just shy of the 45-yard line. Caleb Bacon jammed things up. From here, it looks like they have the first down, but it's like they'll measure.
Timeout for an official measurement.
Thanks to the Iowa Soybean Association for their support of the Hawks. Using biodiesel provides cleaner and healthier air, homegrown jobs, and value to every bushel of soybeans grown by Iowa farmers. It's cleaner, it's better now. That's biodiesel. Find out more at iasoybeans.com. Well, the Hawks are home next week with UMass, Massachusetts. Entertain your friends, clients, or employees for every home game in Hawkeye Village, presented by Navigate Wellbeing Solutions. Packages include game tickets and catered food and beverage. Visit HawkeyeSports.com for more details. Navigate Wellbeing Solutions is an employee engagement company helping organizations create more health and happiness in the communities they serve. Learn more at navigatewellbeingSolutions.com. navigatewell.com. Navigatewell.com. They're inches short. Did I see that right?
First down.
Please reset the game clock to 1:56.
It is a first down. Nose of the football.
It was close, man.
Well, even if it wasn't, you got Logan Jones snapping the ball.
Heck yeah.
I don't care who's lining up across from him. I'm going for it. And the Hawks don't have to do that or make that decision. This is the 8th play of the drive. Are you kidding me? The previous play is under review. I guess Iowa State can request that, can't they?
Yeah.
Another wonderful delay.
Huh.
Here in Central Iowa.
Gosh.
13-3. Iowa State with a score. I'll guarantee you the Hawks are going for it if they're short.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely.
I mean,
you might as well.
All plays under review, courtesy of Athletico Physical Therapy. Well, let's see who's listening in. Well, they're tuned in section 37.
Yes.
Here at Jack Trice. Hi, gang. Shout out to Dolphin Pat from section 37. I have no idea where that is, but
we got your
if
back.
If you're an Iowa fan, I'm guessing you're in the upper deck or in the end zone. No name here. Hey there, Olaf, O-L-A-F, St. Olaf, listening in Mabel, Minnesota. Olaf and Mabel. Isn't that an Oli and Lena joke there? Something like that. They're in Minnesota, just across the border, and they're tuned in to 100.5 The Hawk in Decorah. Go Hawks. Thank you, Olaf, listening in Mabel, Minnesota. John's in Omaha. Chad's in Liberty, Missouri. Hi to Chris in Makokata. Jeff and Shelley are season ticket holders. They're listening in out in the Rocky Mountains near Denver.
After further review, the ruling on the field is upheld. First down.
Eric in Greenville, South Carolina wants a win for his birthday on Wednesday. Happy birthday, Eric. And Tyler is in Milton, Wisconsin, out in the field. Brandon,
good man,
driving from Phoenix to Bakersfield. Sounds like a Beach Boys song to me. Brandon, how you doing? Sarah's in Overland Park, Kansas. Tom's in Myrtle Grove, Louisiana. Thanks for tuning in down there in Louisiana, Tom. Let's see if the Hawks can get a score before halftime. Even balance line. Out of an eye, one back. Here's Granowski with Patterson lined up right behind him. Bursts through a big hole on the left side. Really nice hole thrown. To see who's at left tackles at Lauker, Doetzler. They both played a lot last week. And Patterson runs for big yardage. Inside the 40 to the 39.
Timeout. Iowa, first charge of the half. Please.
7 yards on first down. Now that's the Iowa running game we've been waiting for, buddy boy.
It's great. And same play what we've been doing. We've been pulling that backside tackle. He's sealing off the edge, and our running backs are finding that hole inside. And it seemed to work really well for us. And Jazz Patterson's running extremely hard today.
Yeah, he certainly is. Jazz with a great move inside out. Has 25 yards on 4 carries. Jazz tackled by Jamison Patton and Cale Brazina, the linebacker. Hawks use their first time out. It is Jack Doetzler at left tackle. Jack had a good debut last week, the junior from Wanakee. Backed up by Trevor Lauk. So the Hawks now have got a pretty solid run game going. Granowski's thrown in a couple quarterback keepers and end arounds. Minute 33 to play till halftime. The Hawks are getting close to Drew Stevens' field goal territory, but field goal range, but man, would we like to see 6 before half. 13-3 Iowa State. Fake on the draw, handoff. Granowski all kinds of time now. He's got to scramble. Throws as he's hit to the near sideline. Incomplete, intended for Seth Anderson. No, I take that back. That's not Seth Anderson. Double check the number here. Maybe it was Seth. I thought it was a different number. Oh, it was Patterson out of the backfield. Incomplete. Jazz released to the near sideline. The ball was underthrown because Granowski was hit pretty good. Tamatoa McDonough grabbed onto him. Iowa 2 of 7 on third down. They need almost 4 for a first down. Here's the snap. Granowski retreats, steps up in the pocket, now scrambles left, waiting for somebody to open. Let's Fly has a man wide open on the near sideline. It's Gill at the 30. Out of bounds inside the 25. Great adjustment by Mark Granowski.
How about our O-line giving him the time to do that? And great job by Mark staying in there. And also Jacob Gill coming back, making a play, being there for the quarterback. That's so huge for this Iowa offense right now.
Big time play by Mark Granowski. That's the level-headedness of a veteran quarterback. 16 yards on 3rd and 4. And the Hawks stay alive in the drive at 1:17 to go. They're inside the 25. Definitely in Drew Stevens' field goal range. But Granowski's thinking 6. He's going to throw again. 7-step drop. Now he rolls out left. He's running, and throws it away. Nobody open downfield. He was looking Hayden Large's way. Hayden had gone all the way to the end zone and circled back. But just good coverage by that Cyclone secondary.
Yeah, initially it kind of looked like, too, he was looking at maybe a go route there with Seth Anderson. And once again, still, great job by our O-line, giving him the time to kind of let the routes work themselves out.
2nd down 10, live for the next down.
Absolutely.
23-yard line of Iowa State with 1:09 to go. Hawks have 2 timeouts remaining before half. Granowski with Xavier Williams in the backfield with him. Here comes Xavier, bursts off the right side, keeps his balance, still going, runs on 2 tackles, gets inside the 15. He's in the Case IH red zone. Very close to a Hawkeye first down, a yard shy. Great running all on his own there.
That was huge. Great run by him, and I think he showed that corner that if you want to tackle him, you better make a business decision, because it's not easy tackling Xavier Williams when he's got a full head of steam coming at you.
A gain of 9. It's going to be 3rd down 1. Jamison Patton, the safety, and Cooper, the cornerback, combined to make the stop. I should credit Jennings Dunker with a nice block off the right edge there to get Xavier Williams started.
He's done a great job. He sprung a lot of runs and big plays for us today.
Ball is marked at the right, just shy of the 14, so they're a yard, maybe a little less than a yard, half a yard for the first down. Call anything here. 58 seconds to play till halftime. Cruz is on the edge of his chair in Kansas City with baby daughter Lolo. Cruz says he or she, Cruz, Mom, it's Mom. Her and Pat have the same haircut. Love you, Pat.
I love it.
We love the Hawks as she does. Let's get the first down or a touchdown right here. 3rd down, less than a yard. It's a keeper by Granowski. Cut back, first down, and he slides through a little hole off the left edge, gets to the 10-yard line, a gain of 4, and the Hawks have 1st and 10 just outside the 10.
It was a great job by our lineman getting that push and Mark finding the gap and getting that first down.
Oh, it's encouraging to see this run game. Granowski and Jazz Patterson kind of sparked it here in this series, and the drive continues. Now Granowski to throw. Looks into the end zone, throws it to the short man, and it's a gain inside the 5. As Jazz Patterson, again, good pass catcher, snuck out of the backfield. He was the safety valve. Caleb Bacon was right there. But hey, that's a gain of 4.
It's huge on first down, and he got out of bounds. Great job by both of those guys.
It's a veteran player, Jazz Patterson. What a great young man he is. Engaging, friendly, talkative, and he is Pompano Beach, Florida strong. 2nd down. They can get a first down at the inside the 2, but the Hawks are thinking 6. Look for something here to the end zone. Granowski has Williams in the backfield. In motion goes Jacob Gill, right to left. Faking the draw handoff. He throws it outside to Gill. It's caught. No, take that back. Incomplete. A low throw by Granowski. Gill did a good job to grab it, but it was off the first bounce.
Yeah, almost better that way because that at least stops the clock. That ball did have to travel quite a bit, and that's a tough throw to make.
They bring the ball back to the 9. Going to be 3rd down. 3rd down, a long 7 for the Hawks. Phillips and Weegan split wide left. Gill to the right. One running back, one tight end.
Timeout, Iowa State. 3rd and final charge of the half. 30 seconds.
Cyclones burn their final timeout. They're cheering on the Hawks in Crowheart, Wyoming.
Beautiful country out there.
Crowheart, Wyoming. I've been to Cody. I've been to Laramie. Not been to Crowheart. That sounds like a great Native American name, doesn't
Absolutely.
it? Beef is headed back to Waverly from La Crosse.
My man.
Hey, Beef. we could use your backup blocking ability. Dallas-Fort Worth. The Hawkeye Club in Dallas-Fort Worth is listening in. They've got 3 game locations all over Dallas-Fort Worth. Thank you, folks, for listening in from the Lone Star State. 39 seconds to play till halftime. Big play here. Hawks have 1 timeout remaining. 3rd down, 7 for the first down, 9 for the touchdown. Same formation. Anderson and Phillips split wide left. Anderson's in the slot. Now Gill goes in motion right to left. All those wideouts are on the wide side of the field. Williams, the lone setback with Granowski. Jones snaps the ball. Granowski, pocket closes, down he goes. Had no time to set and throw. And we have a flag now down near the 2-yard line. Well, let's hope it's against Iowa State. Now we've got 2 other flags that have just been thrown in the backfield.
And it's just, they're pretty undisciplined there. But on that flag, on that flag, they held Vanami. He was trying to
Vanami, the tight end.
He was trying to sneak out to the end zone. He is actually kind of going to be wide open. They pulled him to the ground.
Well, let's hope they're not offsetting penalties. Looks like an unsportsmanlike call. I mean, Granowski was twisted like a pretzel by a pretzel.
Prior to the sack, holding defense number 19. After the play was over, unsportsmanlike conduct, defense number 53. That penalty is half the distance to the goal. Automatic first down.
Wow. Zamir Hawk, who got to Granowski, obviously did a little extra in twisting him to the ground, or maybe said something, who knows. So we've had an unsportsmanlike penalty called on both teams. Defensive holding, did you catch who that was on?
Probably 36 or 18. I think 18 or 19.
Okay.
Looks
well,
like
19 is Tayshawn James. So a double penalty, a double foul on the Cyclones, and the Hawks, with 34 seconds to play till halftime, have it half the distance to the goal. 1st and goal in the Case IH red zone. Granowski in the short gun. Patterson is the tailback, and Granowski's going to follow Patterson's block, and he's over the goal line. Touchdown! Touchdown, Iowa! Touchdown! Quarterback Granowski.
Our O-linemen have been dominating the line of scrimmage that whole drive. What a great push by them. Good job by Mark being patient and getting over the goal line. That is so huge to end the half with a touchdown.
Bo Stevens led the charge. Good block by the tight end. That's Vanami, I believe, as Addison Estrenga is out for the day after twisting an ankle. And now the Hawks look to get back to within 3. What an impressive drive by the Hawkeyes. The point after try is good for Drew Stevens. And the Hawkeyes gain a ton of momentum after the double foul on the Cyclones. And Matt Campbell will be chewing some fat at halftime over that sequence. But the Shield scoring drive, 17 plays, 85 yards, 4 minutes and 16 seconds of clock, and capped off by a Mark Granowski touchdown run of 4 yards. Stevens' point after try is good. There you have it. The Hawks are right back knocking at the door, down only 3 with 27 seconds to play in the first half. Hawkeye Nation, get your black and gold at Shields. We've got everything you need to get game day ready. Visit Shields, located in Iowa City, Des Moines, Cedar Falls, and Sioux City. I'm chuckling. Should we expect anything else other than what we've seen? No matter how they got there, it's a 3-point game through one half.
I don't know why I didn't expect to be this stressed out, but I'm stressed out here today, Dolph. But that last drive, that's Iowa football. That is a workman's-like drive. That's a drive that the Iowa Farmers would appreciate, and every single person on that offense contributed to that drive.
Indeed, the Hawks plowed downfield, and we're seeing an emerging comfortability level for quarterback Granowski.
Oh, absolutely. Now, I'm still not very comfortable. This game is stressing me out, but he's a leader out there. You can tell he let us down there, very calculated with everything that he did.
Here comes the run up and the kick by Stevens. I thought he might ground ball one, but they call for a fair catch in the end zone, and Iowa State will come out. Now with Rocco Beck, you never know what he's going to do or what Matt Campbell might let him do. Cyclones will have it 1st and 10 at the 25 on the touchback. Entertain your friends, clients, or employees next week at the UMass game. Hawkeye Village, presented by Navigate Wellbeing Solutions. You get game tickets, catered food, and beverages. Just visit HawkeyeSports.com for more details. Navigate Wellbeing Solutions, an employee engagement company helping organizations create more health and happiness in the communities they serve. Learn more at NavigateWell.com. Well, Beck's going to throw on 1st down and throws an incompletion into the Iowa sideline. Now there's a late flag across the way.
There's a double move.
Brett Elskison was the intended target.
Pass interference, defense number 2. 15-yard penalty.
Oh, boy.
Automatic 1st down.
They got T.J. Hall for pass interference. Single coverage by T.J. And the penalty will cost him 15, the Hawks 15. Out to the 40-yard line. Well, you got a quarterback like Beck. Why not?
Yeah.
Why not be aggressive?
I don't like that call. It looked like on that second move, he kind of ran into him. It wasn't like it was just because he was in good position there. They threw the flag.
I did not see the interference, but the official's a lot closer than we are. So it's 1st and 10. Beck to throw again. Looks left. Now swings a pass to the tailback, and he is buried for about a 5-yard loss by Zack Lutmer. Carson Hansen had no chance, and Zack Lutmer making his hometown proud, especially when it's named Rock Rapids. And he rocked Carson Hansen for a loss. We've reached the John Deere halftime show. Brandon Scherf, who knows a little something about this Iowa State series, the Outland Trophy winner of a few years ago. He's going to be our guest at halftime. We'll also bring you an Iowa soybean scoreboard. It's 13-10 Cyclones at the break. And we're coming back to Jack Trice in a minute. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
How do you become America's best-selling brand? Let's break it down. Innovative tech means smarter and safer driving. Intelligent all-wheel drive will keep you ready for anything. And built Ford tough trucks will always get the job done. Plus, come into your local Ford store today and get super low APR financing, big cash back, and great lease offers on Ford's full line of cars, trucks, and SUVs. That's Ford, and that's how you become America's best-selling brand. Sales claim based on calendar year sales.
This is John.
Hey, my name is John Jackson.
He's not some actor. He's a steward of the land with a John Deere 3 Series tractor and a PTO Quick Connect that hooks up rear implements with a single click. John runs with us because to him, there's nothing more important than connecting with the land. Nothing runs like a Deere. Hear John's story at Deere.com.
Stop by your local John Deere dealer for a test drive today or learn more at Deere.com. Your Iowa John Deere dealers, proud sponsors of Hawkeye football.
It's game time, Hawkeyes. Just like football, construction takes teamwork, training, and grit. At ABC of Iowa, our apprenticeship program is building futures and champions. While building Iowa, you earn while you learn, gain real-world experience, and start a career with purpose without the burden of college debt. From the field to the job site, it's all about rising to the challenge. Ready to join the team and become a champion? Visit abciowatrust.org to learn more about building your future while building Iowa.
Hi, I'm Gary Dolphin, and if you want your home to be exceptionally comfortable during these cold Iowa winters and hot, humid summers, you need to turn to Dave Lennox and your local Lennox home comfort specialist. Lennox has been serving Iowa consumers since 1895, when Dave Lennox built his first furnace in Marshalltown, and Lennox is still building its high-efficiency furnaces and air conditioners there today. For the best home comfort system you can buy, it's Lennox and your local Lennox dealer. Lennox and the Hawkeyes. Now there's a winning combination.
on the Hawkeye Sports Network from Learfield. You've been listening to the well-marked Blue Cross and Blue Shield first half.
Touchdown, Iowa! Touchdown, Hawkeyes!
This is the John Deere Halftime Show. John Deere loves to see the Hawkeyes do their thing, because if anyone can appreciate building a legacy, it's Deere. Here's Gary Dolphin and Pat Angerer.
Well, we said at the pregame start of our coverage today that the quarterbacks are going to figure prominently. That's not exactly going way out on a goalpost limb, but the quarterbacks have responded. Rocco Beck early and Mark Granowski late in the first half. 13-10 Iowa State with a 3-point advantage on the Hawks at the break. But I'm feeling a whole lot better about that Iowa offense right now, Pat.
For sure. Both those quarterbacks have done well. They've both been great leaders. They've both made some plays. Rocco with his arm, Mark with his legs. But what I'm excited about, just like you said, I feel like our offensive line is starting to figure it out. They're starting to take over that game. And when our offense does that, our offensive line does that, there's nobody that's going to stop them.
Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. Looking at the numbers, Rocco Beck, 9 of 13 for 61 yards. Now, he threw for 280 last week, and he's thrown a touchdown pass now in 21 consecutive games. That is impressive. He's got a long of 35. Granowski, 10 of 19 for 48 yards, but he's run 7 times for 23 yards and a touchdown. Iowa's lone touchdown, 13-10 Iowa State at the intermission. 10-second ID break. You're listening to Iowa Hawkeye football. Hi to the gang up in Spirit Lake in the Lakes, KUOO 103.9 FM. Out in Omaha, it's KXCB, AM and FM, 1420 AM, 106.5 FM. In Dubuque, WDBQ, FM 107.5. Down in Burlington, KBUR, AM 1490 and FM 99.3. Hawkeye Radio Network beaming its signal out there today. Our halftime coverage is brought to you by John Deere. John Deere on the John Deere Halftime Show continues in a moment. We'll hear from former Hawkeye Brandon Sheriff next. He went into the Hall of Fame last week. 13-10 Iowa State at the break. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
We love it when the Hawkeyes do their thing, because if there's anyone who can appreciate building a legacy, it's John Deere. We've been growing our team since 1837, recruiting the best thinkers, doers, and makers to craft innovations that outpace the competition. Because whether it's cultivating the earth with a tractor or reshaping it with a 40-ton excavator, the machines we build are building America. Nothing runs like a Deere.
Iowa fans, with US Mode from US Cellular, you can keep your eye on the game, not on your screen. Whether you're inside the stadium, tailgating in the lots, or listening to the game at home, US Cellular wants you to focus on genuine connections with your family, friends, and fellow Hawkeye fans. That means at game time, you should do less scrolling and more cheering. So eliminate distractions and build connections by setting your phone to US Mode, because game day is for cheering on the Hawkeyes. Go Hawks! US Cellular, built for us.
Hawkeye football all season long.
Touchdown, Iowa! Touchdown, Iowa!
This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
Every day, you're out there, up before the sun, and pushing forward before the chaos of the day settles in. At Great Southern, we're right there with you, because we understand the need for trusted support. Having a team that is seasoned, agile, ready. An award-winning team that knows their customers personally and is behind them at every step. There to assist you, inspire you, and echo your inner dialogue in those quiet moments. Keep going. Whether you're getting ready to meet the day or working on something big, we're your team. Great Southern Bank, understanding what really matters. Member FDIC.
Entertain your clients or employees each home game in Hawkeye Village. Presented by Navigate Wellbeing Solutions. Packages include game tickets and catered food and beverage. Visit HawkeyeSports.com for more details. As a proud partner of Hawkeye football, Navigate Wellbeing Solutions is an employee engagement company helping organizations create more health and happiness in the communities they serve. Learn more at navigatewell.com.
Welcome back to the John Deere Halftime Show. John Deere loves to see the Hawkeyes do their thing, because if anyone can appreciate building a legacy, it's Deere.
Brandon Sheriff was an outstanding guard and recipient of the Outland Trophy in 2014, symbolic of the nation's top interior lineman. After a 10-year NFL All-Pro career with Washington and Jacksonville, Sheriff recently retired to his hometown area of Denison. Sheriff, an avid fisherman and hunter, plans to spend a majority of his time in the great outdoors with his 3 young children and wife. Sheriff, like Robert Gallery, Cooper DeJean, or Dallas Clark, has never lost his appreciation for a small-town Iowa upbringing, adding there's something to be said for growing up in the heartland.
I feel pretty spoiled to be raised where I was. A lot of amazing people, small town. Everybody helps everybody. Everybody knows everybody, and they're not afraid to lend a hand. So that's how I grew up, and that's how I, want to teach my kids how to live life as well. So.
Do you recall the day that Coach Reese Morgan rolled into Denison and said, hey, big fella, I know you're playing quarterback, but we're interested in you coming to Iowa as a different position?
I remember my first talk with Coach Morgan, and he kind of chuckled about it. And you play quarterback? And I says, yeah. And he says, oh, God, no. So, yeah, I know exactly what it was. And then when I got offered by Iowa, I said, for quarterback? And they said, oh, absolutely not. You're going to play O-line. So that was a new switch for me, and it was. I'm glad they saw something in me that I never did. So I thank them to this day.
As you know, Phil Parker's known for his defenses. What was it like going against Mike Daniels and Anthony Hitchens, Christian Kirksey? There's some pretty good NFL players on the defensive side of the football too every day, but you practice against them. That had to make you better.
Well, coming from a quarterback to a tight end and then playing O-line my senior year and then redshirting, so I was pretty much just the scout team look for Adrian Claiborne, Christian Ballard, Mike Daniels, Broderick Binns, Carl Klug. That was my welcome to college. You have your welcome to the NFL and you have your welcome to college. And going against those guys was my welcome to college. And I said, under my breath, this isn't going to be easy. But I appreciate that butt kicking day in and day out, because it really made you think. If you really wanted to, to do something, then you got to put up with this and push through this. So that was a tough time. And I'm really thankful for those guys kicking my butt, because it helped me a lot.
Sheriff was Iowa's 4th Outland Trophy winner in 2014. And the 5th overall selection by the Washington Commanders in the NFL Draft. He plans to take in a few games at Kinnick Stadium in between hunting seasons. Hey, the Iowa Lottery Ironman Suite is back, and you could be watching a game in style as a VIP or experience a one-of-a-kind game day with on-field access and more at the sold-out blackout game versus Minnesota. Visit ialottery.com/VIP for details. The John Deere Halftime Show continues after the break with an Iowa Soybean Association scoreboard update. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
There's a hero in all of us. Pioneer is proud to partner with Iowa and Nebraska for the Pioneer Heroes Game. Together, we want to recognize and celebrate local heroes who positively impact their community and who stand as an inspiration to others. If you have a family member or a community member you'd like to recognize, please nominate them at hawkeyesports.com/hero. Let's celebrate our local heroes in the annual Pioneer Heroes Game.
RE/MAX is the official real estate partner of Iowa Athletics, and we understand there's a number for everything: square footage, down payment, interest rates. But how do you measure the trust you have in your agent? For a RE/MAX agent, it's not about numbers on a contract. It's being a trusted RE/MAX agent. That means you'll get honest advice, expert guidance, and someone who's committed to your success. Because while numbers count, trust is what truly matters. RE/MAX, the official real estate partner of Iowa Athletics. Each office independently owned and operated.
This is Iowa football from Learfield.
American Equity salutes today's hero of the game, honoring those who serve at every Hawkeye game. Just as our veterans safeguard our freedom, American Equity helps protect your financial future. Named one of Newsweek's most trustworthy insurance companies in America 3 years in a row, American Equity delivers secure retirement income with the service you deserve. Join American Equity in honoring and thanking all who serve our country.
Farmers are constantly chasing more yield and greater consistency. Check out Mershman Seeds Power Core Enlist Corn. Here's Ben Pieper, our product manager.
Power Core Enlist corn hybrids are the fastest growing traits in growers' fields right now. Farmers know that we are choosing the right hybrids for the right acres to put more corn in their hopper at harvest. Combine that with Mershman Seeds starting line seed treatment, growers are finding that high yielding consistency that they're looking for.
Contact your local Mershman Seeds dealer today and ask them about Power Core Enlist Corn from Mershman Seeds, your friend in the field.
This copyrighted broadcast is an exclusive presentation of Learfield under the broadcasting rights granted by the University of Iowa. Reuse of this presentation is prohibited without the expressed written consent of the university and Learfield. Announcers are provided by Learfield and approved by the university. Live from the Learfield Network Studios, this is the College Scoreboard.
From Master Control, I'm Aaron Fox. Iowa 10, Iowa State 13 at the break. Let's check the Iowa Soybean Association scoreboard update. Big Ten teams in early action. Number 11, Illinois 14 at Duke 13. That is at halftime. Number 2, Penn State is up by a slim amount over Florida International as they begin the third quarter. Kennesaw State and Indiana meeting for the first time ever. It's number 23 Indiana in the lead at halftime, 21-9. Minnesota hosting Northwestern State all over them, 59-0 at halftime. Iowa leads the nation in biodiesel production. Using biodiesel provides cleaner and healthier air, homegrown jobs, and value to every bushel of soybeans grown by Iowa farmers. Cleaner, better. Now that's biodiesel. Find out more at iasoybeans.com. Cyhawk, half number 2 coming up. It is Iowa Hawkeye football from Learfield.
The silly moments, the proud moments, even the hard moments. They're what make life remarkable. And they're why Wellmark Blue Cross and Blue Shield is here for every moment. Committed to making healthcare better, more affordable, with more choices for care. And service and coverage that give you peace of mind no matter what comes your way. So you can show up for every tender moment, every brave moment, and every wouldn't miss it for the world moment, knowing that Blue is here for you. Go to wellmark.com/every moment to find a plan right for you.
Save time when you shop online with Hy-Vee. Hy-Vee makes it easy to order groceries online through our app or Hy-Vee.com. Pickup is always free. And if you have a Perks Plus membership, you get free delivery and free express pickup. Shop online with Hy-Vee and you can create and save grocery lists. Shop the sales and get fuel savers. Talk about convenient. Order groceries online today. Check out Hy-Vee.com or download the Hy-Vee app.
You're listening to Hawkeye Football. Touchdown, Iowa! This is Iowa football from Learfield.
Do you smell that? No, it's not just toast. That's the smell of your car payment becoming toast. Move your car loan to Community Choice and toast those payments for 99 days. Get started at unbankyourride.com. Loan subject to credit approval and analysis.
Hey Hawkeyes, this is Coach Ference. Support Iowa's corn farmers by pumping up with unleaded 88, the clear choice at the pump to fuel your drive to the game. Unleaded 88 is cheaper, greener, and homegrown. You might think Iowa just grows corn, but the truth is, corn grows Iowa.
Iowa Hawkeye football on 1040 WHO is brought to you in part by Beaver Creek Golf Course, Farm Credit Services, Quick Star, SeatGeek, Burger Shed, IMT Insurance, Iowa Bankers Association, Cedar Ridge, Great Southern Bank, American Equity, Machine Shed, Tournament Club of Iowa. Show your support to our local Iowa radio business partners and support those who support the Hawkeyes.
You've been listening to the John Deere Halftime Show. John Deere loves to see the Hawkeyes do their thing, because if anyone can appreciate building the legacy, it's Deere. This is healthy coverage of the Iowa Hawkeyes with Wellmark Blue Cross and Blue Shield. Wellmark, here for every member, every moment. Learn more at wellmark.com. Now, let's join Gary Dolphin and former Hawkeye great Pat Angerer for the Wellmark Blue Cross and Blue Shield second half.
Welcome back to the John Deere Halftime Show. John Deere loves to see the Hawks do their thing because if anyone can appreciate building a legacy, it's Deere. They've been growing their winning team since 1837, so whether you're cultivating the earth with a tractor or reshaping it with a 40-ton excavator, nothing runs like a Deere. Here's the SeatGeek stat recap of the first half. 13-10 Iowa State. Hawks with 8 first downs to 7 for the Cyclones. Iowa State's rush for 71 yards. 56.
Obviously, after that turnover and then the touchdown, but the bounce back, that was huge, wasn't it? 17-play drive.
Yeah, it really was. I mean, we made it tough on ourselves. They're ready to go, and, they made it tough on us as well. But self-induced errors, got to eliminate those, and good for us to start digging in on defense, and came back and got that drive. That drive was really big.
Yeah, and the nice thing, too, early on, just 2 field goals, so you're right in the ball game. And do you feel like the tackling got a little bit better as the half wore on?
I think so, yeah. That's we got to tackle better, obviously. Some of the run plays, even the balls thrown out there. So, do that will help ourselves.
Here we go, 30 more.
Thanks, Rob. Here we go. That's right.
That's always certainly the case, as you know, in this series. Dolph, the third and fourth quarters coming up, anybody's ball game. Incidentally, that 17-play drive, that's the longest Iowa drive since the Kent State game way back in 2021. I think that's when they wore the throwback 1939 uniforms, too.
Well, more of the same, Robbie, hopefully in the second half. Kirk's interview and visit with Robbo is brought to you by our friends at Hawkeyes. Every great season starts with a strong foundation. For farmers, that foundation is healthy soil. At Hawkeyes, we're restoring life to the soil with over 800 species of microbes, helping grow stronger crops, more profitable farms, and healthier communities. Hawkeyes, the future of farming, starts here. Learn more at Hawkeyes.com. Back to the stats, courtesy of SeatGeek. Iowa with 8 first downs, 7 for the Cyclones. Total offense, Iowa State 132 yards, 104 for the Hawkeyes. So it's been a half for the defense. Each team, though, with a turnover. Hawks recovered a fumble by Iowa State, and Cooper picked off a Granowski pass that led to 6. But the Hawkeyes are still right there, down 3. Iowa individually, Patterson 4 carries, 25 yards. Carson Hansen leads Iowa State with 6 carries and 35 net yards rushing. Rocco Beck 9 of 13 for 61 yards and a touchdown throw to the tight end Bramer. The Hawkeyes, Jacob Gills caught 4 passes for 30 yards. Mark Granowski has the lone Iowa touchdown, a run of 4 yards. Mark was 10 of 19 with the 1 interception for 48 yards in the first half. Reese Dakins punted 4 times for 49-yard average. Tyler Perkins has 2 boots, a 43.5-yard average for the Cyclones. Defensively, Jaden Harrell with 5 tackles, 4 solo. The linebacker leads the Hawks. Zack Lutmer has been all over the field. Zack Lutmer with 5 tackles as well. Caleb Bacon, outstanding Iowa State linebacker, leads his team with 6. Marcus Neal, fellow linebacker, has 5. Iowa State has scored on 2 Kyle Conrady kicks, 1 from 44 and 1 from 27 yards, 2 field goals. The lone Iowa State touchdown, Bramer, a 2-yard pass from Beck. Hawks have a 31-yard field goal by Stevens and a touchdown run by Granowski. As we start the second half, the Hawks will kick off. Those are the SeatGeek stats. If you're having trouble finding tickets, you can be a part of all the touchdown celebrations this season, whether you're buying or selling football tickets. Go to SeatGeek. SeatGeek, the place to do it. SeatGeek is the official ticketing partner of the Iowa Hawkeyes. Expect the expected from SeatGeek. A short kickoff is fair caught by Iowa State. Drew Stevens pop-flied it, and the fair catch called by the Cyclones, so they'll bring it out to the 25, and Iowa State will start their 1st and 10. So the defense has pretty much ruled that first half. Patrick?
Yes, they have. It'll be interesting to see what changes both teams make on the offensive side, and to see if both defenses can continue to play very stout.
230 yards of offense between the two teams.
Do you expect anything less between these guys?
Yeah, no question. A lot of contact. Beck on a play fake goes down the middle of the field. Incomplete. Beautiful knock away there by the Hawkeyes. Cornerback T.J. Hall from Dominic Overby. Single coverage, and T.J. Hall running stride for stride, reached in from behind because Overby was drawing a bead on that pass. A beautiful throw by Beck.
It was a great throw, but great job by T.J. Hall. Just ended up being almost a post route. And how interesting is that? Them taking a shot on the first play. You see how they're trying to get that momentum going right away.
He's one-on-one. Hall is now with Eli Green. Single receivers both way. Couple tight ends, and they're going to run the end around. Iowa State trying to, no, they didn't. They faked the end around, and Beck is dropped in the backfield. Wow. Well, I was fooled, but Ethan Herkett wasn't.
No, he wasn't, and I was fooled as well, too. I'm losing my vision here when it comes to finding the play. Great job by Ethan Herkett, the incredible Herc, making a huge play on second down.
2-yard loss, a quarterback sack courtesy of Mershman Seeds, and $150 to Stead Family Children's Hospital. 3rd down and 12. Cyclones are going to flood that secondary with receivers, including tight ends. 5 in the formation, 1 running back. Here's the snap, back to Pat. Takes a deep drop, fires over the middle of the field, and incomplete. Oh my, Chase Soule, the transfer, heard footsteps there, and the Hawkeyes had everybody covered, and now the punt from Iowa State.
I'll tell you, if that throw was on the money, Wampa would have probably taken his head off. Great job by our secondary, and what a start for our defense right there. 3 plays and out. Good job.
Not one run in that formation, or that series by Iowa State. A deep throw, a deep post route, incomplete. The last play before the punt, an incomplete pass into a crowded secondary, and now the punt. And it's a low-line drive. Let's see what Weegan does. Oh, he decided to let it go. Now he has to run it down way back at the 10. And Caden is dropped at the 5. What great downfield coverage by Iowa State and Alex Manster. Check that. We got 2 number 7s in the Iowa State lineup. Trey Bell, a defensive back, was not fooled by any of the jitterbug.
Holding receiving team number 26. That penalty is enforced half the distance to the goal, 1st and 10.
And to add insult to injury, the Hawks get caught for holding. It was a low line drive punt that hit at about the 30, and Weegan got away from it, let it roll. Then he said, wait a minute, this thing's going way too close to the end zone. So he grabbed it at the 10 and tried to double move and got ankle tackled at the 5.
That penalty is declined, 1st and 10 Iowa.
Cole Kolarik gets caught for the hold, but that's denied. And the Hawks are going to take over 1st and 10 at their own 5-yard line.
Yeah, you think about if Cajun would have let that ball continue to roll, probably would have ended up in the same spot. Who knows? He was trying to make a play. That was a tough decision for him to make.
Yeah, absolutely. It was great downfield coverage by Iowa State. Well, the Hawks went on a 17-play drive to end the first half. 17-play drive to start the second half would be nice, as they're backed up to their own 5 after a great stand by the Iowa defense. They're going to run straight ahead, a delayed handoff and a gain of about 4. Nothing wrong with that play. Ty Washington gains 4 off the right side on 1st down. Really nice block thrown by Pieper.
Yeah, just another inside run where we're bringing that backside tackle to kind of seal off the backside D end, and good job gaining yards there on 1st down.
Cam Smith now in the secondary came up to make the stop, but a serviceable gain. Well, now they say it's 3 yards back to the 8. Here comes Granowski rolling out left, wants to throw, has a man open in the middle of that zone coverage. First down up across the 30-yard line. Jacob Gill with a beautifully run pattern.
And a great job by Mark, rolling to his left, throwing with his right. A deep out route by Jacob Gill. The O-line giving him time to have the patience to let that route establish. Really good 2nd down play.
This is the quarterback that won back-to-back national championships at South Dakota State. That's a very difficult throw to make, rolling to your left, throwing back across your body.
Yes, it is, and he's got the arm strength to get that done.
22 yards on the pickup to Gill, and the Hawks are out from underneath the shadow of their own goalpost. Here's Granowski, fake on the draw handoff. Now he's going to run, cut back 30, 35. What a move he puts on the defensive back. Now he's rolled out of bounds into the Iowa State secondary, or into the Iowa State sideline, and no flag. Ridden down by Kyjon Cummings Coleman. Granowski has the Hawks on the move again. This time they're across the 30, See where they spot across the 40, actually, to the 41. Another Hawkeye first down.
Yeah, but it was an RPO, and it was really slow. He was trying to hit that slant route, and it just wasn't open. So he ended up pulling it and then making a pretty good play with his legs.
Granowski moves the chains again after a long delayed handoff to the tailback, Patterson. Here comes a blitz. Granowski escapes the linebacker, turns the corner. He's at the 45 and dances out of bounds on the Iowa sideline. Say he's out at the 44. He turned a whole lot of nothing into a 3-yard gain there.
Yeah, a lot of guys would have ended up getting sacked on that play. Just by his sheer athleticism and heart, he was able to roll out and gain some yards on that right side. That was a really tough play, and good job by Mark for getting the yards there.
Tamatoa McDonough, the fleet-footed defensive end, the senior, made sure Mark went out of bounds. Second down, 7. 43-yard line of Iowa. Just underway in the second half. 13-10 Iowa State. Here's a quick flip out to the tight end. Hayden Large rumbles his way across midfield for a first down at the Iowa State 49-yard line.
And they're using that, because Iowa State's defense is so aggressive, they're using play action, they're using misdirection, and it's really allowing our guys to get open and us to get outside and gain yards.
Tim Lester and Mark Granowski are definitely on the same page now. A gain of 8. Iowa State territory just inside the 49. Patterson with a stop-and-go move gets 5 to the 44. Second down, 5. Cummings-Coleman gets credit for the stop. Now those safeties and D-backs are making all the tackles. Your point about the Iowa offensive line is well taken.
And that's a good reason. That shows that our O-line is doing their jobs. They're blocking all the front 7 up front and making holes for our running backs, and they're dominating right now.
Time of possession was even at halftime after that 17-play drive of the Hawks, and they're rolling again on the clock. From the Iowa 5 to the Cyclone 44. Second down, 5. Here's another delayed handoff to the tailback. Washington keeps his balance and his feet and pirouettes to the 41-yard line. Again, he was hit at the line of scrimmage, but those strong tree trunk legs got him 3 before McDonough dropped him. Iowa faces third down and a long 2.
Yeah, it looked like there was some miscommunication there. As that RPO, and Mark was looking for a quick slant from our outside receiver, and I don't think he saw it. He ended up a little bit deep.
Hawkeyes sent twin receivers wide to the left. Sam Phillips on the outside. Now a double slot that way. 3 wideouts to the short side of the field. On third down and 2. Granowski runs the other way and gets the first down, or did he? Well, maybe he's held up just shy. Looks like they're going to spot him down about a half a yard shy of the first down at the 39-yard line. They tried to snooker the Iowa State defense there by overloading the left side with receivers. Dominic Orange would have none of it. Now they're showing going for it are the Hawkeyes. Long count by Granowski. Now he stands up, barks something to the slot receiver, and they're going to go straight forward. He's got the first down. Granowski to the 47-yard line. What an ingenious call, really. They're all crowding that line of scrimmage. He stands up. Everybody relaxes for a split second. Now some boom. Runs over right guard and center and gets the first down. Got almost 2. Hawks are 3 of 3 on fourth down here in 2 weeks.
No, he's giving those false calls. So defense relax. All right, they're just going to take the penalty here. And then he calls it and snaps it. Goes right over that guard, finds a gap, gets the first down.
8:35 to play, third quarter in a 13-10 game. Iowa State Cyclones with a 3-point lead. Here's a cutback right to left by Xavier Willems. He squirts down. Xavier squirts down to the 33 is where they spot it. That's a gain of nearly 5. Ooh, they are using Cade Pieper a lot right now. Pieper and Jennings Dunker. Why wouldn't you?
Yeah, well, 100%. I mean, you name the guys up front here. We have been playing extremely hard. This front of us, our O-line has been completely dominating this game.
Zamir Hawk got the stop for Iowa State. Granowski's in the short gun. One tailback. Turns and gives it to Williams. Open hole, almost broke it free. On that inside zone stretch, cuts it back right to left and gets to the 29 of the Cyclones. Cam Smith prevented the first down for the moment. It's 3rd down and 2 for the Hawkeyes. 7:35 to play. So far, the Hawks have used 6.5 minutes. They've gone 66 yards, 11 plays. Iowa 4 of 10 on 3rd down. Granowski up under center. Rolls out left. He can run for the 1st down if he wants and gets it to the 31-yard line, or check that, 26-yard line. He needed 3, he got 4. Jontez Williams, the left side corner, gets the stop. I tell you, Granowski can take a shot.
Yes, he can.
He got drilled there.
He can deliver a shot, too. That's a big body running pretty fast coming at you as a corner. And that just shows how competitive and how much of a winner Mark Granowski is to be able to go out there and put his body on the line.
6'2", 235 pounds. That's almost a fullback stature. Hawks wing 2 receivers tight. One of those off Hayden Large at tight end. And the handoff is to Patterson. Runs through a shoulder attempt tackle and gets positive yardage to the 23-yard line. Line of scrimmage the 26. 3 for Jazz. Boy, what's this do to a defense, that constant pounding with the running game?
It's not great to be on the other side of that. I'll tell you that much. I've been there before, and it definitely wears on you.
7.5 minute drive to this point. 69 yards, 13 plays by the Hawkeyes. And that running game starting to assert itself now. Hawks have 107 rushing yards midway through the 3rd quarter, but still trail 13-10. Here's Granowski in the short gun, straight ahead running for Patterson. Sidesteps a tackle, slips to the outside, inside the 20 to the 19. I mean, these running backs or Granowski are taking shots, and they're still going forward for 2 or 3 extra yards.
Yes, they are. They're taking the shots. They're finding the holes. They're running through arm tackles. Jazz ran through about 3 arm tackles there and ended up moving forward and giving us a 3rd and short.
Marcus Neal, right side linebacker, with a stop there. Strong side linebacker. But a gain of 3. 3rd down and 3. Right at the 20-yard line of the Cyclones. Here's Granowski. A keeper by Mark. Fights for that 1st down stick, but is just going to be shy. Play faked at Patterson. He tried to follow the Patterson block through the right side guard position, but was short. It'll be 4th down, 1.5 yards. And the Iowa drive will stall out, and Drew Stevens will come on to kick the tying field goal. Cooper Ebel and Bo Goodwin combine on the stop. Hawks in that Case IH red zone, trying to finish off the drive with points. Nissen to hold. Here's the snap. Spot is down. Stevens' kick is good. And a tie game at 13-all with 4:28 to play. 3rd quarter. Iowa State. Hawkeye away games are sponsored by the Eastern Iowa Airports, CID, with 5 airlines, 18 nonstop destinations, and more than 400 one-stop connections to popular destinations. It is Hawkeye Nation's #1 choice for travel. Thank you, Eastern Iowa Airport, for your partnership with the Iowa Hawkeyes. Go Hawks and fly CID. We're back to Ames for more of the Iowa Corn Cyhawk series right after this. 13-13, 4:28 to play 3rd quarter. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
Can you think of anything that costs the same today as it did 10 years ago? There isn't much. That is, unless you're a Mid-American Energy customer. Thanks to all the renewable energy we're generating, our customers pay nearly the same rate for electricity today as they did back when we were all singing, "Call Me Maybe." And with Mid-American making even more investments in clean energy, you can count on enjoying those same affordable rates for the next decade. Now that's obsessively, relentlessly at your service.
You're listening to healthy coverage of the Iowa Hawkeyes with Wellmark Blue Cross and Blue Shield. Wellmark, here for every member, every moment. Learn more at wellmark.com. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
It's a win-win this season at Buffalo Wild Wings. With any Hawkeye victory, you win 6 free boneless or traditional wings at a B-Dubs near you. So join us for all your favorite game day food and drinks, wall-to-wall TVs, and a crowd cheering on the black and gold. And, of course, 6 free wings for a Hawkeye victory. Go Hawks. Only valid at Iowa locations. Rules and restrictions apply. Visit HawkeyeSports.com/BWW for more information.
Glacier Graphics and Signs provides big signs, bold graphics, and beautiful results for Hawkeye athletics around Kinnick Stadium, Carver Hawkeye Arena, and throughout campus. Glacier Graphics and Signs helps build your brand through custom graphics, signage, and video displays designed to specifically tell your story and grow your business in a big way. That's Glacier Graphics and Signs, a preferred graphic and signage provider of Iowa Hawkeye athletics. Visit them online at glacier.com to see how they can bring your big ideas to life.
The Shields scoring drive for the Hawkeyes, 16 plays, 77 yards, using 9.5 minutes of the third quarter. Impressive by Granowski and the Hawks. They had to settle for a field goal, and that's okay. That ties the game at 13 as Drew Stevens booted it through the uprights. 28 yards officially for the field goal tie game here with 4:28 to go third quarter. There was some damage done to right tackle Jennings Dunker, though, on that drive. Rob Brooks is on the Hawkeye sideline, courtesy of U.S. Cellular.
Yeah, Dolph had to finish that drive off with the outstanding tackle, and he's in the medical tent still. He jogged in there, so nothing lower body. Wasn't grabbing anything up near his shoulders or anything, so we'll keep you up to date. Hopefully, nothing too serious. He can get back out there. And,
who do they have at right tackle, Rob?
Lauk came into the game.
Okay, Lauk came in.
Live ball.
Fair catch is called for by Iowa State. They let it bounce, so looking up into that sun, obviously that was...
The ball hit the ground. By rule, the ball is placed where it was caught.
Yes.
As Xavier Townsend was looking up into that bright sun, called for a fair catch, got away from it, and then fortunately Aiden Flora grabbed it. So it was a live ball, but it's also downed at the 3.
Pretty good for us. I like our odds here.
We've had some boo-boos on special teams today by both teams. And a big play by the Iowa special teams. Now, wait a second. We got another announcement. Are they just correcting the clock? Okay. 4:28 to play in the third quarter. This has been a little intense, hasn't it?
Yes,
even the officials are uptight. The score remains 13-all, but that Iowa defense really playing well has Iowa State backed up to its own 3. This is Hawkeye football presented by Walmart, Blue Cross Blue Shield, and Learfield.
Hey, college football fans, I know you'd do anything for a win on game day and an ice-cold Bud Light. Because whether you're tailgating in the parking lot or parked on the couch, sitting on your lucky stool at the bar, or standing in the fan section all game long, the clean, crisp taste of Bud Light turns a win into a win-win. And there's nothing easier to enjoy than that. Bud Light. Easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Enjoy responsibly. Anheuser-Busch Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
She's on the 17, the 45, the 29, and she scores big cash prizes from the Iowa Lottery by matching her numbers to the winning numbers on the new Iowa Blackout Scratch Ticket. Now she's entering for a chance to win an Ironman Suite experience at Kinnick Stadium, plus other fun VIP prizes. That's the best touchdown dance I've ever seen. Make the biggest play of the season today. Enter and see rules at ialottery.com/VIP.
Cancer doesn't care. It doesn't care what you look like, how old you are, what you do, or where you live. We do. University of Iowa Healthcare is doing more to beat cancer than anyone in the state. From second opinions to life-saving treatments that happen here first. We lead the way in research, training, and care because we believe that UI Healthcare is here to make all of Iowa better. UI Healthcare, changing medicine, changing lives. Visit uihealthcare.org.
Cyclones are backed up to their own 3, 1st and 10 here in the third quarter. Beck's throwing, has a man across the 5 of the 10, 13, first down, or very close to it. They play fake to run right into the middle of the line, and a quick flip out to Chase Soule, the 6'3 junior from Humboldt, Texas, gives Iowa State a first down. A gain of exactly 10. Wampa on the stop. So a little more workable room for Rocco Beck and the Cyclones. 13-13 football game. Offset eye for Iowa State. And the short gun is Beck. And they're going to run straight ahead, or at least try. Nothing doing, though. That's Sama? Yeah. Abu Sama is all jammed up at the line of scrimmage. That Iowa front winning the battle right now. Pat Anger.
He tried cutting to the outside, and Kenneth Merriweather was right there, staying strong, holding that edge, forced it back inside, and our big boys in the middle made a play.
Bryce Hawthorne, the South Dakota State transfer, and Carson Shire, the linebackers, had a heck of a day. No gain, second down 10 at the 13 for the Cyclones. Here's Beck out of the gun, bunch of receivers to the short side of the field. Here's a quick slant to the tight end. He's wrestled to the ground immediately. That is Benjamin Bramer. Latched onto immediately by the corner, Deshaun Lee, who picked him up as he crossed the 15. He gets to the 17, maybe the 18. And that means it's third down and a long 5 for Iowa State.
That was a great job by our secondary running to the ball. Lutmer, Entringer, two guys that weren't there, gained yards, took shots at the receiver.
Bramer, the tight end, and Eskelson, the wideout, split wide left, single receiver to the short side of the field. Third down and 5 for the Cyclones. Beck to throw. Pocket closes. Pass caught across the 20. And let's see, where is it at? Where do they spot him? It's Xavier Townsend. All 6'5" of him, and he got just beyond the first down marker. Cyclones keep the ball. Cohen Ontringer was right there, but another meticulous throw by Rocco Beck.
I can tell you that that was a really good play. I know they got a first down. That was such a great play by Entringer right there. Cutting that off, making sure it's not a big play, almost knocking the ball out before he caught it.
Rocco is 12 of 18 for 82 yards. And the Cyclone drive continues. Here's Sama with a big run. He spun away from one Hawkeye defender and shoots out to the 33-yard line. That's close to a first down. First down run of 9 for sure. Jaden Harrell with the stop. Second down, less than a yard. The ball just across the 33-yard line. Good blocking by that Iowa State front. In particular, Brendan Black, the right guard. Dylan Barrett, the center, got a lick in too on Bryce Hawthorne. Second down and very short for Iowa State. They wing a tight end right. Man goes in motion out of the slot. They throw it to him, and it's beyond the reach of Xavier Townsend. 5'11". He can really fly, the 195-pound junior from Tampa. So third down now and less than a yard. That's one of those plays where you can call almost anything on second down and inches.
Yep, absolutely. And that was a good job by us, at least running to the ball on that last one. Let's hopefully we can bow up here and get him into fourth down.
Hawks are going to try and jam things up in that line of scrimmage. Third down inches. They go with a heavy package, even balance line, straight ahead running for Sama, and he's got the first down. They alternate Abu Sama and Carson Hansen. Another first down. That's 3 in the series for Iowa State. TJ Hall gets credit for the stop, but not before he got almost 3. 37-yard line. Less than a minute to go, third quarter, and a tie game at 13-all. Hawks gobbled up most of the clock in that third period. Iowa State trying to do the same here to end the quarter. Beck to throw. Quick slant caught. Ooh, great pass. And a vicious hit by Xavier Wampa on Dominic Overby. He took a shot but held on to the football. That's a gain of 8, maybe 9 on first down. The ball across the 45 to the 46-yard line. Iowa State on the move from its own 3. They're doing it with a lot of short passes.
Yeah, they are. Just slants, quick little out routes, little shots to the flat. But our guys are flying around, running the ball, not getting beat deep.
Single wide out. And a tailback in the backfield. That's Sama. Jukes to the outside, slides through an ankle tackle, gets the first down across midfield. That's where the Cyclones will start in the fourth quarter. On the move in a 13-13 football game. University of Iowa Healthcare Stead Family Children's Hospital kit captain this week.
The end of the third quarter.
His 5-year-old James Hall of Dyersville. What started as a persistent earache led to the discovery of a couple brain tumors and a rare cancer-like disorder for James. At UI Stead Family Children's Hospital, he underwent chemotherapy and treatment. In the spring of 2023, however, a second unrelated tumor was found. And 5-year-old James Hall continues to receive expert care and ongoing monitoring at the Children's Hospital with a great attitude. Keep it up, James. Your Hawks have Iowa State tied at 13-13 with 1 quarter to play. 15 minutes to go on this edition of the Cy-Hawk Trophy Battle. Iowa State, brought to you by Iowa Corn. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
Hey, Hawkeyes, ready to one-up your rivals off the field? Abbott and the Big Ten are back with the We Give Blood Drive. By showing up to donate blood, you can help your school win $1 million for student or community health. Score a limited edition home field designed Iowa t-shirt, and most importantly, save lives. Go to bigten.org/Abbott to find a donation location and put Iowa in the lead. That's bigten.org/Abbott.
You're listening to healthy coverage of the Iowa Hawkeyes with Wellmark Blue Cross and Blue Shield. Wellmark, here for every member, every moment. Learn more at wellmark.com. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
At the Machine Shed, it's all about making things from scratch. From our fresh-baked breads to serving real mashed potatoes. We source a variety of products from our community like locally grown sweet corn and garden fresh vegetables. A true dedication to the American farmer. We bake our own pies and our world-famous cinnamon rolls every morning. And you have to try our signature dessert, the apple dumpling. The Machine Shed doesn't do things the easy way, only the right way.
I-80 and Hickman Road, Urbandale. I-80 and Northwest Boulevard, Davenport.
Hey, Hawkeye fans, it's college football season, and SeatGeek is the official ticket marketplace of Hail Marys and walk-on heroes. SeatGeek makes it easy to find tickets so you can be a part of all the action this season. Whether you're buying or selling tickets to Iowa football games or to any other live event in your area, SeatGeek is the place to do it. SeatGeek is the official ticket marketplace of the Iowa Hawkeyes. Let's go, Hawkeyes! SeatGeek.
Through 3 quarters, it's Iowa 13, 16th ranked Iowa State 13. 1 period to go. The Hawks own the third quarter in terms of time consumed, but Iowa State now is on the move from its own 3 to midfield as we start the fourth quarter. Let's get a look at Pat Anger's quick stats. What do you like, Pat?
First downs, Iowa 14, Iowa State 11. Rushing yards, we've got them 112, they've got 85. Both quarterbacks, Mark's 12 for 21, Rocco's 13 for 20, very similar. Total yards, we've got them, we're at 189, they're at 176. Time of possession, we're almost at 25 minutes, they're at 20. Now, Pat's stats are presented by our good friends at Nicolay Law. Nicolay Law is a proud partner of the Iowa Hawkeyes. With local attorneys who put people first, they help injured Iowans fight the insurance companies and win what's fair. Injured? Get Nicolay. Call 1-855-NICOLAY or visit nicolaylaw.com.
What's going to happen? 15 minutes to go. Tie game at 13. Mark Granowski, Iowa's leading rusher, 46 yards. Patterson has 38. Williams, 27. Abu Sama now has 44 net yards for the Cyclones, 35 for Carson Hansen. Both teams trying to run the football. Beck, 13 of 20 for 91 yards. Granowski, 12 of 21 throwing for 77 yards. And here we go. Iowa State with a first down at the Iowa 49 to start the fourth quarter. Long count by Beck. Hands off on the draw to Abu Sama, and he's wrestled to the ground by a blitzing I think Carson Shire, Jaden Harrell. Carson Shire got there first.
That was a great job by Carson Shire with that play away, staying square, gaining ground on the line of scrimmage, coming over, making a tackle. And then you had Jaden Harrell making a play right there coming off.
Shire blew across the line of scrimmage. Great read, no gain. Second down, 10. Ball just across the midfield stripe. Now the tight ends, Burkle and Bramer, both shift left to right. Now in motion is Eskilsson. A lot of pre-snap motion by the Cyclones on second and long. Beck's going to throw, you got to believe. He rolls right, throws, caught for a short gain of 3. Into the right boundary line. Eskilsson, the man in motion, turned and caught. He was covered up immediately by Zack Lutmer of that Iowa secondary. Big play here, 3rd down and 6.
Yeah, it's interesting. They shifted to unbalance on that side. Just a tackle on the weak side, and figured they were going to run the ball there, but went a little out route.
Cyclones with twin receivers to the left, single receiver to the right. Tight end is wing that way. It's an empty backfield for Rocco Beck. He retreats from center with the ball, throws down the middle of the field, caught at the Iowa 21, then loose. It was ripped away, knocked away by T.J. Hall. I think it was T.J. Hall. Cohen Ontringer was there as well. Those are 2 headhunters.
And that was man coverage, so all we had was one safety deep. Cohen Ontringer came over the top, made a play, jarred that ball out. And that's a way to make a play.
Dominic Overby had his mitts on it. What a beautiful throw again by Beck over the defender. Now, Overby's 6'5", so he can go get it. Had it and then was rocked.
And our corner was in good coverage, too. It wasn't like he was in a bad spot. It was just a really, really good throw and an excellent play by Ontringer.
Hall and Ontringer both combined to rip the ball loose, and here comes the Iowa State punt. Try and bury the Hawks deep in their own territory. Fair caught at the 11 by Caden Weegan. So the defense makes a stand, and Iowa gets the ball back. The Cyclones went 12 plays, 6 minutes of time, 53 total yards from their own 3 to midfield, but have to punt the ball away, and they flip field position, but the Hawks have been moving the ball as well. Hawkeye football when we come back. Today we celebrate Iowa's #1 crop, corn, which can be found in over 4,000 everyday products. From corn-fed meals at your tailgate to the ethanol fueling your vehicle for the drive home. Go to iowacorn.org. iowacorn.org and learn how corn grows Iowa. This is Hawkeye football. We're tied at 13, presented by Walmart Blue Cross Blue Shield from Learfield.
How do you become America's best-selling brand? Let's break it down. Innovative tech means smarter and safer driving. Intelligent all-wheel drive will keep you ready for anything. And built Ford tough trucks will always get the job done. Plus, come into your local Ford store today and get super low APR financing, big cash back, and great lease offers on Ford's full line of cars, trucks, and SUVs. That's Ford, and that's how you become America's best-selling brand. Sales claim based on calendar year sales.
Get a great deal on versatile Kubota equipment today, like the Kubota BX Series subcompact tractor, the #1 selling subcompact tractor in the U.S., Z-Series mowers, and Sidekick utility vehicles. Stop by your local Kubota dealer today. Right now, bring home select Kubota equipment with 0% financing available or save up to $3,000. Now through September 30th. See us or go to KubotaUSA.com for full disclaimer.
Check out Kubota's winning lineup. Visit KubotaUSA.com to find your local dealer.
Hi, I'm Gary Dolphin, and if you want your home to be exceptionally comfortable during these cold Iowa winters and hot, humid summers, you need to turn to Dave Lennox and your local Lennox home comfort specialist. Lennox has been serving Iowa consumers since 1895, when Dave Lennox built his first furnace in Marshalltown, and Lennox is still building its high-efficiency furnaces and air conditioners there today. For the best home comfort system you can buy, it's Lennox and your local Lennox dealer. Lennox and the Hawkeyes. Now there's a winning combination.
It's punch, counter punch. Iowa and the Cyclones tied at 13 early on, fourth quarter. Iowa State and the Hawks went to halftime tied at 13. And now Iowa has gotten a stop, but deep in its own territory. The Hawkeyes will start 1st and 10 at their own 11. But the key thing is they got the stop.
Yes, they did. Just a once again, amazing play by Cohen Intringer. Just great effort right there and toughness, not giving up on the play, prying that ball out.
Happy to report Jennings Dunker is back in the game.
Good, I missed that guy.
By the way, it was 13-10 Iowa State at the half. If you're keeping track, but Stevens' field goal here in the third quarter tied it, and that's where we sit now with 13:27 to play. And Granowski trying to lead a go-ahead drive. Ortworth goes in motion, tight end, one running back. He gets the handoff. That's a stop-and-go move, a corner turn now by Jazz Patterson, and a nice gain up across the 15 to the 17, a gain of 6 on first down when there wasn't much there.
Hayden Large, Ortworth, Dunker, you name it. Those guys, great effort. And what an effort by Jazz Patterson, fighting for those yards.
Cam Smith, the D-back, and Marcus Neal, the strong side linebacker on the stop. Cam Smith has been in there for Jamison Patton. Patton may have gotten injured in the third quarter. He's been in there a while. One running back, single receivers both ways.
Start offense number 48. 5-yard penalty, second down.
Zach Ortworth, the tight end, gets called for a false start. He was winged off the right side. Well, the Hawkeyes with an ill-timed penalty. I guess there's no well-timed penalty ever. Iowa with its 4th infraction of the game for 38 yards. Iowa State's been penalized 5 times, but for only 19 yards. So that nullifies most of the gain by Patterson. Second down and 9 for the Hawks from their own 12-yard line. Here's Granowski. Play fake. Steps back in the pocket. Now steps up in the pocket. Now he's going to try and run away from coverage. Gets a great block. Gets to the 15. And now up to the 20, or just shy of the 20. And he's jackknifed into the ground there. Well, I tell you, he took 2 or 3 shots on that run. Tamatoa McDonough was slow to get up, and he gets credit for the tackle, the defensive end.
He's a tough kid. He was looking for Ortworth on the tight end throwback, but hey, was able to set us up just due to straight effort and toughness, set us up with a 3rd and short.
Yeah, nice gain of almost 7 for Granowski. He's Iowa's leading rusher on the day, but the Hawks need 3 for a first down. A little less than 3, actually. Need to get to the Cyclone 21. Timeout, Iowa. Hawks had a bunch package to the short side of the field on 3rd and 3. A little bit of an oddity call, but hey, this is Tim Lester's offense. I'm good with it. Hi to Bill. Happy birthday, Bill. From Bill lives in the great village of Oakland, Iowa, in beautiful southwest Iowa. Ed Podolak grew up in Atlantic, not too far from Oakland, close to that Nebraska border. Bill, happy birthday, buddy. He's rooting the Hawks on. 13 all, timeout on the field. 11:29 to go. This is the Iowa Corn Cy-Hawk game. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
RE/MAX is the official real estate partner of Iowa Athletics, and we understand there's a number for everything: square footage, down payment, interest rates. But how do you measure the trust you have in your agent? For a RE/MAX agent, it's not about numbers on a contract. It's being a trusted RE/MAX agent. That means you'll get honest advice, expert guidance, and someone who's committed to your success. Because while numbers count, trust is what truly matters. RE/MAX, the official real estate partner of Iowa Athletics. Each office independently owned and operated.
You're listening to healthy coverage of the Iowa Hawkeyes with Wellmark Blue Cross and Blue Shield. Wellmark, here for every member, every moment. Learn more at wellmark.com. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
Our mission at Oak Knoll is to provide exceptional retirement living and health services through life care. I'm Steve Rowe, CEO. We are a not-for-profit life plan community and have served the Iowa City area for 58 years. Oak Knoll is located near the University of Iowa hospitals and clinics, Kinnick Stadium, Carver Hawkeye Arena, Hancher Auditorium, and downtown Iowa City. Visit our website at oakknoll.com to learn more. We are a proud sponsor of Hawkeye Athletics. Go Hawks!
Today's agriculture demands expertise, and no lender delivers more ag expertise than Farm Credit Services of America. More than simply having the financial products and services you need to do business, we have the knowledge and commitment to help grow your business. From financing the next season to growing the next generation, we work to achieve your goals. We're Farm Credit Services of America. Call 800-884-FARM. Agriculture works here.
Hawkeye football in a 13-all tie with the Iowa State Cyclones. Welcome back to Jack Trice Stadium in Ames. Big call here. Let's call timeout. They want to get it right. Third down, a little less than 3. The ball approaching halfway between the 18 and 19-yard line. Iowa needs to get to the 21. They're cheering on the Hawks in Crowheart, Wyoming. They're listening while driving to Leech Lake for a fishing trip up in Minnesota. And Jenny's out in South Lake Tahoe, tuned in on the Varsity app from the golf course. Go Hawks.
Hit them straight.
Thanks, Jenny. Make the putt. You can reach us on Twitter at Gary Dolphin. Love to give you a shout out. Hi to the Des Moines Rotary Club. Had a great time at the Des Moines Rotary breakfast yesterday morning, talking to Hawk fans and quite a few Cyclone fans in the crowd. That's okay. They're yelling and screaming now at the Des Moines Rotary Club as the Hawks go. Third down and 3. A short 3. Granowski up under center. Play fake on the handoff to Patterson. Rolls back. Throws down the middle of the field and overshoots. And a flag, a late flag, probably a hold. And I think that's the right call. Seth Anderson put a double move on the safety, and I think he got caught with his hand in the cookie jar.
Penalty and what spot? Automatic first down.
What Seth did there is that ball was over him. Seth came back to the safety to make it look like he was getting PI, and that was perfectly played by Seth Anderson.
What'd they call there? A pass interference or a hold? It was a pass interference. Well, either way, the Hawks moved the chains, and I think that one caught the Cyclones off guard a little bit on 3rd and short. Mark Granowski showing his arm strength.
It caught me off guard too. That's a risky move, and I like it. I like him taking a shot. It paid off.
Bo Goodwin gets called for the pass interference, and the Hawks are across the 30-yard line of Iowa. Line of scrimmage, the 33, and on 1st and down, they hand off, 1st and 10, they hand off to Jazz Patterson, who barrels his way over left guard for about 6. Check that, more than that. Yeah, maybe. All right, let's give him 5. They bring the ball back to the 39. Jazz Patterson, he had a big game here 2 years ago in reserve role. He's got 50 yards rushing on 9 carries. The Hawkeyes look at 2nd down 5. From the 39-yard line, here comes Jazz again. Big hole and through the middle. First down as he squirms up to the 47-yard line of the Hawkeyes on a big gain of nearly 10. What a hole at left guard.
Our O-line is wearing them down, and that quick, powerful run by Jazz Patterson is wearing them down as well. This is looking really good right now by our offensive front.
Bully Bo Stevens got his 315 pounds running downfield. Ball at the 48. Gain of 10 for Jazzman. Hawks with 3 wideouts, 2 to the short side of the field. Hayden Large lines up to the right. 1 running back. Granowski feeds Patterson again. And on a cutback on that inside zone stretch, he reaches across midfield, gets to the 49. It'll be a gain of 3 on 1st down. Kyjon Cummings Coleman with the stop. And the Hawks are asserting that ground game again. Patterson's knee down right at the midfield stripe. So it's a gain of 2. 9:34 to go in regulation. 13-13 tie. Hawks and the Cyclones. Twin receivers, 1 each way. Weejan now goes in motion. Granowski's going to run where Weejan just was, and Iowa State sniffed that one out. They had that one pegged all the way. Granowski hanging for dear life onto that football. Gets a yard. 49 of Iowa State. Dominic Orange latched onto him, and you're usually not going anywhere when Dominic Orange gets those big mitts on you. It'll be 3rd down, a long 7. Cooper Ebel the linebacker, came in as well. 7th play of this drive. The Hawks have used 5 minutes, but they need 7 for the drive to continue. 8:40 to play, 13-13 tie. Out of the gun. Large, check that. Vanami lines up in the backfield with the quarterback for blocking. Mark has time, throws and whistles one behind, beyond the outstretched arms of Jacob Gill. Oh man, did he have some mustard on that hamburger?
Yes, he did. Had him on that over route, and what happens there is they show mug, so their linebackers are lining up in the A gap, and then they're bailing, and then they're sending outside pressure. So it affects our blocking schemes.
The incomplete pass brings up 4th and 7, and now Reese Dakin. The Hawks will flip field position, much the way the Cyclones did after a nice drive from deep in their own territory. Dakin will try and pin Iowa State back deep. Here's a high end-over-end punt. Fair caught at the 9-yard line for Iowa State. Now it's Rocco Beck's turn to move the Cyclones. The Iowa defense will try and get the ball back. Don't fumble on safety. Always remember to call 811 before you dig that hole to prevent hitting underground gas lines. Hawk fans, visit MidAmericanEnergy.com for natural gas safety tips. 39-yard punt by Dakin. Hawkeye football is brought to you today by U.S. Cellular, the official wireless partner of the Iowa Hawkeyes. U.S. Cellular reminds you that on game days, your hands are for cheering, not texting, because game days are built for the Hawkeyes. U.S. Cellular, built for us. 8:20 to go. 13 all tie. This is Hawkeye football presented by Wellmark Blue Cross Blue Shield from Learfield.
We love it when the Hawkeyes do their thing, because if there's anyone who can appreciate building a legacy, it's John Deere. We've been growing our team since 1837, recruiting the best thinkers, doers, and makers to craft innovations that outpace the competition. Because whether it's cultivating the earth with a tractor or reshaping it with a 40-ton excavator, the machines we build are building America. Nothing runs like a Deere.
The silly moments, the proud moments, even the hard moments. They're what make life remarkable. And they're why Wellmark Blue Cross and Blue Shield is here for every moment. Committed to making healthcare better, more affordable, with more choices for care. And service and coverage that give you peace of mind no matter what comes your way. So you can show up for every tender moment, every brave moment, and every wouldn't miss it for the world moment, knowing that Blue is here for you. Go to Wellmark.com/every moment to find a plan right for you.
Iowa fans, with US Mode from U.S. Cellular, you can keep your eye on the game, not on your screen. Whether you're inside the stadium, tailgating in the lots, or listening to the game at home, U.S. Cellular wants you to focus on genuine connections with your family, friends, and fellow Hawkeye fans. That means at game time, you should do less scrolling and more cheering. So eliminate distractions and build connections by setting your phone to US Mode, because game day is for cheering on the Hawkeyes. Go Hawks! U.S. Cellular, built for us.
Midway through the fourth quarter, tied at 13, Iowa State football. Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. You're listening to Iowa Hawkeye football. Iowa State has the ball at its own 10-yard line. Just inside the 10 on 1st and 10. Rocco Beck at quarterback. Carson Hansen is back in at the tail. Twin receivers to the right. One of those goes in motion. Beck rolls right, drops it off to the underneath receiver. That was Carson Hansen, who was following him in motion. And a short gain to the, let's see where they spotted, around the 13, 14-yard line. Good pursuit by the Hawkeyes' Carson Shire. Rob Brooks has a quick update on Bo Stevens.
Yeah, hard to keep that offensive line out there, Dolph, on that third down play. Bo came off really limping and barely under his own power got into the medical tent. Still there. We'll keep you posted.
All right, Rob. Second down. They run a counter handoff to Hansen. He plows his way forward for 3 or 4. Good push by the right side of that Cyclone offensive line. James Neal at tackle pulled and got in the way of a lot of bodies. Neal's a big guy, 325 pounds at 6'6". Jonah Pace fought through it, though, made the tackle. 3rd down and 2 for the Cyclones. Hawks are crowding that line of scrimmage. Here's Beck. Hansen in the backfield. Now he pulls up, checks to the sideline. Cyclones have overloaded the short side of the field with 3 wideouts. Hansen starts moving around now pre-snap. And the snap. Beck's going to keep it. Hansen gets the block. And Beck gets the first down. Good block by Carson Hansen on the linebacker, Jaden Harrell, and that was just enough for Beck to get the first down.
Yeah, it was a good job sealing the edge there. Yeah, smart play call. You put it in your best player's hands.
6:45 to play in the game. Cyclones keep the football, 1st and 10 at their own 21. 13-13. Cyclones now with 12 personnel, pair of tight ends, and we have whistles.
Previous play was ruled a first down. That previous play is under further review.
Ooh.
Really?
This is getting exciting here, Gary.
No, it's not.
This is. I like these refs. They've been good to us all
another
game.
delay a game.
I like the mystery of it.
That's like an extra timeout for the Hawks. And it gives us a chance to plug our friends at Athletico Physical Therapy. You don't need a jersey to move with purpose or permission. To take your healing seriously at Athletico, recovery fuels what's possible. Move like you mean it. Schedule your free assessment at athletico.com, proud partner of the Iowa Hawkeyes. We'll step out for a break. 13-13 tie. And 6:33 to play in the game, or at least in regulation. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
That is the sound of bacon sizzling, of fresh vegetables being chopped for a made-to-order omelet, and the grill being fired up for one of the juiciest burgers around. Hungry yet? Hy-Vee Market Grill is better than ever, with mouth-watering new menu items for breakfast and lunch. Whether you dine in, get it to go, or have it delivered, the best breakfast and lunch is at Hy-Vee Market Grill. Open daily 6 a.m. to 2 p.m.
You're listening to healthy coverage of the Iowa Hawkeyes with Wellmark Blue Cross and Blue Shield. Wellmark, here for every member, every moment. Learn more at wellmark.com. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
Leaders know there's no guide to greatness. When everyone else says something can't be done, they know it only hasn't been done yet. True leaders weather the fiercest storms and look deep within themselves to rise above and help others find their way forward. At Great Southern Bank, we're proud to partner with visionaries that help raise the tide for all of us. And when you're ready to bring your vision to life, we'll be right behind you with award-winning support.
Life's busy. Quick Start makes it easier. From fresh hot coffee to delicious bakery treats and quick grab-and-go meals and snacks. Hey, we've got what you need when you're on the run. Need gas? We've got fully guaranteed fuel to keep you moving. Plus perks like free ATMs, no hidden fees, and free air for your tires. Convenience, savings, and a see you next time with a smile. We're your go-to for everything you need to keep your day on track. Stop in to Quick Start today.
It is an Iowa State first down. They reviewed it, and the play is upheld. So the ball will be just across the 20 at the 21-yard line for Rocco Beck and the Cyclones. I tell you, these defenses have really held the offenses in check for the most part. Granowski's had a nice breakout day, 77 yards passing. He did have the one interception. He's got 48 rushing yards. Patterson, now Iowa's leading ground gainer, with 60. Rocco Beck, 15 of 23 for 100 yards. And he's run for a net of 9. 6:33 to play in the game, or at least in regulation. And the Cyclones are going to go with, looks like, let's see, 3 tight ends out there. 2 for sure. No, they got 3. 3 tight ends in this formation. They've used as many as 4. Beck's up under center. They're going to run the ball, and they pitch it back to Hansen, who crosses the 25 to the 26. A nice gain of 5. All those tight ends are throwing blocks.
Yeah, just a toss into the boundary, and they use those tight ends essentially as pullers to be able to get that edge.
Deshaun Lee sacrificed his body.
Yes, he did.
The junior from Belleville, Michigan. He and TJ Hall getting better and better and better. Now they got a tight end in the backfield with Beck as well as Hansen. Beck to throw, straight back in the pocket. Wings it over the middle. And incomplete. I'm not sure who he was going after, but that ball was 15 yards beyond the intended receiver. I believe it was Eli Green. No, it wasn't Eli Green. It was Brett Eskelson. 6 and 9 are looking a lot alike there. But just good coverage by the Hawkeyes. Yes. And Rocco just threw it beyond the reach, probably a throwaway. 5:45 to play in the game. Now it's 3rd down and 5. Big play again here for the Hawkeyes. Hold them, get off the field. Beck throws and incomplete, and then caught by a teammate. Caught by the tight end. Are you kidding me? Gabe Burkle, who was running an outside route. The pass to the hash mark was deflected up in the air and right to the tight end Burkle. Oh, talk about living right.
Man, I thought we were going to get a pick there, and it ended up the complete opposite.
The ball way up in the air, and Burkle catches it. Have to come back and see who that was deflected off. It was a high throw, but Iowa State has the ball up at the Cyclone 44-yard line. Hansen is dragged down on a counter run left to right as he got just a yard, a very tough yard. Jackson Rexroth with the big hit out of Cedar Rapids Xavier. Aaron Graves also in on the smackdown. Gain of a yard, 2nd down 9. What a break for the Cyclones. My goodness. 4:40 to play. Slot receiver, it was too high for him, but he deflected it about a story high, and Burkle ran underneath it and caught it. Here's Beck to throw again. Quick outside route, caught at the 50. And then plowing forward for a couple more yards is Chase Sowell. 6'3", 210-pound wideout. He was covered up by 2 Hawkeyes led by Deshaun Lee. But a gain of almost 7, 8, 3rd down and 2. Cyclones now on that quick out route in Iowa territory at the 48. 4 minutes to play in the game, or in regulation. Iowa's used 1 timeout early in this half. They've got 2 remaining plus the 2-minute timeout. Iowa State with all of its timeouts remaining. Here's Beck. Wants to throw. Pop flies it over to the right tackle to the tight end. 1st down at the Iowa 38. That was a little jump shot by Rocco Beck. He was showing quarterback draw and then flipped it over the right tackle to Gabe Burkle, who turned around, grabbed it for a nice gain of 6 or 7.
Yeah, they ran that on 4th down against Kansas State, just making it look like a run. Tight end kind of delays out, and usually is wide open.
They move the chains again. Impressive drive by the Cyclones from their own 11 now to the Hawkeye 38. Hansen brings the play in for Beck. 1st and 10 at the Hawkeye 38. They're very close to field goal range now. Here's the draw handoff with Hansen. He runs through a Hawkeye would-be tackler in Carson Shirey. Carson slowed him down, and Hansen then was finished off at the 37. After all that, a net gain of 1. Jaden Harrell with the stop. Good job by Shire shooting the gap and slowing down Hansen. He's tough to bring down. That Hansen, 6'2", 220, averages 4 yards a carry. Pretty much held in check today. Now the Cyclones moving personnel all over the field. On 2nd down and 9. Beck rolls out right. Here's a toss sweep to Hansen. He's drilled right at the line of scrimmage. In fact, lost a yard. Back outside the chain at the 39. They're going to give him back to the original line of scrimmage. Kenneth Merriweather firing across the line of scrimmage.
That was great by him, running down that line, and a great shot by TJ Hall and
timeout.
Carson Shire putting pressure on that running back.
Well, here's the 2-minute timeout. Oh boy. 13-13 tie. Kyle Conrady, who beat the Hawkeyes a year ago on a 54-yard field goal. They're certainly getting close to his range. The 2-minute warning is presented by ExploreMinnesota.com. Learn all about Fall Festival's award-winning dining, tax-free shopping, and outdoor activities. Your Star of the North adventure awaits at Explore Minnesota. This is Hawkeye football presented by Wellmark Blue Cross Blue Shield from Learfield.
Hey, college football fans, I know you'd do anything for a win on game day and an ice-cold Bud Light. Because whether you're tailgating in the parking lot or parked on the couch, sitting on your lucky stool at the bar, or standing in the fan section all game long, the clean, crisp taste of Bud Light turns a win into a win-win. And there's nothing easier to enjoy than that. Bud Light. Easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Enjoy responsibly. Anheuser-Busch Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
This is the commercial for Pioneer Seed Corn.
100 years ago, one seed changed everything. In 1926, Pioneer revolutionized farming with the first commercial production of hybrid corn. The one that started it all, the one that still turns heads, and the one that grows the future. This year, we celebrate a century of innovation. One big milestone made possible by one moment, one farmer, 100 seasons. See how it all began at pioneer.com/100.
This weekend, Kohl's is giving away millions in Kohl's Cash in Store. It's like you're getting free shopping money. At least that's what I tell my husband. Yep, you're just making smart financial decisions, one trendy sweater at a time. Plus, all month, enter our online sweepstakes at Kohl's.com for a chance to win $200 Kohl's Cash. Some exclusions apply while supplies last. Giveaway ends September 7th. Sweepstakes ends September 30th, 2025. No purchase necessary. 20 winners per day. Limit one prize per person for entire sweepstakes. See Kohl's.com for official rules and details.
Doesn't matter what fan base you align your allegiance to. Everybody's sitting on the edge of the chair here. 13-13 tie. Hawkeyes and the Cyclones. Iowa State with the ball 3rd down and 10 at the Iowa 38. Kyle Conrady with that strong leg. Going to be a 55-yard try from here. And the Hawks need to oblige and let him go for it into a stiff breeze. But they need a stop right here. The Iowa defense needs to put the crunch on Rocco Beck and the Cyclone offense. They've got 4 receivers and a tight end and an empty backfield. Here's the snap. Beck fake the throw. Now he's going to run. Ooh. He's just trying to get field goal range. And he is really hit hard at the 40, check that, the 36-yard line. So it's 4th down. The Hawks call a timeout. Their second of the half. So they got 1 left, minute 53 to play. And that was a planned move. A little bit surprising of a call. I'm a little bit surprised the Cyclones didn't take a shot down the field on 3rd down and a long 9, but they elected to move the ball to the middle of the field for Kyle Conrady.
And that was a heck of a play by our interior. When they run those QB draws and our linebackers are spread out, our D tackles have to make plays. And Jonah Pace made a heck of a play and had a ton of effort there. And Carson Shire finished it with a great shot.
That was a crunching blow delivered by Pace and Jaden Harrell. And the ball at the 36. Rob Brooks, what do you got?
Yeah, Dolph, as far as the wind's concerned, you're right. What wind there is down on the field, I'm at about the 25-yard line, is left to right for Conrady. Obviously, 2 great kickers here. Shouldn't be a huge problem, but there has been gusts at time getting into double figures.
The kick will come from the 44. Ironically, it's the exact distance that he beat Iowa last year in Iowa City. 54-yard field goal attempt. Coming out of the hold, the deep snapper is Drew Clausen. And here's the snap. The kick is on the way. It's long enough, and it's good. 54 yards by Kyle Conrady. And Iowa State forges ahead 16-13. Tyler Perkins on the hold. And Conradi had plenty of leg on that one from 54, Pat.
Yes, he did. He drove that right through the uprights. Impressed by that kid once again.
Well, the good news is there's still a minute 52 to go in the game. Last year it was a game winner at the buzzer, at the horn. The Hawks have a chance now to come back, tie it, or get the lead with 1:52 to play. This is Hawkeye football presented by Wellmark Blue Cross Blue Shield from Learfield.
What a view! There's hiking. I love how pretty all the different colors and layers. And then there's fall hiking in Minnesota. That's gorgeous.
Minnesota is a hiker's paradise. Plan your trip at exploreminnesota.com.
Hey Hawkeyes, this is Coach Ference. We're excited about the football season. Iowa Corn is pumped up for their season and their partnership with the Hawkeyes. When you drive to the game, support Iowa's corn farmers by selecting unleaded 88 at the pump. It's a fuel choice that's cheaper, homegrown, and better for the planet. It's worth the hype. Get pumped up with unleaded 88. Let's go Hawks.
Entertain your clients or employees each home game in Hawkeye Village. Presented by Navigate Wellbeing Solutions. Packages include game tickets and catered food and beverage. Visit HawkeyeSports.com for more details. As a proud partner of Hawkeye football, Navigate Wellbeing Solutions is an employee engagement company helping organizations create more health and happiness in the communities they serve. Learn more at navigatewell.com.
I love Minnesota.
This is Hero Gravel. The Limestone Bluffs, incredible.
Minnesota is a cyclist dream.
Here's the good part.
Plan your trip at exploreminnesota.com.
That was a fun ride.
The Iowa State scoring drive, 55 yards, 13 plays, 6.5 minutes of time used. And Kyle Conradi has put the Cyclones into the lead, 16-13. He won it at the Horn last year in Iowa City with a 54-yarder, and a 54-yarder this time. Actually, they say it was 55 yards, so we'll go with the official scorekeeper. Now, we know Drew Stevens has that kind of a leg. With a minute 52 and one timeout left, the Hawks have plenty of time to move the ball down the field, trailing 16-13. 100 years ago, one seed changed everything. Pioneer is proud to be the one you count on when every bushel counts. Plant the 100th season of Pioneer, the one that started it all. The number one seed to beat, the one for you. Mr. Farmer, plant the 100th season of Pioneer. And listen to all things college sports, including live games and talk on Sirius XM College Sports Radio, Channel 84, streaming on the Sirius XM app. Well, this would be a perfect time for Weegan to run one all the way back, wouldn't it?
I was just thinking the same thing.
He's got help back there with the speedy Ty Washington, and this one's returnable. Caden at the 7, 5, 10, 15, 20. Runs through a little bit of a hole. Knocked down at the 20, about the 25-yard line. Hard tackling, hard contact. Brendan Black, Nick Reinecke downfield to make the stop. So here we are. The Hawks are going to have it 1st and 10 at their own 24. You need at least 40 yards for a field goal try for Drew Stevens, who would have the wind at his back. So we prefer a touchdown. Crowd will be revved up now. Hawks go empty backfield, 5 receivers. Of course, Granowski is a good running back. Here's the snap from Logan Jones on 1st and 10. Mark throws. It's caught at the 30. Gain of 6 on 1st down. Good safe play. Vanami, the tight end, with that catch. DJ Vanami. 2nd down 4. The Hawks have to go in a hurry. They blitz. Oh, and Granowski sacked at the 22. The last thing you wanted to do.
Clock's rolling, not good.
You can see the pressure coming. Not good. It's now 3rd down and
final charge of the half.
Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. You could not let that happen. Got to throw it away or ooh. But credit the Cyclone defense. They came pouring through, just outnumbered the Hawks, and got Granowski on the ground. Mark just covered up, went down at the 23. Third down 11 with 1:22 to play in the game. Hawkeye football has been brought to you today by the wonderful Lennox dealers of Iowa. When it comes to heating and cooling, you need to turn to Lennox and your local Lennox home comfort specialist for the best home comfort system you can purchase. See Lennox dealers in Cedar Rapids, affordable heating. Up in Dubuque, it's all seasons heating. Jarks Plumbing in Iowa Falls, Chown's Appliance in Muscatine, and Extreme Heating and Cooling in Omaha. Now the Hawks are out of timeouts, so this is 4-down territory. They got 2 plays to make 12 yards. Phillips splits wide left, twin receivers to the bottom of the field, including Seth Anderson and Jacob Gill. Low snap. Granowski gathers it in, and he's going to be sacked again. Clock is running. 1:12 to play. 16-13 Iowa State. Safety Tayshawn James coming on a blitz. Do or die time for the Hawks. 4th down and about 16. Granowski rolls out right to buy some time. Still looking for an open receiver. Can't find anybody. Now he rolls to his left and throws incomplete up near midfield, and that'll do it. 49 seconds to play. Hawks trail at 16-13. Tayshawn James in coverage, and the Cyclones just to take one. You just have to take one knee. They'll take over 1st and 10 inside the 20 at the Iowa 19. Barring a turnover, it's a heartbreak hotel in back-to-back years for the Hawkeyes. Back up under center, will take a knee, and the clock starts to roll. They'll have to snap it one more time. 43 seconds to play. Well, Pat, we saw a lot of good things out of Granowski in the offense today. On the road, playing a top 20 ranked team, but it wasn't good enough in the end, but something to build on.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, I thought he did good, and he battled, and you know, this is a 16th ranked team, and you know, really, we controlled the time of possession, we controlled the line of scrimmage, you know, got more first downs. We played really hard against them, and props to them. They scored more points than us, and I'm not happy. I'm not happy about it.
I don't expect to be. Kirk Ference and Matt Campbell with a hug for each other at midfield. Iowa State has now back-to-back victories over the Hawkeyes in identical fashion and near identical scores. 16-13 the final here today, is once again Kyle Conrady boots through a 55-yard field goal with a little over a minute to play. And that was the difference maker. 16-13, Iowa State the winner over the Hawkeyes. Well, stay with us. We'll talk about it, break it apart here on our post-game coverage, courtesy of U.S. Cellular. Hawk fans, enjoy your home away from home at Coralville's All Suite Homewood Suites, the Iowa River Landing, and Home 2 Suites out by Coral Ridge Mall. Hilton Hotels. Relax in spacious suites with kitchens and enjoy free breakfast, 24-hour gym, pool, hot tub, and more. Perfectly located for your next Hawkeye visit. Home 2 and Homewood Suites, the home of the Hawkeye Radio Network crew. In this new era of college athletics, you can make a real difference. Flight Funds supports Hawkeye student athletes. Give online at hawkeyesports.com/flight-funds. hawkeyesports.com/flight-funds, or round up your concession purchase. Let's help the Hawks soar. Hawks gave great effort today on your behalf, Hawk fans, but it wasn't quite enough as Iowa State escapes with a 16-13 victory. And we're back with the U.S. Cellular postgame show. That's next here on the Hawkeye Radio Network. From Ames, you're listening to Hawkeye Football from Learfield.
Iowa fans, with US Mode from US Cellular, you can keep your eye on the game, not on your screen. Whether you're inside the stadium, tailgating in the lots, or listening to the game at home, US Cellular wants you to focus on genuine connections with your family, friends, and fellow Hawkeye fans. That means at game time, you should do less growling and more cheering. So eliminate distractions and build connections by setting your phone to US Mode, because game day is for cheering on the Hawkeyes. Go Hawks! US Cellular, built for us.
Unwind in style at Riverside Casino and Golf Resort, where luxury and excitement come together. Tee off on a world-class golf course, savor gourmet dining, and enjoy premier entertainment and amenities that are second to none. Feeling lucky? Hit the slots or try your hand at our table games. There's always action on the floor. Whether you're here to relax, play, or indulge, Riverside offers more than just a getaway. It's an unforgettable experience. Visit Riverside Casino and Resort.com to learn more.
The silly moments, the proud moments, even the hard moments. They're what make life remarkable. And they're why Wellmark Blue Cross and Blue Shield is here for every moment. Committed to making healthcare better, more affordable, with more choices for care. And service and coverage that give you peace of mind no matter what comes your way. So you can show up for every tender moment, every brave moment, and every wouldn't miss it for the world moment, knowing that Blue is here for you. Go to Wellmark.com/every moment to find a plan right for you.
Hey Hawkeyes, this is Coach Ference. We're excited about the football season. Iowa Corn is pumped up for their season and their partnership with the Hawkeyes. When you drive to the game, support Iowa's corn farmers by selecting unleaded 88 at the pump. It's a fuel choice that's cheaper, homegrown, and better for the planet. It's worth the hype. Get pumped up with unleaded 88. Let's go Hawks.
This is the U.S. Cellular Postgame Show. U.S. Cellular, the official wireless partner of the Iowa Hawkeyes. U.S. Cellular, built for us. This is Iowa football from Learfield.
American Equity salutes today's hero of the game, honoring those who serve at every Hawkeye game. Just as our veterans safeguard our freedom, American Equity helps protect your financial future. Named one of Newsweek's most trustworthy insurance companies in America 3 years in a row, American Equity delivers secure retirement income with the service you deserve. Join American Equity in honoring and thanking all who serve our country.
Let me ask you a question. What has 27 challenging holes, bent grass fairways and greens, a great location just 5 miles northwest of Des Moines, a perfect setting and venue for corporate and fundraising golf events, a driving range, season passes for avid golfers, and a great food and beverage division? You're right. The answer is Beaver Creek Golf Course, the same place I have never ever seen a beaver. If you like to golf, you'll really like Beaver Creek.
On the Hawkeye Sports Network, Hawkeye football has been brought to you by Steel. This fall, power up with Steel, a proud supporter of the Iowa Hawkeyes. Iowa Lottery. Be a VIP with the Iowa Lottery. Visit ialottery.com/VIP for details. Iowa Pork. Iowa's pig farmers show up every day to deliver their best. See how at iowapork.org/WeCare. Your Iowa John Deere dealers, proud sponsors of Hawkeye football. By your local Ford dealers. University of Iowa Healthcare, changing medicine, changing lives. Also brought to you by Lennox and your local Lennox home comfort specialist. Made right here in Iowa since 1895. The Iowa Soybean Association. Cleaner, better, now. That's biodiesel. Find out more at iasoybeans.com. Mid-American Energy. Mid-American Energy is proud to deliver affordable, reliable energy to you all season long. Riverside Casino and Golf Resort, home of the Draft Day Sports Lounge, just minutes south of Iowa City. RE/MAX, the official real estate partner of Iowa Athletics. Pioneer, proud to be the one you count on when every bushel counts since 1926. And by Shields, proud partner of the Iowa Hawkeyes and football fans everywhere. This is the U.S. Cellular postgame show. U.S. Cellular, built for the Hawkeyes. Built for silencing notifications and turning up the noise. U.S. Cellular, built for us.
Gary Dolphin with former Hawkeye great Pat Anger back at Jack Trice Stadium in Ames, where Hawks come up a little short today, losing 16-13 to the in-state rival Iowa State Cyclones on a field goal of 55 yards with under 2 minutes to go by Conrady of the Cyclones. He beat Iowa in Iowa City last year with a 54-yarder and nailed a 55-yarder into the breeze here this afternoon to provide the measure of difference, 16-13 with a minute 52 to go in regulation. The Hawks had a first down out beyond the 35-yard line with plenty of time and a timeout left, and then Mark Granowski was sacked on back-to-back plays and threw an incomplete pass on 4th and 17, and that was the old ball game. The Hawks were out of timeouts, and Rocco Beck took a couple knees, and the game is over, and Iowa State improves to 3-0 on the year. The Hawkeyes dropped to 1-1, but Pat, it doesn't take anything away from the Hawkeye effort, really on either side of the ball. Two really good defenses showed their mettle here today.
Yeah, I think up front on both sides, I think we played very well offensively and defensively, and it's a good Iowa State team, and we took them to the fourth quarter, and we had opportunities to win that game, and just kind of unfortunate, but hey, the guys can take a lot out of us. There's a lot of good that came from this game, and a lot of improvements that they've made just from week 1 to week 2, and looking to see what this team can do the rest of the season.
Now, how does Mark Granowski take back-to-back sacks with the game on the line in third and then second and third and long situations? Well, Jennings Dunker did not finish the game at right tackle, and he was not in there. And we can start there. I mean, it's not one guy, I get it, but that certainly was a factor.
Yeah, he's definitely a big piece of that O-line, and probably, at the end of the day, a big piece of the team. He's a great leader, good kid, and he brings that fire out there. So yeah, tough that he wasn't able to finish. Hopefully he'll be ready for next week, and hopefully we can get healthy, because that O-line, when they're healthy and they're playing together, they are as good as anybody.
Well, they were today too. 131 rushing yards for the Hawks. I mean, on the road against a really quality defense in a hostile environment. The Cyclones ran for 104 yards. Total offense was about even. 238 for the Cyclones, 214 for the Hawkeyes. Iowa had 2 to 3 more minutes in time of possession. Third down conversions, not so good. Iowa 5 of 14. Iowa State 8 of 15. We'll come back to the stat recap shortly, courtesy of SeatGeek. But right now, let's take our first trip into the Iowa locker room, where Cohen Untringer joins us. Cohen, great effort by you and the defense today. A little short in the end. They have a quality field goal kicker just like the Hawks do. But I'll tell you what, on balance, you guys really brought the toughness and the execution, and certainly in that second half.
Yeah. No doubt. That's what Coach Parker preaches. He preaches attitude and effort each and every snap, and that's just what we try to bring, and that's what we're gonna have to try and bring each and every week. This week, wasn't enough to get the win, but all we can do is, go back to the film and find a way to get better each and every day.
What's the difficulty? I mean, Rocco Beck's one of the best college quarterbacks out there, period. What are the difficulties in tracking him down after down, or anticipating what he's going to do? He disguises everything so well. He's quality, and it's you guys contained him pretty good today.
Yeah. To his credit, he's a great quarterback. I think he's a great leader. He was that engine of their offense, and he just was able to keep them going, keep them on schedule, not having too many negative plays. So I got to give him credit to that. I think he's a good quarterback, and I wish him nothing but the best the rest of the season.
Cohen, you were flying around today. I love the energy you play with. Talk about that huge play you made on that go route where you came over the top and it looks like we were man coverage and you jarred the ball out. That was a huge third down play that you made.
Yeah. It was a cool play. My guy TJ had great coverage, yep. And the quarterback kind of threw the ball. I just was trying to get it out, But I think there was a lot of other opportunities that I missed that I'm trying to focus on to get better for next week. the team's going to need me to be at my best, and we need all of us to play at our best. So that's my focus going forward.
Colin Entringer is our best in the game, courtesy of Old Dominion Freight Line. Our best in the game brought to you by Old Dominion. Old Dominion Freight Line works hard to be the best in their game and is proud to support those striving to be the best in theirs, and they allow us to bring on our superstars in the postgame like Colin Entringer. I'm guessing Dad's listening in from Michigan?
Nah. My dad actually, he was able to come to the game. All my parents, they come to the game, each and every game.
That's even better.
Yeah.
Well, you have certainly established yourself the last couple years. And my big picture point, Deshaun Lee and T.J. Hall were terrific again today. You and Wampa, that foursome, that's a pretty nasty foursome back there. Head-hunting defensive people that really laid it on the Cyclones for the most part today on their receivers.
Yeah. I love Deshaun. I love TJ. I love X. We came in together, and they're like brothers to me. And there's nobody else I'd want to play on the field with. I also got to give credit to the linebackers, Jaden Harrell, Jackson Reshross, Carson Shire, and the D linemen. We've been playing together for quite some time, and I'm just excited that we finally just get to share the field together, and we're just playing together, and that's what it's about, playing together each and every snap.
Talk about your journey to get to where you're at. You played behind some really good Iowa players. You've waited your turn, going in your junior year, team captain, out there flying around, running around. Talk about that journey. Talk about the ups and downs, the highs and lows.
Yeah, I wouldn't say there was any lows. I just think it's just been a great, just tremendous opportunity. I remember my freshman year, I was able to come in, learn from Kayvon Merriweather, Riley Moss, and watch a young Coop blossom, and then that next year, Quinn and Stroh and Coop again, and then each and every year, and then Jamari Harris. I was just able to learn from great guys, so I wouldn't even say it was any lows. I just took each opportunity and try to run with it, try to learn from as many people as I could. And I just knew it was a privilege to play on the Iowa defense, and it was something that I was going to have to earn. And whether it took me, now or even another year, there's no place I could see myself but here.
Well, that's a great attitude, because I think it was at the bowl game 2 years ago down in Florida. You were battling injury after injury your first couple years here at Iowa. So you have really fought to get back in that lineup, and today you shined again as well as last week, and congratulations on your comeback, because it's been fun to watch.
Thank you. I really appreciate that.
Well, let's close with this. Iowa State was averaging 425 yards of total offense in 2 wins to start the season. The Hawkeye defense held them to 238 total, roughly half. That's a statement maker going forward, don't you think?
Yeah, but at the end of the day, the win's the most important thing, and we just got to find a way to give more next week. Whether that's, running harder after practice or doing something, I don't know what it is, but we're going to figure it out, and we're going to do it together. So.
All right, buddy. Thanks for your time, Colin.
Thank you.
Proud of you, Colin.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Bye-bye.
Colin Entringer, one of our stars of the game. We hope to have Mark Granowski on here when we come back here on the U.S. Cellular Postgame Show. Our best in the game is sponsored by Old Dominion Freight Line. Hawks go down 16-13 to the Iowa State Cyclones. They're 1-1 on the year now. Iowa State improves to 3-0. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
How do you become America's best-selling brand? Let's break it down. Innovative tech means smarter and safer driving. Intelligent all-wheel drive will keep you ready for anything. And built Ford tough trucks will always get the job done. Plus, come into your local Ford store today and get super low APR financing, big cash back, and great lease offers on Ford's full line of cars, trucks, and SUVs. That's Ford, and that's how you become America's best-selling brand. Sales claim based on calendar year sales.
This is John.
Hey, my name is John Jackson.
He's not some actor. He's a steward of the land with a John Deere 3 Series tractor and a PTO Quick Connect that hooks up rear implements with a single click. John runs with us because to him, there's nothing more important than connecting with the land. Nothing runs like a Deere. Hear John's story at Deere.com.
Stop by your local John Deere dealer for a test drive today or learn more at Deere.com. Your Iowa John Deere dealers, proud sponsors of Hawkeye football.
Hi, I'm Gary Dolphin, and if you want your home to be exceptionally comfortable during these cold Iowa winters and hot, humid summers, you need to turn to Dave Lennox and your local Lennox home comfort specialist. Lennox has been serving Iowa consumers since 1895, when Dave Lennox built his first furnace in Marshalltown, and Lennox is still building its high-efficiency furnaces and air conditioners there today. For the best home comfort system you can buy, it's Lennox and your local Lennox dealer. Lennox and the Hawkeyes. Now there's a winning combination.
Iowa fans, with US Mode from US Cellular, you can keep your eye on the game, not on your screen. Whether you're inside the stadium, tailgating in the lots, or listening to the game at home, US Cellular wants you to focus on genuine connections with your family, friends, and fellow Hawkeye fans. That means at game time, you should do less growling and more cheering. So eliminate distractions and build connections by setting your phone to US Mode, because game day is for cheering on the Hawkeyes. Go Hawks! US Cellular, built for us.
This is the U.S. Cellular Postgame Show. U.S. Cellular, the official wireless partner of the Iowa Hawkeyes. U.S. Cellular, built for us. This is Iowa football from Learfield.
Our mission at Oak Knoll is to provide exceptional retirement living and health services through life care. I'm Steve Rowe, CEO. We are a not-for-profit life plan community and have served the Iowa City area for 58 years. Oak Knoll is located near the University of Iowa hospitals and clinics, Kinnick Stadium, Carver Hawkeye Arena, Hancher Auditorium, and downtown Iowa City. Visit our website at oakknoll.com to learn more. We are a proud sponsor of Hawkeye Athletics. Go Hawks!
It's a win-win this season at Buffalo Wild Wings. With any Hawkeye victory, you win 6 free boneless or traditional wings at a B-Dubs near you. So join us for all your favorite game day food and drinks, wall-to-wall TVs, and a crowd cheering on the black and gold. And, of course, 6 free wings for a Hawkeye victory. Go Hawks. Only valid at Iowa locations. Rules and restrictions apply. Visit HawkeyeSports.com/BWW for more information.
This is the U.S. Cellular Postgame Show. U.S. Cellular, the official wireless partner of the Iowa Hawkeyes. U.S. Cellular, built for us.
Granowski in the short gun. Patterson is the tailback, and Granowski's going to follow Patterson's block, and he's over the goal line. Touchdown! Touchdown, Iowa! Touchdown! Quarterback Granowski.
Mark Granowski certainly stepped up today, despite a sour ending when he was sacked on back-to-back plays. Granowski scored the Hawkeyes touchdown there that got the game to within 3 at 13-10. And that occurred, let me double-check here, a 2-yard run late in the first half. That got the Hawks to within 13-10 at halftime. The important part there, it was a long, sustained drive that kept the defense resting comfortably on the sideline. 85 yards, 16 plays, 4 minutes and 16 seconds of clock. And the Hawkeyes got to within 13-10 at the intermission. That's our Iowa Corn drive of the game. Mark was mixing up pass to run. Hawkeyes did crank up the run game, Pat Anger, in that second period, and that really was good fuel for the rest of the day.
Yeah, they did, and it was really our O-line took over and allowed us to control that clock and string together really, really long drives. And Jazz Patterson stepped up, Mark stepped up, making some good runs, and started with our big guys up front.
So the Hawkeye offensive line and Granowski pumped it up. So do Iowa's corn farmers. Pump it up with unleaded 88. It's a cheaper, cleaner, and greener fuel choice. Make it a clear winner at the pump. Plus, it's grown by corn farmers all across Iowa. So pump it up with unleaded 88. Learn more at iowacorn.org. iowacorn.org. Hawks got to within 3 at the half, but lose by 3, 16-13. We'll come back with our SeatGeek stat recap. We hope to hear from Mark Granowski on our Hawkeye postgame show. He was one of our best in the game, courtesy of our friends at Old Dominion, when our U.S. Cellular postgame show returns. As the official wireless partner of the Iowa Hawkeyes, U.S. Cellular reminds you that on game days, your hands are for cheering, not texting, because game days are built for the Hawkeyes. U.S. Cellular, built for us. Double checking here. I think the Hawks had, just 1 sack on the day, if I'm not mistaken. Well, they don't show Iowa with any sacks, but I know they had one for sure of quarterback Beck. So let's go with that. They had 3 tackles for loss on the afternoon. Big second half by Iowa. Forced fumble in the first half that resulted in a turnover, and the Hawks were able to get 3 out of that possession. But Mershman Seeds brings you the quarterback sack recap each and every game day. For every Hawkeye sack, Mershman Seeds donates $150 to University of Iowa Stead Family Children's Hospital. The Hawks had 1 sack today. That equals a donation of $150 by Mershman Seeds. That is the quarterback sack recap presented by Mershman Seeds, your friend in the field. Iowa loses to the Iowa State Cyclones 16-13. Back to Ames in a minute with more postgame. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
Preparation. It's the key to success on game day. And like your favorite Hawkeyes on the field, you need to be ready right from the opening kickoff. Cenex has your pregame routine covered. We've got your salty snacks, your sweet treats, ice-cold beverages to wash them down, and fresh tanks of propane to fire up the grill. Fuel your fandom at your local Cenex station. Hawkeye Pride, powered locally.
It's game time, Hawkeyes. Just like football, construction takes teamwork, training, and grit at ABC of Iowa. Our apprenticeship program is building futures and champions. While building Iowa, you earn while you learn, gain real-world experience, and start a career with purpose without the burden of college debt. From the field to the job site, it's all about rising to the challenge. Ready to join the team and become a champion? Visit abciowatrust.org to learn more about building your future while building Iowa.
This is the U.S. Cellular postgame show. U.S. Cellular, the official wireless partner of the Iowa Hawkeyes. U.S. Cellular, built for us. This is Iowa football from Learfield.
Today's agriculture demands expertise, and no lender delivers more ag expertise than Farm Credit Services of America. More than simply having the financial products and services you need to do business, we have the knowledge and commitment to help grow your business. From financing the next season to growing the next generation, we work to achieve your goals. We're Farm Credit Services of America. Call 800-884-FARM. Agriculture works here.
Tournament Club of Iowa, designed by golf legend Arnold Palmer. TCI is his only signature course in the state. TCI is a public course offering a challenging yet enticing experience for golfers of all levels and is managed by Kaler Golf. Cap off your round with breathtaking views and a delicious meal at the TCI Bar and Grill. Looking for a unique setting for your wedding party or outing? Look no further than the newly renovated clubhouse at TCI. Visit tcofiowa.com to book your tee time today.
Hello, seafood fans. This is Bruce Gerlman, and I own Splash Seafood Bar and Grill. Have you been to Splash lately? Come back downtown and let me spoil you. White linens, fresh flowers, candlelight, award-winning wine lists, professional staff, and best of all, my fresh fish are jetted in from Hawaii every morning. Enjoy my homemade lobsters, Alaskan king crab, fresh oysters from the cold, clear, clean waters of the Pacific Northwest. My favorite is the surf and turf featuring my hand-cut prime steaks and lobster. Splash, a truly special evening of adult indulgence.
Meet Ronnie. He's got his eyes on the future and wants to convert his old clunker to electric. It just needs a little elbow grease and a whole lot of watts. Don't get your wires crossed. Can you feel the electricity? Ronnie doesn't always make the best life decisions, but even Ronnie knows to never dig without contacting Iowa One Call first.
This is the U.S. Cellular postgame show. U.S. Cellular, the official wireless partner of the Iowa Hawkeyes. U.S. Cellular, built for us.
From the 39-yard line, here comes Jazz again. Big hole and through the middle. First down as he squirms up to the 47-yard line of the Hawkeyes on a big gain of nearly 10. What a hole at left guard.
Our O-line is wearing them down, and that quick, powerful run by Jazz Patterson is wearing them down as well.
Jazz Patterson with a 10-yard run there as our John Deere run of the game. That kept the scoring drive alive for the Hawkeyes. Our John Deere Run of the Game is sponsored by Van Wall Equipment. Nothing runs like a deer, especially when supported by the team at Van Wall Equipment. Stop by one of their locations and learn how you can run with the best and leap ahead of the rest. Van Wall Equipment, your John Deere dealer, Van Wall. Well, they'll be tailgating well into the evening here, at least the Cyclone fans will be, as Iowa State pulls out a 16-13 victory over the Hawkeyes today with a 55-yard field goal by Kyle Conrad. He had 3 field goals today. The Cyclones, not many scoring opportunities. Of course, their lone touchdown came after an interception on the near sideline. Iowa State ended up going 18 yards in 5 plays for their only touchdown of the afternoon. So a great effort by the Iowa defense, but a little short in the end. But Pat, we just heard Jazz Patterson run for 10. He led Iowa rushers with 60 yards net on 11 carries, a 5.5-yard average against a very, very good run defense. And to your point, from Logan Jones on out, Cade Pieper, Bo Stevens, Jack Dotzler, Jennings, Dunker, Bryce George jumped in there. It was all hands on deck on that offensive line. That coming into this season, that was certainly one of the strong suits for Iowa.
Yes, and they've started out very, very well. For this to be the second game of the year and them already clicking like that is extremely impressive. It says a lot about them and also the staff for having them ready to go.
Thank you, John Deere, for bringing the Hawkeyes run of the game. Now let's go to our SeatGeek post-game stat recap. Hawk fans, SeatGeek makes it easy to find tickets so you can be a part of all the touchdown celebrations this season in Iowa City and on the road. Whether you're buying or selling football tickets, SeatGeek is the place to do it. SeatGeek is the official ticketing partner of the Hawkeyes. Expect the expected. SeatGeek. Well, let's start with the team totals. Final score, Iowa State 16-13 over the Hawks. First downs, Iowa 16, Iowa State 14. Rushing yards, Iowa 131 yards, 39 carries. The Cyclones got 104 yards on 30 carries. Passing yards, Iowa 83, Rocco Beck and the Cyclones 134. On the afternoon, Mark Granowski with 24 attempts, 13 completions for 83 yards, intercepted once, sacked 3 times, and of course 2 of those occurred toward the end of the game. And with that, Mark joins us from the Hawkeye locker room. A really gritty, determined effort on your part today, Mark, and the same can be said for the Iowa offense. I mean, you had time of possession, you ran for more yardage, but Iowa State prevails in the end on a long field goal. Just your thoughts about your performance this week to last week.
Yeah. First off, the offensive line played an awesome game today. There's a lot of great sustained drives that we had, and an 18-play drive, 15-play drive that we scored on both of those, which was awesome to see. But for myself, I feel like I came into the game just a lot more confident, a lot more calm there in the pocket, and made some better decisions throughout the game. We ran a lot of RPOs and things that made me have to make decisions, be a play call or be a playmaker out there. And I felt like we made a lot of those plays, but there's a lot of little execution errors that we have to continue to work on and continue to get better throughout this next week.
You really look more comfortable when you're scrambling or running out of that pocket. Is that a fair assessment?
I feel comfortable in either spot. It's great when you can get off schedule and can kind of be a playmaker out there, and there is no rules almost when you get out of the pocket. But, again, we got to continue to play better in the pocket, and when we're outside, we got to continue to make plays and continue to push the ball downfield.
Mark, I love the way you compete. I absolutely love it. It's motivating. Have you always been this much of a punishing runner?
Yes. I'll always try to get the extra yards for the guys around me, and especially on third downs, you got to fight for whatever you can. And, I mean, those little yards matter throughout the game.
Yep.
And once you get down to the goal line, you're already – if you got an extra 10 yards throughout that last series, we're 10 yards closer into scoring. So every time I can get a ball, I'm going to try and punish a guy across me.
Mark Granowski, our Old Dominion best in the game today. Mark not only had a good day throwing the football, he had a good day running the football. We'll talk about those stats later on our SeatGeek recap. You told me early in fall camp the most important thing to you as the Iowa quarterback was when you break huddle, was your pre-snap reads. So talk about that, and then take us through the interception by Iowa State. What were you looking for, and what happened?
Yeah, overall throughout the game, I mean, we were running a lot of RPOs, just trying to attack those safeties that were playing so soft, or when they were getting aggressive, trying to throw past them. And I felt like we did a really great job of that, and I felt like I had a really great pre-snap plan throughout the game and understanding what those guys were doing on defense. And then on that, on the interception, it happens sometimes when we're playing on grass fields. I mean, guys slip, and we had a soft corner there, and he's running a comeback right there, and I just got to run and trust it out of his break, and sometimes things happen. So
sure, yeah, good explanation.
You talk about Jacob Gill a bit, about how he fits into the offense. It seems like he's a guy that we like to go to on third down. He's a sure catching. I love the way he blocks on run plays. Can you just give a little talk about Jacob Gill?
Yeah, I mean, he's an all-around great player. I mean, he comes into the building ready to work every single day. He puts in the extra effort, extra film time every single week, and he's a guy that you can trust on every play. He's going to go out there and execute. He's going to give it his all, and he's going to go out there and make plays for you. And that's a great receiver to have. It's a guy that you can always trust and always look to in any situation that we need a guy to make a play. So, that's Gill.
Well, you're up against a very good defense today. That was never more evident than at the end of the game. But, Jennings Dunker was not in there. He is a huge loss no matter what part of the game we're talking about. But that 3-3-5 can be confusing at times. How do you feel you handled it and process it today?
Yeah, I felt like we processed it as an offense really well. And, the yards don't really show for it. The points still may not show for it. But I felt like we played hard. We understood the assignment when against this team, and their whole goal is to try and confuse an offense, and I feel like we did a great job attacking them and sustaining long drives when we needed to, and I thought we played well offensively, but we just came up short.
That 17-play drive that you referenced at the start of our conversation, 85 yards, you with a 2-yard touchdown run, was the longest drive for Iowa since, I think, 2021, they told me. I mean, that's impressive. That drive, I think, you will look back on at the end of this season, because there's a lot of victories out there for you.
Yeah, 100%. And then that's a drive that we had to go out there and respond to. At that point, it was 13-3. We're heading into the break soon. I think about 5 minutes left, and we needed to respond. We needed to score some points on that drive, and to be starting on the 15 is never great. But we had a lot of opportunities on third down, and we kept converting. We kept pushing forward. I think there was maybe a fourth down in there too, but. When we have opportunities to keep our offense on the field and keep our defense off the field and have them stay rested, they played an awesome game today, and they can continue to play great when we can sustain drives like that.
Well, I appreciate you coming out and visiting with us. You know that. Let me ask you one more thing. What does Jazz Patterson's style, his extra gear, what does that do for a quarterback? What does that do for a running offense?
Yeah, and he brings a ton of juice when he's running the football, and he runs hard. He flies into those holes, and he doesn't take any. I don't even know the right word, but doesn't take a no for an answer. Almost, he wants to stay up and wants to keep running through people, and that's what you love in a running back. That that he's going to get down there, gain yards, and he's going to gain and fall forward for extra yards every time.
Great effort today, QB. Keep your head up.
Appreciate it.
Proud of you, Mark.
Appreciate it.
Talk to you, Mark. Mark Granowski, Iowa quarterback, our Old Dominion best in the game. Not easy to come on a post-game show after a difficult loss to your certainly most bitter non-conference rival. But he's a stand-up guy, and he's a terrific young man, and he's going to be fine going forward. The Hawks lose for today, 16-13 to the Cyclones. Mark Granowski, another one of our Old Dominion Freight Line bests in the game. Old Dominion Freight Line works hard to be the best in their game and is proud to support those Hawkeyes striving to be the best in theirs. We'll get back to the stats. First, let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. Station ID time here on the Hawkeye Radio Network. You're listening to Iowa Football. Here at Jack Trice Stadium in Ames, Iowa loses to the Cyclones 16-13. 3 Kyle Conradi field goals, including one from 55 yards with less than 2 minutes to go that was the decision maker. We're going to step out, take a break. When we come back, we'll wrap up our stat recap courtesy of SeatGeek, and we'll hear from the head coach of the Hawkeyes, Kirk Ference. This is Hawkeye Football from Learfield.
The silly moments, The proud moments, even the hard moments, they're what make life remarkable. And they're why Wellmark Blue Cross and Blue Shield is here for every moment. Committed to making healthcare better, more affordable, with more choices for care. And service and coverage that give you peace of mind no matter what comes your way. So you can show up for every tender moment, every brave moment, and every wouldn't miss it for the world moment, knowing that Blue is here for you. Go to wellmark.com/everymoment to find a plan right for you.
RE/MAX is the official real estate partner of Iowa Athletics, and we understand there's a number for everything: square footage, down payment, interest rates. But how do you measure the trust you have in your agent? For a RE/MAX agent, it's not about numbers on a contract. It's being a trusted RE/MAX agent. That means you'll get honest advice, expert guidance, and someone who's committed to your success. Because while numbers count, trust is what truly matters. RE/MAX, the official real estate partner of Iowa Athletics. Each office independently owned and operated.
It takes hard work to be the best in the game. Planning, commitment, resilience, sweat. That's why Old Dominion Freight Line, the #1 national LTL carrier for quality, works hard to be the best in the game and is proud to support those striving to be the best in theirs. Old Dominion Freight Line, official freight carrier of Iowa Athletics, helping the world keep promises.
We love it when the Hawkeyes do their thing, because if there's anyone who can appreciate building a legacy, it's John Deere. We've been growing our team since 1837, recruiting the best thinkers, doers, and makers to craft innovations that outpace the competition. Because whether it's cultivating the earth with a tractor or reshaping it with a 40-ton excavator, the machines we build are building America. Nothing runs like a Deere.
This is the U.S. Cellular Postgame Show. U.S. Cellular, the official wireless partner of the Iowa Hawkeyes. U.S. Cellular, built for us. This is Iowa football from Learfield.
Meet Ronnie. He's got his eyes on the future and wants to convert his old clunker to electric. It just needs a little elbow grease and a whole lot of watts. Don't get your wires crossed. Can you feel the electricity? Ronnie doesn't always make the best life decisions, but even Ronnie knows to never dig without contacting Iowa One Call first.
Attention Hawkeye fans, Big Grove is proud to be an official craft brewery of the Iowa Hawkeyes. Whether you're at the game or watching from home, Big Grove has got you covered. Enjoy an easy Eddie from the stands or visit them for every Hawkeye game at any of their 4 convenient Iowa locations in Iowa City, Cedar Rapids, Des Moines, or Solon. Big Grove Brewery, your official watch party headquarters of the Hawkeyes. Go Hawks! Big Grove Brewery, an official craft brewery of the Iowa Hawkeyes.
This is the U.S. Cellular Postgame Show. U.S. Cellular, the official wireless partner of the Iowa Hawkeyes. U.S. Cellular, built for us.
Hawkeye defense has allowed fewer than 20 points a game in 9 consecutive seasons. Not 9 games. 9 consecutive seasons, 20 points or less, fewer than 20 points a game. It's the longest streak nationally by 6 seasons. The Hawks allow the Cyclones 16 points today. It was good enough to win the game. Iowa State was averaging 40 points a game through 2 victories. That's how well the Iowa defense played today. And but it is a 3-phase game, Pat Anger.
Yeah, you're right. You know, they did well. They played good enough to win, and unfortunately, we weren't able to get it done, but there was a lot to grow on from this game.
Absolutely.
This still is a good football team. They've got an opportunity to have a really, really good season.
Well, let's go back to our SeatGeek stat recap. Kirk's going to join us. Coach Ference will join us here shortly. Final score 16-13. Hawks had the ball for 3 more minutes in time of possession. Ran for 131 yards, passed for 83. Total offense 63 plays, 214 total yardage. For Iowa State, 57 plays, 238 total yards, 104 on the ground, and Rocco Beck completed 18 of 27 for 134 net passing yards. Rocco was averaging 245 held 100 yards passing below his average through 2 victories. So the Hawks were in control, at least offensively, all over the stat sheet. But Conradi was the fly in the ointment today with 3 field goals, including one from 55 yards after he kicked a career-long last week against South Dakota. A stat, though, that did hurt Pat, Iowa State 8 of 15 on third down, Hawks 5 of 14.
Yeah, it was tough, especially in those key possessions towards the end of the game where they had the one where the tight end kind of sneaked out. That was kind of gut-wrenching. That was a tough one, but, yeah, got to get off the field on third down.
The old pop fly to the tight end. Hawks out first down, the Cyclones 16-14. Those were the key team stats. We'll come back to the individual numbers in just a second, but Kirk Ference is ready to go in the Hawkeye locker room. And, Coach, it's never easy after a game like this, no matter who you're playing, but a tough start with the unsportsmanlike penalty call on Caden, and a tough way to end the game with a couple sacks by a very good Iowa State defense. But, man, was there a whole lot of good in between, Kirk?
Yeah, I thought a lot of good responses during the course of the game, certainly. And but, you know, to your point, we didn't do a lot to help ourselves in certain circumstances, and made the hill a little bit taller to climb. And, you know, when you play a good team on their home field, you can't do that. You just got to really try to play clean and smart and maximize any opportunities that are in front of you.
We knew Mark Granowski would be much more comfortable no matter where he played this week versus last week. And he sure delivered, I thought, on balance.
Yeah, his motor was running really high last week, and to the point of hurting himself, and he knew that better than anybody. So, he's a high caliber guy, high quality guy, certainly very competitive, and wasn't perfect today, but he played a lot better, and I'm just really optimistic about what he'll do, where he's going, and I feel like that reflects our team too. So it's a tough one, tough loss certainly. This series has been like that. A lot of close games that come right down to the wire, and unfortunately we couldn't push it through. But certainly not discouraged.
You talk about our big boys up front on the O-line. I thought once again they did a tremendous job, just pushing. Really tough front seven around, and I thought they really stepped up and helped us extend a lot of drives.
Yeah, I don't disagree at all, Pat. I think those guys are, performing well. Certainly, we knew it was going to be tough coming in here. They do a nice job with their scheme. They make it a little bit tricky, and they were coming at us pretty good, actually, especially that first half. But just happy at the way the guys stuck with it. They kept pushing, kept driving, and then Jazz gave us a real spark also when he got in there. And he, one thing about him, he's going to go hard. That's been consistent now for 3 years, and I thought he did a really good job giving us a little juice.
Kirk, Rocco Beck, we talked about him all week. Quality quarterback, one of the best in the country, no question about that. But that defense, the Iowa defense, held him well below all of his categorical numbers today. But he made big plays on that field goal drive that ultimately decided the game. Talk about Beck, and then how difficult those tight ends are. Really, they're big, they're strong, and they catch the ball. Yeah,
they are. They've done a good job with those guys, and especially 84 and 18. They're both very good in the receiving game. And, so we knew that's part of their attack. Certainly, the quarterback he's played really impressively the last couple of years. He's just a really steady, calm, and pretty accurate thrower. So, and a guy who will run, as we saw. So, you got to give them a lot of credit. They've got a good football team. And, obviously we're hoping we could get a little bit different outcome here.
I think you got a good football team too, Coach. Can you talk about our safeties? We got Xavier Wampa, Entringer, Lutmer. All those three guys were flying around making plays, and super impressed with them, not only in pass coverage but in the run game.
Yeah, those guys have done a good job, all three of those guys, and they've improved and, every step of the way. So that's what you're hoping for, veteran guys. And Cohen hasn't played a lot, but he just keeps working.
Yeah.
X is playing his best, and then Zach getting an opportunity and doing a good job too. So the three of those guys, a big part of what we do defensively, and just certainly compliment them on their efforts.
Coach, the back-to-back sacks at the end of the game on Granowski came without Jennings Dunker at right tackle, and he showed again his value today. But hopefully his injury is nothing long-term. And give us an update on Addison Estringa if you can.
Yeah, if we'll do that when we know. He's they got him in a boot right now, and I guess they'll test him tomorrow. I don't know if it's MRI or whatever they've got to do, but it's a lower leg injury. Obviously, they've got him in a cast or a boot. So, hard to tell on that one. But Dunk, I don't think is that severe, hopefully. And he just kind of got bent a little bit funny. And so, he tried to go back in there and go, just couldn't hold up. But, those situations aren't much fun. I've lived that as a line coach as well, as a head coach and a line coach.
Yeah. Well, you were talking about the defensive stars of the game. I'll tell you, Carson Shire really played well. He was all over the field, great anticipation. I thought he and Jaden Harrell was the glue, the combination in the middle behind that defensive front. Played very well.
Yeah, two seniors that haven't played a lot from scrimmage. They've played on special teams. And, they're playing well, playing steady. And both of them do a really good job. They practice well. And that's how I kind of feel about our team. I thought the effort was there today. Certainly the preparation was good. This past week we came up short. And it's, obviously disappointing, but we'll have to move past it here in another, 36 hours, and Monday turn our attention to the next game.
Stay the course, Coach. Thanks for your time as always.
Absolutely.
Appreciate
you, Coach.
Absolutely. Thank you, guys.
Coach Ference sounds a little gritty and determined himself there,
Absolutely.
doesn't he? Huh?
Yes, he does. I think he knows these boys.
You know him better than most.
I think he knows what these guys are capable of, and I think he believes in this team, and I think this team is going to be an Iowa team that Iowa fans are going to be proud of.
Well, we saw a whole lot of good today, but come up short. Credit the Cyclones and Conrady, the kicker. They edge Iowa 16-13 here at Jack Trice Stadium. Let's finish up with the individual numbers on our SeatGeek stat recap. Jazz Patterson led the Hawks in rushing, 11 carries, 60 net yards. Mark Granowski, number 2, 37 net yards on 16 carries. He gained 54, but when you add in the 3 sacks, he netted 37. But that said, he was well over 100 yards of total offense today for the Hawkeyes. And as we've talked regularly, just a gritty, tough guy. It's easy to see why he won at South Dakota State, isn't it?
He's a competitor. He's competing for every single inch he can get, every yard. He's out there fighting. You can tell he's a good leader as well, too.
Yeah.
I thought he did a really good job kind of conducting this offense today.
Xavier Williams gobbled up 26 yards on 7 carries. Xavier had his moments. Granowski, 13 of 24, passing with 1 interception. And that resulted in Iowa State's only touchdown drive of the day, 18 yards and 5 plays, as quarterback Rocco Beck hit tight end Bramer on a 2-yard shot to the interior of the end zone. And that was a huge play, the interception. But you know what? Turnovers happen, especially on the road. Jacob Gill was targeted 8 times, had 5 catches for 52 yards. Good effort by Jake today. 2 catches for Hayden Large. For the Hawkeyes, Reese Dakin, 5 punts, a 47-yard average. Well, he came on after that first boo-boo, didn't he?
Yes, he did, yeah. Like I said last time, it's tough when he's on the field. I don't like when he's on the field, but I sure do like watching him work because he's very impressive.
Jaden Harrell led the Hawks in tackles with 9. Outstanding effort by that linebacker, as well as fellow backer Carson Shire, who had 7. The X-Man on the defensive side of the football, Wampa, 7 tackles, and he was wamping out there today.
And like Coach mentioned, he's playing his best football right now, and we need him at his best. And there was a couple shots that he delivered today that were very, very violent.
Let's take a peek at the Cyclone individual numbers. Rocco Beck, 18 for 27, 134 yards. 1 touchdown throw, was not sacked. Good job of the Iowa State line of keeping that Hawkeye defense. They've changed. We thought Ethan Herkett had 1 sack, but they changed that to a tackle for loss because Beck was out of the pocket outside the tackle box.
That sounds lame to me.
Well, did they get a little over-particular with how they stat this game? I mean,
yeah,
he dropped him for a 4 or 5 yard loss.
Right.
To me, that's a sack.
Yep.
Quarterback's hanging out of the ball, but you know what? They didn't ask me when they tweaked the rules, so it's their loss.
Yeah, you're right.
Leading ground gainer for the Cyclones was Abu Sama, 48 47 net yards, 12 carries. Carson Hansen right behind with 46 yards. That's a pretty good 1-2 punch, much like the Hawkeyes.
Yeah, they're two really good running backs, and I thought we held them in check for the most part. They had a couple plays where they snuck through, and they both run pretty hard, and I thought our guys flew around and made them and challenged them.
Tight end Ben Bramer had 4 catches for only 18 yards, but unfortunately the 2-yard grab was a big one, a touchdown. Gabe Burkle with 3 catches, 33 yards. Hansen caught 3 out of the backfield for a net of 6, and Brett Eskilsson had a 4-catch day. Good-looking receiver, this Eskilsson. Brett totaled 39 yards on 4 grabs. Tyler Perkins punted 4 times, a 46-yard average. Iowa State's leading tackler, Marcus Neal, with 9, 5 individual. Caleb Bacon had 6. Big Dominic Orange had 6 tackles. They have very active linebackers, and Orange, you're not going to shove him out of the way often.
No, but I tell you what, there was a good battle between him and Logan Jones, and they both went at it and competed tremendously, and it was fun to watch. Their linebackers are aggressive, and our offensive line is violent, so it was a fight.
You wonder why Jones and Orange are on most every watch list in college football. We saw another fine example of that today. All right, that's our SeatGeek stat recap. We're coming back with the Remax house call of the game. I think we have a scoreboard coming up, too, next from Learfield. A lot of the early games are concluding. But let me first remind you, Hawk fans, that after every Iowa win this season, you win free wings, 6 free wings the following 2 days after each qualifying victory at any Iowa Buffalo Wild Wings location. That's right. With every Hawkeye victory this season, you win with Buffalo Wild Wings. Visit HawkeyeSports.com/BWW for more details. More Hawkeye postgame show coming up next, courtesy of U.S. Cellular. 16-13, the Cyclones win it. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
You power your day with passion and purpose. It's the same for Alliant Energy. We're modernizing the grid, blending new, renewable, and traditional energy sources to meet growing demand safely and reliably. We're rising to the challenge to meet your energy needs today and for generations to come. Visit AlliantEnergy.com/poweringbeyond to learn more.
This is a commercial for Pioneer Seed Corn.
In 1926, Pioneer revolutionized farming with the first commercial production of hybrid corn, and we've been innovating ever since.
The one that started it all, the #1 seed to beat, the one for you.
In 2026, we celebrate a century of innovation. Plant the 100th season. Plant Pioneer. Visit pioneer.com/100.
From coin flip to final whistle, show your diehard passion for your Iowa Hawkeyes all season long with your favorite black and gold gear from Shields. Bring your best this year, whether you're cheering from Niall Kinnick Stadium or from your living room with your favorite jerseys, hats, collectibles, and Hawkeyes branded gear from the Shields Fan Shop. Visit us at your local Shields or Shields.com and let's cheer on the Hawkeyes. Shields, proud partner of Iowa athletics and football fans everywhere.
At Mid-American Energy, our 1.6 million customers depend on our energy 24/7. That's why we work 24/7 to deliver the safe, reliable energy you need. To keep our 99.9% reliability record, we're enhancing our technology, improving resiliency, and investing in critical infrastructure. We're generating power from all available resources to cover any increases in demand. And we're innovating to ensure you always have the energy you need. Mid-American Energy, obsessively, relentlessly at your service.
This is the U.S. Cellular postgame show. U.S. Cellular, the official wireless partner of the Iowa Hawkeyes. U.S. Cellular, built for us. This is Iowa football from Learfield.
Farmers are constantly chasing more yield and greater consistency. Check out Mershman Seeds Power Core Enlist Corn. Here's Lynn Williams, our General Sales Manager.
Let's jump right into yield. Mershman Seeds Power Core Enlist corn growers are talking about high yield potential and consistency across their acres. And that comes from brand new high yield germplasm combined with the Power Core herbicide trait package engineered to boost performance and put more bushels in your hopper at harvest.
Contact your local Mershman Seeds dealer today and ask them about Power Core Enlist Corn from Mershman Seeds, your friend in the field.
Hey, Hawkeye fans, it's college football season, and SeatGeek is the official ticket marketplace of Hail Marys and walk-on heroes. SeatGeek makes it easy to find tickets so you can be a part of all the action this season. Whether you're buying or selling tickets to Iowa football games or to any other live event in your area, SeatGeek is the place to do it. SeatGeek is the official ticket marketplace of the Iowa Hawkeyes. Let's go, Hawkeyes! SeatGeek.
Live from the Learfield Network studios, this is the College Scoreboard.
From Master Control, I'm Aaron Fox. Iowa 16, 13, Iowa State 16. Let's check the Iowa Soybean Association scoreboard update in the Big 12 afternoon games now in progress. Number 6, Oregon welcomes in Big 12 foe Oklahoma State. They are up on the Cowboys 20-0. Number 1, Ohio State hosting Grambling up 21-0. These are first quarter scores. Wisconsin has gotten underway with Middle Tennessee. That is scoreless in the first quarter. Rutgers and Miami of Ohio getting underway any minute now. Big Ten games, earlier action. Number 11, Illinois 45 and Duke 19. That's after the Illini scored 17 in the fourth quarter. Penn State holds on for a shutout against Florida International 34-0 in Happy Valley. Number 23, Indiana struggled a little bit with Kennesaw State in the first half as it was the first matchup ever of those two programs, but Indiana turned it on in the second half. That was Don Fisher with the call on Learfield. Minnesota destroyed Northwestern State 66-0. It was so bad both teams agreed to end with 6 minutes left in the game. Later tonight, the only ranked matchup on the Big Ten slate and the national slate, number 15, Michigan in Norman to take on 18th ranked Oklahoma. One score of note nationally, Baylor outlasted number 17 SMU in double overtime 48-45. Iowa leads the nation in biodiesel production. Using biodiesel provides cleaner and healthier air, homegrown jobs, and value to every bushel of soybeans grown by Iowa farmers. Cleaner, better now. That's biodiesel. Find out more at iasoybeans.com. Next week, UMass. This is Iowa Hawkeye football from Learfield.
Hawk fans, stop in and visit the newly renovated guest rooms at Hyatt Regency Coralville Hotel and Conference Center, located in the heart of Iowa River Landing. Stay within walking distance of Extreme Arena, home of the Iowa Hawkeye volleyball team, as well as great restaurants, shopping, and scenic walking trails along the Iowa River. Hyatt Regency Coralville is also the home of Hawk Talk with Jan Jensen and Ben McCullum. Come together at Hyatt Regency Coralville, where everything you need is right here.
Fall's the season for game plans and for powering through your to-do list with Steel. Whether you're mulching leaves or trimming back before winter, Steel tools help you finish strong. Trusted by pros, built for you. Steel, proud supporter of the Iowa Hawkeyes.
Entertain your clients or employees each home game in Hawkeye Village. Presented by Navigate Wellbeing Solutions. Packages include game tickets and catered food and beverage. Visit HawkeyeSports.com for more details. As a proud partner of Hawkeye football, Navigate Wellbeing Solutions is an employee engagement company helping organizations create more health and happiness in the communities they serve. Learn more at NavigateWell.com.
Nicolay Law is a proud partner of the Iowa Hawkeyes. Just like the Hawkeyes, they know what it takes to deliver wins for their community. With deep roots across the Midwest, Nicolay Law helps Iowans who have been injured take on the insurance companies and fight for what's fair. With offices throughout the region and a team that puts people first, Nicolay Law is ready to help you move forward. No upfront fees, just local attorneys who show up when it counts. Injured? Get Nicolay. Call 1-855-NICOLAY or visit nicolaylaw.com.
This is the U.S. Cellular Postgame Show. U.S. Cellular, the official wireless partner of the Iowa Hawkeyes. U.S. Cellular, built for us. This is Iowa football from Learfield.
Every day, you're out there, up before the sun, and pushing forward before the chaos of the day settles in. At Great Southern, we're right there with you because we understand the need for trusted support. Having a team that is seasoned, agile, ready, an award-winning team that knows their customers personally and is behind them at every step. There to assist you, inspire you, and echo your inner dialogue in those quiet moments. Keep going. Whether you're getting ready to meet the day or working on something big, we're your team. Great Southern Bank, understanding what really matters. Member FDIC.
Hawk fans, be sure to visit and connect with the official Des Moines local business partners of the Iowa Hawkeyes, Aplos, and Community Choice Credit Union. Do you smell that? No, it's not just toast. That's the smell of your car payment becoming toast. Move your car loan to Community Choice and toast those payments for 99 days. Get started at unbankyourride.com. Loan subject to credit approval and analysis.
This is the U.S. Cellular postgame show. U.S. Cellular, the official wireless partner of the Iowa Hawkeyes. U.S. Cellular, built for us.
Here's the snap. Spot is down. Stevens' kick is good. And a tie game at 13-all with 4:28 to play. Third quarter, Iowa State. One of two field goals. No, not free throws, Gary. Field goals. Seasons haven't overlapped yet, but that was a big one, 36 yards away, and that was at the end of a 77-yard, 16-play drive by the Hawkeyes with 4.5 to go in the third period. It was a brand-new game. At that point, the Hawks had plenty of momentum.
Yes, they did. Yeah, I mean, things were working out. They were moving the ball. Things were looking good for us.
Pat Anger and Gary Dolphin back on the U.S. Cellular postgame show. Let's give you the rest of the scoring. Kyle Conrady, you'll hear Coach Matt Campbell talk about him on his postgame show, postgame interview in just a minute. Conrady nailed a 44-yard field goal to start the scoring parade. That was halfway through the first quarter. That was after a weird start. Caden Weegan got called for an unsportsmanlike call on the opening kickoff. The Hawks moved it, I think got one first down, but ultimately had to punt away after they started from half the distance to the goal. That put him in a hole, and Iowa State brought it down, went 30 yards after a poor punt by Dakin, and that doesn't happen very often. Reese had a great day after that, but a short punt, and the Cyclones went 29 yards in 8 plays. Conrady kicked a 44-yard field goal. That's just a beginning to the game we haven't seen in a long time.
Yeah, it was weird. It's not like us to shoot ourselves in the foot like that right off the bat, and yeah, it wasn't a great way to start the game, but we were still able to battle back.
The Hawks were indeed. Conrady kicked a 27-yard field goal at the end of the first quarter after a nice drive by Rocco Beck and the Clones, 67 yards, 10 plays. It was 6-0 Iowa State after that first period. And good for the Iowa defense. We remarked several times it could have been a lot worse than 6-0.
Yeah, they were put in some tough situations. There was some plays in the red zone that they were taking shots, and our guys bowed up and stepped up and made plays.
The Hawks got 3 of those points back after a muffed punt by Iowa State. The irony there is Iowa State called timeout to force Dakin to kick into a stiff breeze, and the wind played games with it and blew it right into the blocker on the outside for the Cyclones, and the Hawks turned that into 3 points after a 21-yard 5-play drive.
Yeah, that was a fortunate events right there on that special teams, and it's kind of funny, like you had mentioned earlier during the game. I didn't realize it, but he literally called that timeout just so they could then turn the ball over before half or before the quarter.
But the tide turned on a Mark Granowski interception late in the first half with just 27 seconds to play till the back up here. That was 4:50 to play in the first half after Cooper, I believe it was Jeremiah Cooper, picked the pass off on Mark Granowski on the near sideline. You heard Mark say on the postgame show that Jacob Gill, the intended target, slipped out of his break, and that allowed Cooper to step in front of that pass. And the Cyclones get their only touchdown on an 18-yard 5-play drive. Beck converts on a 2-yard pass to his favorite target, or certainly one of two tight ends who are his favorite targets, Ben Bramer.
Yeah, it was it was pretty much a jump ball there, and that guy's 9 feet tall, and it wasn't a fair play at all there, but it was the right idea by them, and it worked out.
Cyclones with 5 minutes to go in the first half led at 13-3. Hawks fight back with their best drive of the young season, 85 yards, 16 plays, longest drive since 2021, and Granowski was involved running the ball and throwing the ball. That's who he is, and that's what we're going to see the rest of the year as he punched it in from 2 yards out. Stevens' kick made it 13-10 at the half.
Yeah, it was great. We had the momentum there. Our O-line was really controlling the line of scrimmage, and I think everybody on that drive contributed, and it was a really solid drive and really good way to end the half.
In the second half, it was for the most part defense. They throttled both offenses. Granowski had his moments. Iowa's defense really bottled up Beck and the Cyclones. Stevens kicked a 36-yard field goal with just under 5 minutes to play in the third quarter. Now, that came at the end of a 77-yard, 16-play drive by the Hawkeyes. It used up 9.5 minutes, Iowa's most sustained drive of the day, and that tied the game at 13.
Yeah, it was a great way to start. Great way to start that second half, and things were looking really well for us.
But the Cyclones responded late in the game, a 55-yard, 13-play drive. Conradi kicked a 55-yard field goal. He beat the Hawks with a 54-yarder a year ago in Iowa City. Ultimately, that would be the difference maker in this game. That was a 6.5-minute drive. What hurt there was a number of conversions on third down by Iowa State.
Yeah, they had a couple third and short conversions, and then there were a couple times where they put the ball in Rocco's hands and he made plays, and you've got to give them credit for making those plays when they needed to. Yeah, indeed. The Cyclones were 8 of 15 on third down. The Hawks 4 of 15. That's a big stat in the game. But Conradi comes through with 3 field goals, and that certainly pleased his head coach, Matt Campbell.
Man, you just believe in them. And I did. I said, man, do you feel really good about this? If you do, let's go for it. Man, I trust you. And, it's kind of what we did. And so, again, he's earned the right to have that. And you got to, again, you win football games with your A players making A plays and A moments. And, obviously Kyle has proven now over the course of time here to be able to do that in a really powerful way for us.
And then your pass rush shows up in a big way immediately when they have time to maybe go do, with the guys won 50 games as a starting quarterback. Can you talk about McDonough and just the defense in general on that last one?
Yeah, I feel like, McDonough's been coming every week. I wish we would have had him a little bit earlier. He came in May. We only had him for the start of camp in June or for the start of our summer program. But, boy, he's been a really powerful figure in our locker room. What he's about, what his work ethic's like, and to be able to watch some of those things today for really our whole football team continue to unfold under the lights of, powerful moments, big games, big opportunities to grow forward. And I think our team continues to have that resolve of, growing itself forward. And obviously that'll be a big challenge for us again this coming week. But, can you have enough courage to keep staying the course and keep improving? But he certainly has done that in an awesome way. I think, obviously Dom, showed up big really throughout the entire football game. Again, another guy that's worked so hard for these moments to be his best. And we'll need that to continue forward.
Gabe Burkle's catch off the tip, is that just one of those moments that you need to win one of these games?
Well, I think that was balancing out some of the other things that were happening in the game. You know what I mean? So something had to go positive for us because it was like we were playing two teams, it felt like at times. So it was nice that the ball bounced our way in a positive way in a great moment. So I figured Gabe would do that for us. So we were really grateful for his intent.
Did you feel like the ability to stop the run in the first half compared to the second half was one of those differentiations?
Yeah, I think, again, I thought our ability, we were going to have to do that really well in the football game. And, we were more consistent at times than other times in the game, but when we needed to be that most, I thought we did a really good job.
You talked about it or mentioned it feeling like you were playing against two teams, but I'll let that linger. But how did you feel like they managed the flow of the game? Because it seemed like a lot was going in your direction, and then it went the other way for us.
Yeah, I think, again, that's football. And and that's how it rolls sometimes. And, the reality of our poise in the moment, that we knew this is an emotional game, so many unexpected things are always going to happen, and that's football in general, 60 minutes of it. And that's where I really am proud of what I've watched this football team for 9 months really pound away at their habits, who they are in the moment, having resolve when things don't go their way, and just having the ability to keep playing. And so I thought our kids handled themselves exceptionally. I thought there was great poise. I don't think our kids ever flinched. And again, we're going to need more of that. We're going to have to continue to be that. But that's how you practice on Tuesday and Wednesday and Thursday. That gives you the confidence to show up in those moments. And, when adversity hits, not flinch, just keep playing. And I thought our kids did a great job of that today.
Kyle's kick being from 54, did that give you a little bit of deja vu after 54 last year at Kinnick?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know deja vu just because it was so different. There was so much time on the clock. I think a lot of our thinking was, man, how are we going to make sure we do a great job handling this, when this goes in, or if it doesn't go in, man, we still had 3 timeouts. How are we going to execute the game plan? So I think a lot of that conversation, just because it was different, but obviously for Kyle, it means the world to him and it means the world to us, and he's a young man that continues to do really positive things.
Defensively, you didn't really have an idea of this Iowa offense coming in, I think, but get into maybe the adjustments that the defensive side of the ball you guys made there, and then at halftime, kind of how that went.
Yeah, I don't know if we were so surprised about what we saw. I think some of, there's enough newness into that offense. Certainly, we have so much respect for their quarterback, and he's a tough kid. I mean, I thought he was awesome today, and I know Rocco and him got to meet each other a little bit at the Manning camp this past year, and I think Rocco has the utmost respect for him too. And so, what he's about, what he stands for, you knew you were going to have to play 4 quarters of great football, and he was going to give his team a great chance to win football games, and he'll continue to do that.
Matt Campbell talking about Mark Granowski and his quarterback, Rocco Beck, 2 special quarterbacks on the field here today. He certainly called out, and rightfully so, Tamatoa McDonough, who had 2 of those 3 sacks. Of course, the big one there at the end, Dominic Orange had the other one, if memory serves me correct. No, check that. McNeil, the linebacker, had the other sack. So they're very active defense, very good defense. They're going to go on and do well in the Big 12. I have all the confidence in the world that they will. I mean, they're right there at the top of the standings last year, and they got a lot of those players back. But, most of the praise was saved for Kyle Conrady, who I read this week didn't even start playing high school football till like his junior year, but he was a heck of a soccer player. I'd like to have that leg on the soccer field, huh?
Yeah, there must be something in the water out there in Dubuque. I'm kind of tired of hearing about Conradi.
Yeah. So am I, but
hey,
he's
impressive.
Give a guy his
Absolutely.
due. Yeah,
Yep.
Absolutely. And Hawks will move on and home next week, a night game against the University of Massachusetts, and hopefully Coach Ference captures that 206th career win, which will put him at the top of the standings and among Big Ten coaches all time at the University of Iowa. All right, so there you have it from Matt Campbell. We'll come back with more U.S. Cellular postgame show just a minute. Rob Brooks is in the Hawkeye locker room with a couple of players. That's next. Iowa State outlasts the Hawkeyes 16-13 here in Ames today. This is the U.S. Cellular postgame show, courtesy of our friends at U.S. Cellular. This is Hawkeye football from Northfield.
A new day means so many things. Possibility and potential. New opportunities and challenges. And when you're building something that matters, you need a partner who truly understands. Iowa banks get this. Their customer relationships are built on shared values and earned trust. From homeowners to small businesses, Iowa banks know what it means to invest in the future. Iowa Banks, your partner through it all.
Hey there, Iowa. Ready to hit the road with fuel as dependable as our farmers? Choosing biodiesel made right here in Iowa from our own soybeans supports our local farmers and helps keep our air clean. From farms to freeways, choosing better, cleaner now biodiesel fuels progress while preserving our environment. Drive with purpose. Drive with biodiesel. Visit iasoybeans.com to learn more. This message is brought to you by the Iowa Soybean Association and powered by the Soybean Checkoff.
Hawkeye fans, gear up for game day with Big Grove. As an official craft brewery of the Iowa Hawkeyes, they bring you the ultimate game-watching experience. Sip on fan favorites like Easy Eddie, Citrus Surfer, and Neighborhood Beer while cheering on the Hawks. Can't make it to the stadium? No worries. Join them at any of their 4 Iowa locations in Iowa City, Cedar Rapids, Des Moines, and Solon. Big Grove Brewery, your official watch party headquarters of the Hawkeyes. Go Hawks!
Arsenic, mercury, lead, that's a dangerous lineup. When Mid-American Energy burns coal, it leaves behind a toxic waste called coal ash that can seep into the ground and flow into streams and rivers, poisoning our water. In Iowa, there's enough toxic coal ash waste to fill Mid-American Energy Field in Ames nearly 90 times. Iowans deserve clean water. Blow the whistle. Tell Mid-American Energy to tackle their coal ash problem at cleanupmidam.com. Paid for by the Iowa Environmental Council.
This is the U.S. Cellular Postgame Show. U.S. Cellular, the official wireless partner of the Iowa Hawkeyes. U.S. Cellular, built for us. This is Iowa football from Learfield.
Hi, I'm Gary Dolphin, and if you want your home to be exceptionally comfortable during these cold Iowa winters and hot, humid summers, you need to turn to Dave Lennox and your local Lennox home comfort specialist. Lennox has been serving Iowa consumers since 1895, when Dave Lennox built his first furnace in Marshalltown, and Lennox is still building its high-efficiency furnaces and air conditioners there today. For the best home comfort system you can buy, it's Lennox and your local Lennox dealer. Lennox and the Hawkeyes. Now there's a winning combination.
Hello, Iowa. Here's a promise. Wherever you are in this great state, University of Iowa Healthcare is here for you, even if you never walk through our doors. Educating, caring, leading research, sharing our expertise with all. Because we believe that UI Healthcare is here to make all of Iowa better. UI Healthcare, changing medicine, changing lives. Visit uihealthcare.org.
This is the U.S. Cellular Postgame Show. U.S. Cellular, the official wireless partner of the Iowa Hawkeyes. U.S. Cellular, built for us.
Granowski in the short gun. Patterson is the tailback, and Granowski's going to follow Patterson's block, and he's over the goal line. Touchdown! Touchdown, Iowa! Touchdown! Quarterback Granowski. Unfortunately, Iowa's only touchdown of the day was an exciting drive, though, and a touchdown run of 2 yards by quarterback Granowski following a good block by Jazz Patterson. That's our RE/MAX House Call of the Game. The House Call of the Game, sponsored by our friends all across Iowa at RE/MAX, the official real estate partner of University of Iowa Athletics. Granowski, with that touchdown run, also ran the ball on balance very well today. With RE/MAX, it's more than numbers on a contract. It's about trust, honesty, advice, and expert guidance. Because while numbers count, trust matters most. RE/MAX, the official real estate partner of Iowa Athletics. Let's give you now our Tackle Hunger campaign. Farm Credit Services and Iowa Pork bring you Tackle Hunger, our feature each and every week, courtesy of Farm Credit Services of America, along with the Iowa Pork Producers Association. With every Hawkeye football tackle for loss, Farm Credit Services will donate $250, and Iowa Pork will donate $100 in pork products. All contributions go to Iowa food banks. Thank you very much, Farm Credit Services and Iowa Pork, for your generosity in tackling hunger all across Iowa. Hawks had 2.5 tackles for loss. Make that 3 tackles for loss. Zack Lutmer, who just makes his presence felt more and more every week, had 1 TFL. Ethan Herkett had a 1.5 tackles for loss. And Max Llewellyn contributed with half a TFL. So great work, guys, up front, as well as Zack Lutmer in the back end. That's our Tackle Hunger campaign. Hawks register 3 TFLs today, courtesy of Farm Credit Services and the Iowa Pork Producers Association. Since we're talking about Herkett, as Pat likes to call him, the incredible Herc, he's our Iowa Pork lineman of the game. We thought he had a sack, and they said because Beck was outside the pocket, it turns into a tackle for loss. Well, Herkett led the Hawkeyes today with 1.5 tackles for loss, so he is our Iowa Pork lineman of the game, courtesy of the Iowa Pork Producers. Just like the Hawkeyes linemen, Iowa pig farmers work hard.
They make smart adjustments and bring their best every single day. Learn more at iowapork.org/WeCare. iowapork.org/WeCare. Let's go to tape. We got Rod Brooks down in the Iowa locker room. He caught up with T.J. Hall, who had 3 pass breakups today, and at least 2 that I can remember thwarted what could have been long Iowa State drives for scores, instead forced punts. Here's TJ with Rob.
TJ, did you think the defense gained some momentum as the game wore along after those 2 drives, though you did keep Iowa State to field goals?
Yeah, I think we kept getting more confident after each drive, after each play. It was just our job to get some 3-and-outs and stop them and get the ball back to our offense. So I feel like we're doing good. We had the effort was there, everything was there. It was just a couple of little things that we just need to clean up.
What about the focus it takes to play your position, knowing, of course, that Iowa State's going to take some shots?
Yeah, you got to be focused on every play. I mean, it could be a run play, and the receiver might still take you on the pass. Nowadays they got the RPO, so now you got to be ready for the run, the pass, the QB run, so you got to be ready for everything. And you got to be focused on every play, and that's what it takes.
Are those keys sometimes hard to read?
Yeah, definitely sometimes, depending on the split, depending on formation. But if you mentally focused, locked in on what your alignment keys and responsibilities are, then it shouldn't be hard at all.
You made some great plays in the secondary. What's the key to playing through the ball, to stay with it, to knock it away at the last second?
Yeah, it really is kind of like basketball. It's between me and the ball, me and the rim. And, when that ball's in the air, I like to think it's my ball. And there's a couple other opportunities where I feel like I could make an interception instead of a PBU, but as long as they don't catch it, that's all that matters.
Tough loss, obviously, today. This one will sting for a little while, but a long way to go.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, this one will definitely sting, but, it's only the second game of the year. We're going to come back, watch the tape, see what we got to do to get better, and come back stronger as a team together.
Appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Oh, engaging young guy. T.J. Hall. We don't get many West Coast guys to come to Iowa, Pat Anger. He's all man at 6 feet, 190 pounds out of Fresno.
Yeah.
And they grow him tough in Fresno, and it's been just an absolute joy. When he walked on campus, he had all the physical skills. But it took him some time, you just heard him rip off all the RPOs now, all the things you have to process at a cornerback. And, oh, by the way, cover a 6'5" receiver. He has really blossomed.
Oh, for sure. And they challenged him a lot today. They really challenged him, and he stepped up. And he made some really great plays and kept us in that football game. 3
pass breakups, T.J. Hall, a senior star of that Iowa secondary. Hawk fans, stay proud. The next time the Hawks get a W, you get free small Frosties with a purchase at any Wendy's or participating Wendy's. Head to any participating Wendy's within 24 hours of a Hawkeye victory and get your free small Frosty. Limit 1 per person, a la carte only, and not valid with other offers, digital or delivery orders. Staying with that Hawkeye effort today, let's look at the Case IH Red Zone. Time for the Case IH Red Zone recap. The Hawkeyes left it on the field today, and you can too. Take your home field to the next level with compact tractors, utility equipment, and land management tools built to help you make the most of every last acre. The game might be over, but your season's just gearing up. Fall's headed our way. Plenty of lawn mowing still to go. Get to your local Case IH dealer or go to caseih.com/Hawkeyes. caseih.com/Hawkeyes. Manage your turf like a champion. Go Hawks. Iowa was perfect in the red zone today, 3 for 3. They had a drive that ended in a 31-yard Drew Stevens field goal. That 17-play, 85-yard drive, the longest in 4 years for the Hawks. Mark Granowski finished it off with an 8-yard touchdown run. That brought the Hawks to within 13-10, and Iowa tied the game midway through the third quarter on a Drew Stevens 36-yard field goal. When they get to the red zone, there's points waiting. And our red zone recap is brought to you each and every postgame by Case IH. One of the stars of that Hawkeye passing game today was Jacob Gill. He caught 5 passes. Jacob was targeted, 8 times, caught 5, 52 yards with a long of 22. He's Iowa's leading receiver a year ago, and he's picked right up where he left off, and here he is with Rob Brooks in the Hawkeye locker room.
Jacob, did you feel like the passing game gained some momentum as the game wore along, especially after the first quarter?
Yeah, we just got to stay consistent with it as much as we can. We're going to be critical with it tomorrow and then look forward to moving forward.
What's kind of important for that consistency that you're talking about?
One more time? I'm sorry.
The consistency that you're talking about, what's important?
Just going out there and executing. Our mindset has to be in the right place, and we got to go out there and make plays at the end of the day. That's what it comes down to. So looking to do that every chance we get.
What was kind of the key to those 2 long drives, especially the 17-play drive that ended up in touchdown?
Yeah, like you just mentioned, consistency in our execution. Just got to go out there and make plays, like I said again, and then just a mindset. So just harping back on that.
Yards after catch, what's important? What is kind of in your mind when you catch the ball to try to make a move?
Yeah, just looking to see whatever move I can make in the first place, what down and distance plays rolling at as well. But, just we talk about get 1, get 10. So we get a catch, we want to get some yak with it. So just trying to do that every chance we get. So.
What's important here as you look to this next week of practice to get ready for Saturday as far as the passing game is concerned?
Yeah, we got to get back to neutral. Look at the highs, look at the lows, take it as it is, and then move forward from it. We got a tough opponent in front of us, so got to harp on this one and then move on from it. So.
And you also, after a tough loss, know that it's only game number 2. There's plenty of a distance to go.
Yeah, for sure. We got a 12-game season ahead of us, or 10 games now, and we look to go 1-0 each week. So.
Jake, appreciate your time.
Appreciate you. Thank you.
The Northwestern transfer from Raleigh, North Carolina. Patrick, I've liked him since the day he arrived a year ago. 35 catches last year, and he's picked up the baton, and he's running again. He's going to have some additional big games going forward.
Every time he plays and every time he speaks, I'm super impressed with his maturity and just how he represents Iowa football. He is a good Hawkeye.
He is, and the Wildcats can keep sending us players like Jacob Gill. 5 catches today. But a great effort falls just short against a really good Iowa State team. The 16th-ranked Cyclones get a late field goal to beat Iowa for a second consecutive year, 16-13. And I was just double-checking here. 11 of the last 14 meetings in this series have been decided by 10 points or less, including the last 8 dating back to 2017. And now 6 of the last 8 games have been one-score contests. Does that show what a fueled rivalry this is between the Hawks and the Clones?
100%. It shows that, hey, they're going to be out here. Everybody's going to be scrapping. Doesn't matter what you're supposed to do, what you're supposed to be, how good this, how good that. It's a battle here.
Well, and we got the best head coach in the land to regroup. He has that 24-hour rule. Sulk, be upset, lose your temper in the privacy of your own home, of course. But come back ready to rally and get back to work tomorrow afternoon. They'll look at the film, check out injuries. Hopefully Jennings Dunker, Kamari Moulton, and who else got nicked up? I'm trying to remember. Jennings. Addison Estringa.
Yep.
That seems to be the most serious of any of the nicks. Hopefully they're all back short term. Iowa, UMass next week. That is a 6:30 kickoff.
Past your bedtime there, Gary.
Almost, I'm telling you. Well, hopefully I'm allowed to take a nap in the second half because the Hawks are comfortably in front.
I'll hold you.
But our pregame coverage starts at 4:30 from Kinnick Stadium. Join us then. Final score again today from Ames. The Hawks lose to the Iowa State Cyclones 16-13. For our engineer-producer Corey Sheets, our statman and spotter John Swisher, and, of course, my all-star analyst Pat Anger. I'm Gary Dolphin. Thanks so much for joining us today, Hawk fans. Sorry we didn't have better news. Better days ahead. 16-13, Iowa State a winner from Jack Trice Stadium in Ames. This has been Hawkeye Football from Learfield.
This has been the U.S. Cellular postgame show. U.S. Cellular, built for the Hawkeyes. Built for silencing notifications and turning up the noise. U.S. Cellular, built for us. Also brought to you by Alliant Energy. See how Alliant Energy is building a strong, resilient energy future today and for generations to come. Learn more at AlliantEnergy.com/poweringBeyond. Iowa Farm Bureau, who would like to remind you to support America's farmers. Check out AmericaNeedsFarmers.org. SeatGeek. SeatGeek is the official ticketing partner of the Hawkeyes. Find tickets to Hawkeye games and more. SeatGeek. Wimmer's Meats, the official hot dog of the Hawkeyes. Also by Case IH. Whether it's in the stadium or on your own field, having the right tools makes all the difference. Own your own turf with Case IH at caseih.com/Hawkeyes. Cenex, fueling fans across Hawkeye territory. And by Associated Builders and Contractors of Iowa, building futures and champions while building Iowa. The preceding has been a Learfield presentation on the Hawkeye Sports Network.